the admin of Astronaut Esports, decided to join us, and I think we got an interview with him coming up soon. But today is an exciting day. What do we have for the games? It looks like the schedule is going to be Chompers, Degen Dinos, and we've got Bullish on Gaming versus THV. So some pretty exciting games. But let's get into this interview. Bud.
Hey.
Hey, Bud. Came in strong. Listen, man, we wanted to get some insight to the teams. You know, we talked to Sporkface yesterday. I reached out to you today. I really appreciate you taking the time to chat with us, man.
No problem. Love to be here. You know, you interviewed Season 5 champion yesterday, Season 6 today.
Yeah, I've heard some whispers that you've been calling yourself Season 6 champ already, so I'm excited, man. Listen, going through the combine, looking and just being in the Discord, you are one of the most liked people out there. What is it about these combines? What are you doing in these combines that you're getting this kind of reputation?
Honestly, the big thing is people look and they're like, "Oh, you're an Archon player." I think at first, and that's in Season 4 when I first joined. And then I come in and it's pure positive. It's like, okay, if I make a mistake, and I'm gonna make a lot of mistakes on Archon, I'm gonna take credit for the mistakes I make. I'm gonna apologize, you know, and when I see like two teammates fighting, it's like, guys, blame the Archon, don't blame your other immortal teammate. You guys just keep playing best Dota you can do.
I love it.
I think it works.
Just taking the bullets for the team, I see. Well, it's working, man. It definitely, I don't know if you guys are winning, but it's making you one of the most popular guys around, that's for sure. So you got this admin position for astronauts. Talk to us about how that kind of came about.
So that's a big one. I mean, I can go back as far as you want, but I've kind of always wanted to work in Dota. I mean, from the time I was like young, it was like, okay, I want to be a pro player. Never had the skill to be a pro player. I'm not the mechanic. I'm not a mechanical genius. I'm not a genius in Dota. But I kind of got a shot with NADCL. I wanted to come in here. I wanted to make a name at least a little bit, and I think I've done a little bit. Uh, so I came in. I played a lot in the Combine, kind of kept with a positive attitude always, and then Boosh kind of reached out and said, you know, he needed to step back a little bit this season. You know, a lot on his plate, very understandable, and he wanted to hire a team manager. I jumped at the opportunity. I talked to him. I found out that we actually aligned really, really well in what we want to do in NADCL, and it just kind of went from there. And now I'm Astronauts manager.
I love that, man. So how deep is it? Like you just started, or did you draft for the team as well?
Yes, I drafted for the team. It goes pretty much into everything that it takes to run the team, and I'm here for it all.
So let's talk about the draft a little bit. I feel like your team did pretty well yesterday, 2-2. You got some really big names. It looked like Annihilate and Khan kind of working really well together. Is there anything looking back at the draft that you wish you had like another chance to do again, or did you get what you envisioned?
I think it's tough to say. I think during the draft, I was scared. I went down to 0 gold first. Like,
Hmm.
I had 3 players and 0 gold, but I think I think it kind of worked out. I think I got the players that I wanted to have, and the 2 sports I ended up with are absolutely god tier. Like, I got them for free, and I got 2 free supports that were god tier and just completely overlooked by everyone else. And I think a lot of that was that Balloons TD Battler just kind of threw games in the last day because he was tired of it, I think.
Okay.
And so I saw him on the first like 4 days, him stomping games as support, and then he just kind of randomed and started griefing games in the last day, so he didn't get drafted by any other teams. I kind of got a free, really good support.
Absolutely.
I don't think I would have done anything differently, just because I got the best team I possibly could have gotten.
Yeah. Yeah. So I mean, I love to hear that you said that. You only played against 2 teams yesterday. I saw some tips. You know, we got to watch that game. Is there any rivalries? Maybe Continuum? Is there
So
anything going
I
on?
I don't know what I'm supposed to say, but the big thing that I heard from the team, because I asked them a little bit, Legacy,
Hmm.
the carry of Continuum,
Hmm.
rated all of the teams and rated Astronauts as the worst team in the NADCL. So my players were ecstatic to stomp him, and they stomped him. Khan went 15-0.
Yeah.
Annihilate was like 20 kills deep on that game with 1 death. Like, they just utterly annihilated the guy, tipped him. The guy shouldn't have ranked us so low, I guess.
Yeah, and I mean, we talked about it a little bit yesterday, but I do think that that's a motivator. People are kind of on the fence, does it take you out of your focus? Does it make you play harder? Does it help? I mean, that second game, you guys your two carries had like 30 kills combined. I don't know. We saw Faceless Void just chrono a solo Ursa in the lane. It was absolutely insane. Well, pretty much before we send you off, man, I just want to ask, is there anything you want to say to astronaut fans out there?
Yeah, keep supporting. And if you're not an astronaut fan already, be one. I mean, like, there's nothing else to say other than become an astronaut esports fan. It's the best team to support.
I love it. Shout out to Boosh and shout out to Budster. Thank you for joining us today, man. And we'll see how your games go today, brother. Good luck.
Thank you. Have a
Good
good
luck.
one.
All right, Samson, we're in day 2. How did you feel about day 1, man? We got to see a couple games yesterday. What's the feeling for you?
I think some obvious teams were succeeding. Sporkface destroying.
Yeah.
Honored Vanguard, sadly at the bottom.
Yeah, actually, I think
Outside
we
of
might have
too.
some standings that we could take a look at
Oh yeah.
as well while we're chatting about this. So we got the standings here. Yeah, so take a look at that. We got DGen Dinos and Cope Dow, Pronouns, and Sporkface on top of the board. We got to see, well, actually, Cope Dow, I think they 2-0'd, and I think Sporkface went 1-1. So 2 strong teams there. Honored Vanguard 0-4. I think maybe that's like the biggest surprise for me. What do you see on this that just kind of sticks out to you?
Yeah, they're 0-4. They went against what's DGen Dinos, who are our top team, and your team, Yodi Brody Nexus. So
Yeah.
they face some competition.
I
Today
don't,
they're going against it's not an easier day though for them because they're going against Sporkface and then Bullish on Gaming. So
yeah, that's tough. And I don't know if anyone caught the
it's
end of
rough.
that Honored Vanguard game with Nexus. I'm a little bit biased, but we got to see Vol pretty much just fear the heroes away from the Ancient as they were taking the Ancient on the other side. It was a base race. It was actually unbelievable. I went back and watched it. I saw DNC, I think, made an edit. Super funny if people haven't been keen to it in the Discord, but they could have easily lost that game. And I guess, one button saved the day. I don't know. Just the roar, man. Kept them alive. I mean, a micro hero, when you only need one button, you'll take it. But yeah, so we did have DGen Dinos at the top, Cope Dow, Pronouns, and Sporkface all 3 in 1. Little Nouns, Nexus, Fryboys, Astronaut, Continuum, all 2 in 2. And then we've got Chompers, Bullish on Gaming 1 and 3, and Honored Vanguard sitting at the bottom. Where does that put us for the games we've got today? We do have Chompers versus DGen Dinos. So kind of one of the top teams versus maybe a team that struggled yesterday. Is there any chance for the Chompers to make this a 3 and 3 going into the second series?
I like the Chompers. They have Arms, who he he has made $87,000 from Dota, according to his Wikipedia page. He's an
Liquipedia,
experienced
man.
player. Yep,
Yeah.
he has the Wikipedia page. Come on.
Yeah.
So I still believe in Chompers for sure.
Yeah, so Chompers, they got Arms. They had Bonk in that first round. It was a big surprise for a lot of people. Forrest making his way back onto the scene. Pretty
He's supposed to be on
pretty
our panel.
polarizing.
Come on, Bonk.
He was supposed to be on the panel. Yeah, pretty polarizing guy, but I wonder how that's going in comms. On the other side of that, we have DGen Dinos. So for the DGen Dinos, we have Skyward, who I think is one season in the past. At least he's been, a pretty notable guy in the league. Tony, Muzi, Bloody Nine, and Gamba to Maker. So I'm not so sure. I think that's a team that we looked at and we thought maybe would struggle, but they're sitting 3 and 1. So
I can see why they're winning. They have Bloody Nine. He's a very experienced 5 player. Like he can draft, he can captain. He's structure for sure. And then Skyward, I mean, he's playing with Jenkins right now in open qualifiers. Like,
Yeah,
he's respected for sure.
absolutely. And someone mentioned yesterday that Bloody Nine is one of these guys that could play mid if he needed to. So I'm actually really keen on that matchup and kind of see what DGen is doing to push themselves ahead. We are only one day in, and I know a lot of players have a lot of mixed emotions about the group stages. Best of twos kind of seem like you either love them or you hate them. Where are you at on best of twos?
It feels bad after the 1-1 and you want to play a game 3,
Mm.
but you just can't, right?
I mean, yeah, it absolutely. I feel like that's if you hate them, then that's the thing that people are saying. If you lose that first game, what motivation do you have to win that second game? And I mean, we got a lot of best of twos to get through. So I think either the mentality has to change, or people are going to really have to prioritize seeding. Because I think at the end of it, I'm not 100% sure, but I think the top 8 teams go to the upper bracket, unless Liquipedia is just scuffed, and that bracket is not the way it's supposed to be. But I think there was 4 upper bracket spots times 2 teams should be 8 teams.
Yep.
Yeah, so we'll see how that pans out. I know that people are saying that they'd like to go straight to the playoffs. I'd like to see, some guys come today and show that they built some chemistry overnight. I know our team was talking about scouting. I know other teams had talked about, trying to get some practice in. So it'd be nice to see some reformed teams here on day 2.
Some more experienced teams.
Yeah, more experience, more excited. It is a lot of Dota though, especially around the quals. I completely understand the concerns. Absolutely. But let's talk about the game we have in the future while we're waiting for this draft. After this, we've got Bullish on Gaming versus THV. You kind of alluded to this, THV that are already kind of down in the dumps. Bullish on Gaming is the Double King and Little Nick stack.
Yeah, I'm very surprised that they are 1-3. That
They
team
are
to me
one.
should be like a top 3 team at least. Double King and Lil Nick.
It does feel like that. Absolutely. Yeah, it looks like they have everything to be successful. Did we find out who the Yatoro hot dog guy was? I think he had another name, um but Zerscape, Turtle, Yatoro hot dog, Lil Nick, and Double King. I mean, they are, if anything, they're carry heavy. I mean, they've got 2 of the best players in the league on their team. To be sitting at 1-3 seems like that not intended, not the plan. Things are not going the right way. So we'll see if they'll flip it around here today. What else do we have for scheduling today? It looks like Continuum. Wait, Continuum versus Astro. Is that true? Take a look real quick. If we've got a moment.
Looks like um
Let's see
Astral
if we-
versus Continuum, Lil Nouns, Chompers, Dinos, Bullish on Gaming, Cope Dow, Fry
Okay.
Boys, Yodi Brody Nexus,
Okay.
Sporkface versus THV.
Okay. Yeah, so I mean, some good matchups, I feel. I feel like this first week everyone just really needs to find out, each other. They got to work on the chemistry. I think we saw Sporkface come out and they kind of ran the table a little bit. They did drop a game to Cope Dow, but I mean, a lot of the things that other teams are working on, they've already figured out. We alluded to that early in the draft and in the stream yesterday, but I'm still surprised to see him drop a game. Maybe Cope Dow is the game to look out, or the team to look out for. This Flea stack seems like if Old
Yeah.
Fashioned and Flea can keep it together, maybe that's the dangerous team.
I played a game in the Combine with Flea, and he is very fun to play with. He is a good captain. He is very positive. He is joking around the whole time, but also just making calls. He's a good guy for sure.
Yeah. I don't know Flea that well, but I have had one interaction with him, and I would say I was incredibly impressed. He was very motivated to win, super nice person. So Yeah, I wish them nothing but the best. Love to see Cope Dow doing well. And they've got some names on here that Jur looked like he was doing well. I'm not aware of the other three at all. Jur and Kira, do you know any of those?
Sorry?
The Cope Dow squad?
No, I'm not familiar with. I've seen the Nikola Jokic name around for sure.
Okay.
But no.
All right, we are actually in the draft. So we do have DGen Dinos who we spoke about. They are 3-1. And we've got their team they're playing against Chompers. And they are ready to go. Draft is up. What do we got going? We've got a couple bit of bands. Looks like they've got the Doom band. We saw that prioritized pretty heavily yesterday. The Ember Spirit, I feel like we were both talking about how, that's the hero to prioritize in the mid lane. And a couple supports. The Wyvern we saw maybe
That's
go
a
3,
Pango
but we've
band.
got the Chen and now the Pango. Yeah. I mean, it seems like it's following the trajectory of what we saw yesterday. Maybe there's a meta going on. Or is this just the meta of Dota right now?
For sure. And Pango is just an eternal hero. I wouldn't say he's even super, super meta. I mean, but it's Pango. It's Pango. He's always meta.
It's like the Quinn meme.
Yeah,
Just pick me, Pango, right? They do take the Kunkka. They've got a return pick on the Timbersaw. A lot of these heroes, man, I feel like we saw them being banned a lot yesterday, not getting through. I don't know that we saw Timbersaw at all.
Yeah, I don't think and I almost thought in some of the games we were watching it would have been a good Timbersaw game, but not many people brought it out.
Yeah.
I
I
can
I
look at the
really
stats.
I really have so many questions about both these teams. I'm curious. I'm curious where we're going to see a lot of these players playing. A lot of the Muzi. I feel like we talked about Muzi was this 3 player. Where does that put? You know what? Actually, what I'm seeing here. I'm seeing the. Is that the owner of DGen Dinos playing on DGen Dinos?
Oh no.
Is this man super high rated? What's going on here? Is TV.5716? Is that not the owner of DGen Dinos?
Let me look. I'll look in the Discord.
Because I think so.
Oh,
Okay.
okay.
We're getting confirmation that that is the same guy. Very interesting. We got the Meepo band.
So yeah.
We've got the Bat Rider. I know nothing about his ranks, so this is actually incredibly interesting storyline here. They are 3-1. He's taking it literally in his own hands. Jumps into his Div 1 team. That's exciting. That's exciting. We'll see what he's got.
Another
Got
storyline
the
I think for the Degen Dinos is Muzi, he was a Div 2 player when DPC was a thing.
okay,
Um and I think Skyward was at least like high Div 2 or he was Div 2 but Buddy 9 was pretty consistently Div 1. So I
sure,
just think good experience for Muzi, like good people for him to be playing with if he
absolutely.
wants to, go pro.
Yeah, I think that's kind of the consensus as well around the league is that maybe if you're playing down in this league, it doesn't always feel the best. But if you're playing up, I feel like those are the people that are enjoying themselves the most. So hopefully, like you said, it's a good opportunity. Nature's Prophet gets through, and it didn't even go first phase. Yesterday, this was like contested 100% of the time. What's the difference here? One day, what made the difference, Samson?
Uh, he sometimes he just escapes through. He just you have so many other things to worry about that a nature's prophet isn't the first thing you're thinking about. But I mean, they did pick the Timbersaw first, so he can at least
Yeah.
cue his way out of that.
So you think they have the answers for it?
I think they at least thought about it a little bit with the
Okay.
Timbersaw. Sometimes, it isn't the worst hero to let through because he is crazy early game. He does TP on you, but at some point, like you just TP into your death. You don't do much. You don't have a stun really as a support. You put trees around people. My quelling blade's ready, right? Like
My quelling blade is ready. You gotta love that. Just get someone that breaks trees. And there's
Yeah.
another one, right? We're sticking to the strat, right? Does Jakiro break trees?
Uh,
Macropire? No?
I don't. Maybe.
I don't
Can't
know.
remember.
I don't know. I was thinking flames and trees. I don't know. Sometimes it all doesn't make sense.
Maybe they nerf that at some point.
Okay. I maybe just made it up completely. But they do take the Jakiro. They've got the line, they got the Timber Saw. Where do you see this Kunkka? Because I feel like the Ags with Kunkka, he's been like primarily like this mid hero. Is that
Mhm.
still kind of the way it's going?
I think he's a pretty good mid hero, but Muzi is maybe Muzi is known to play Kunkka for sure. And I
Okay.
think he's their offlaner. So I wouldn't be surprised to see a Muzi offlane Kunkka.
So a little bit of flexibility. I truly don't even know who's going to play mid for them.
Yeah, I'm not
So
sure.
that's still to be seen. They get the Faceless Void, very successful hero yesterday. A hero that you can just take to the late game if you need to. Do the Degen Dinos have the answers to deal with a Faceless Void?
See, that's another reason that Nature's is like a thing you can allow to be picked because you just pick a faceless and then what is Nature's can, gank him and it's annoying for the faceless, but late game, you're king. You just chronosphere people and he doesn't do anything.
Absolutely. We saw Nature's probably pick up the Orchid yesterday. I think that's like a primarily normal pickup for him as well. I mean, I don't know. When I think of Faceless Void, at least playing mid, it's like it's a hero I like the Orchid against, but a support profit, you don't get it very early. I mean, this Void's going to be pretty big by the time you show up with an Orchid.
Yeah. He might get it this game because the Timber as well probably doesn't like it and he's got a Gyro as his other support.
Hmm. I will tell you
We'll
what,
see.
though, the most exciting plays we saw yesterday, besides those Pudge hooks, I feel like are
Oh
just these
yeah.
Magnus. This
The
Magnus skewer type plays. There's almost nothing more fun than that, in my opinion. Just a well played Magnus is just something of beauty.
yeah,
Is
I Annihilate definitely lost to the Magnus yesterday.
Yeah, yeah. And then is Magnus even like the Empower hero that it used to be? Because I feel like it has so many more tools now.
You're always thinking about it. Magnus is even though he has a big ult, I think he's a very strong like laner, early game hero. He can just right click you so hard. People are going just stat items because he's a universal hero. And oh yeah, if you have an anti-mage, you're gonna be wanting to
Right.
empower him for sure.
I was gonna, I was literally gonna follow up with what heroes do we want to have a battlefield, right? If Empower is still a thing, and I feel like Anti-Mage is pretty high on that list. Phantom Assassin, Anti-Mage. I mean, these guys love that ability. Get to the jungle quick. How do you see this Anti-Mage versus the Faceless Void? You talked about Rat Dota maybe is still a thing yesterday. Is
Yeah,
Anti-Mage
yeah.
still that type of hero? Is he somebody that can just right click down this Faceless Void at some point?
Maybe that actually does like it's a little harder to rat against the faceless, maybe because you're a little scared of the chrono. But I mean, you get a manta and you get rid of all the faceless's mana, and then he cannot walk away. That's why the anti-mage is picked, I think.
They wrapped up with the Legion Commander. I think
Yeah,
Legion
so
Commander in the game just makes you always worried, right?
yeah, you're that means you're probably putting the timber mid and trying to destroy the anti-mage in lane even more.
Well, we got Muzi on the Magnus, Shifu on the
Mhm.
Kunkka. So
So
Muzi did
probably a
not
mid
get his
Kunkka.
Kunkka. Okay, so maybe that mid Kunkka. We've got Arms on the Faceless Void. For me, that's the hero to look out for. Arms, incredibly skilled guy. We didn't get to really see him play yesterday, but I'm excited to see this matchup. Do you have a favorite going into this game?
The Legion pick was a little unexpected for me, and I think that can win them the game. It's not even like Legion's the most OP hero right now, but you hate that shit as an anti-mage.
Yeah,
It's alright.
right. Yeah, well, we'll have to see if they got everything together here. I mean, it seems like both teams have addressed what they thought they needed to. They didn't waste any time on the clock. Didn't really think like they thought too much going into it. So we'll have to see how it goes. Degen Dinos versus Chompers. We're going to send it off to our casters, Mox and Zen. Good luck, boys.
Hey, thank you guys so much. Welcome, everybody. Our game is about to start here. Week 2 of group stages, and I am very excited for what we've got going on. And just looking at the draft mocks, I got to know, who are you already picking to win? Because I've got my hunch.
I really like the Chompix draft, although Degen Dino has some fun heroes to play around with. It could get really out of hand if both AM and Prophet pop off, but there's so much control coming out of Chompix. What do you think is going to happen?
You know, I'm just looking at the Spaceless Void, the end-all be-all late-game hero, and I see a fair bit of damage getting tossed in the mix. Plus, with the lockdown duel from LC, this AM is not going to have an easy or free game. You can't even counterspell it. You know, so what if it gets reflected? That's exactly what Legion wants. And importantly, there's very little save. You can have an interesting X marks the spot, maybe a timely skewer, but you don't have Astral Imprisonments or Shallow Graves or other more traditional save spells like even Swap from somebody a little bit more meta at the moment. So I think this is going to be more of a game of who can punch harder fastest and not more of like a tactics bait kind of a thing.
Yeah, totally agree. If the Dinos lineup gets rolling really early, it's going to be scary. But like you said, Chompix has a ton of control, so kind of steady as she goes. Almost like you could almost see that Chompix have all the correct answers, as long as it doesn't get out of control.
Right, but one thing that I think to note from the Dinos' point of view is they're going to have, I think, a more complicated or more difficult game plan. You know, with Anti-Mage and Natures, you have this quasi baby global strategy kind of going on, as Arms is going to have to burn through a lot of regen. Unless Tony might go down here. This could be first blood.
Walking away. I think
No
he's
bash.
dead. Do they keep chasing?
Now F still here. He's going to have another liquid fire in a second.
Just being in
Maybe?
goes for the TP out. Yeah,
He's back.
Time
That's
wasted.
expensive though, because without that TP or his actual TP, it's gonna be a while for him to get back to lane.
Yeah,
Well,
not too happy having the TP out there.
Let's start talking about bottom here. Gyro against Lion for supports. AM versus LC. I already feel like LC and Lion should have the upper hand here.
Yeah, that seems like a really fun lane to be these two heroes. Gyro just seems pretty tough. Lion's very annoying.
Yeah, you could previously see this, and it would be quite easy. Like, oh, you just run this line down with Rocket Barrage, you're gonna win. But now with the mana drain doing a lot of damage back, level 2 Lion is a serious force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, good to first see Anti-Mage heading into the jungle fairly early once he's got the regen to survive. Gyro getting caught a little bit.
Let's see, well, this one's going on bottom. Up top here, Arms is continuing to struggle a little bit. He's got 2 tangos left, and he's going to have to vary out more regen. I mean, just look at all the damage coming in, and one thing that Jakiro is going to suffer with is these better right clicks from Nature's Prophet. He has to burn a lot of mana to stay relevant.
Kill onto Lion. Sorry to interrupt. Gyro very low as well, but that was first blood.
Across the map in 2 different places. We will get some trades out, and I mean, we knew it was only going to be a matter of time before these two tore themselves a new one.
Yeah, a lot of fun and damage to happen down this bottom side.
And the ward wars continue. I think they have dropped 4 different wards trying to keep this hard camp blocked.
That's a lot of money lost, yeah. No big deal.
And investments.
Whoever has control feels better.
Nice rotation out middle here, trying to control some of the runes, and Psycho taking quite a lot of damage. He's got 1 point of reactive armor, 2 in Whirling Death, but it's Shifu, 13 and 3, who's currently edging him out in this mid river.
Yeah, but very very shortly, as long as Timber keeps the regen up, he's gonna start to kind of run amok. Not gonna be able to be bullied out so easily just by a few Kunkka spells.
I'm not so sure. They've got X marks on him right now. He is gonna barely get clipped by it, and that's it. Yeah, Shifu actually I don't think cares too much about the reactive armor because the Tidebringer is just such a huge clip of damage. It goes right through pretty much everything, and it is... Oh, it is physical. I could have sworn it was pure at one point in time.
Once he gets the Daedalus, feels like it's pure.
Right. All right, 2 kills to 1, still pretty early, barely any gold lead. But if these lanes kind of continue, this is Dino's going to be doing, you know, not too shabby. They've got the top 3 last hitters, or at least AM is contesting right now. But Kunkka and Meg doing quite well. And, you know, actually, as I look down the board, every core seems to be doing pretty good, which means that everybody's going to be coming out of laning stage happy. That's something that you usually don't get to see. But if that's the case, you know, who's going to be the team that you're watching to take initiative?
Well, I'd like to say that it's going to be the Dinos because they have the team that wants to really kind of steamroll down. So, you know, if they're to succeed with this draft, I want to see them kind of push the tempo earlier.
Mm-hmm.
I think Chompix would be pretty happy if things just sort of played out pretty standard, and then, you know, towards the later middle of the game, they can start to make plays, really crush the anti-mage. But again, if you get to the AM early, you're going to make this game a lot easier. So maybe it is for Chompix to sort of set the tempo here.
Yeah, I actually think they might want to, you know, try to step on the gas a little bit, because around level 6 or so, if Lion and Jakiro don't have ults, I mean, they are significantly weaker than their even like a level 5 version of Nature's Prophet. You know, his, you know, ability to impact the map is so much greater even without his ultimate than, you know, Macropyre has lost to Jakiro.
Who's he getting a little low topside? He's gonna stick it out. He's got 15 wand charges. Probably
Just trying to
gonna
bait.
be okay.
I think he was trying to play around and get a nice one back, but
Yeah, absolutely, because Shifu's TP'd in. X marks onto the Jakiro. Horn boat combo, that's a dead dragon.
now 3 kills across the map, all of them on the Chomps. That is not a great start. Now 5 kills to 1 and a solid 1,000 gold net worth lead. Oof. That's not the start that you really want to be happening.
There's a really nice bait by Muzi there.
You had mentioned that
agrees.
15, you know, wand stick, and I think it just kept them around a little bit longer than they needed to be. But now it's middle, looking a little rough. Shifu eating through a lot of damage as Timbersaw doing well. Another rotation comes out, trying to control this rune. 5 seconds up, but Jakiro's going to rotate in, and I don't think that teleport away is going to be in time, as a much-needed kill for the Chompers comes on out.
You get something nice, but that's a low position Nature's Prophet. Space created, core saved. You know, everything is good. We move on.
Yeah. But bottom lane, with some of this rotation happening, now it's this Legion Commander starting to fall behind a little bit. 6 last hits under the Anti-Mage, and he's rough. He's got no mana, and the mana-up's coming. Skyward's going to actually blink in on this. Huge play, huge mana-up. Not something you usually see AIMs do, especially against an LC, but did the math, understood, but maybe got a little too greedy.
Timber.
Oh, Psycho with a haste rune as well. Gonna chase down one more. The right click gets it, and a freebie double kill for him.
Ouch, 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 ouch. And that's nice because, you know, when your Timber gets really fat, you kind of create a huge wall for your team to kind of dictate moves on. It's unfortunate, kind of what happens when you go for those trades. And, you know, he came out with the kill, but with no HP and an easy turn for Timbersaw to kind of roll in on.
Yeah. You might argue that it's still a decent death for an anti-mage to take, who is still doing quite well, only 300 gold behind the leader, which is the Kunkka. It's Shifu. And, I mean, Kunkka just feels like one of those heroes that gets off to a decent start, has a lot of innate health baked in, and so many decent abilities to set up kills. As Arms, though, going down top, that's got to be the RP. Oh, they didn't even use RP.
No, he just stuck around a little bit too long, and now Jakiro is dead for the effort as well. I mean, that was very strange. Not sure what exactly happened, but Muzi with like no HP just kind of gets a freebie onto Faceless Void.
He's been playing footsies, I think, a lot. You know, this Brinksman game of just staying at very low HP, has this reserve, almost baiting people to come in, just like the bait from Shifu mid, finding Psycho. There's a lot of life to get through as Tony's going to try to run. Not a whole lot of trees, but the pause. Oh, I think this line's going to secure Tony's death for sure, though.
Yeah, that was a very cute bait by Shifu. Just like pixel perfect in the shadow of the tree in the river is kind of very
I mean,
cute.
it's only a bait though if they end up getting the kill. Tony might go down. I mean, will go down for this. Stun's actually already being casted.
Likely. Yeah, it's nights out for it. I mean, Shifu can't even really trade this. I mean, maybe he goes on to Lion, but it seems a little unnecessary of a risk at this point. Kind of just ditch the profit and kind of move on. The Yeezus that had a little bit of a connection issue there.
Hopefully it'll be resolved. There is still boat at the ready. I don't think they're killing Psycho here. There's no other hero within vicinity. I think this is a cut your losses.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. Let's get back into lane and continue to dominate. Kunkka with 54 last hits on top of everybody. Well ahead of Timbersaw's lane opponent. And about 9 ahead of his own anti-mage on the bottom side.
But the real struggle bus right now is Faceless Void. Solidly 400 plus gold back over everybody and 1,000 gold back over his counterpart AM. I mean, 1,000 gold at 8 minutes, that's significant. That is that's 125 gold per minute, to be losing out on. That's a lot.
Yeah, Skyward is like 20 gold away from a cornucopia, so he's feeling really happy at this point. And meanwhile, Arms is just kind of sat with some treads and looking for Mask of Madness next, I suppose.
God, and they have long. I mean, other than this LC, they're gonna have long cooldowns to deal with. Lion Finger, Bubble. I mean, yeah, Timbersaw can kind of go whenever, but I don't think Timbersaw is going to be strong enough to kill anybody but support solo. You're going to need to have some other big spell commitment to get the job done. And it kind of feels like a little at odds. You've got this hero that kind of wants to go always, and then you have a hero that wants to just sit in the jungle, and supports that can only kind of go sometimes. They're not very mobile. Some weaknesses maybe going to present themselves in the next few minutes.
Scary proposition to have a couple of really soft kind of supports in Gyro and Prophet with no super reliable stuns outside of homing missile.
At least they're mobile. All right, we'll see. How fast does our boy Tony die? The answer was very fast. Shifu's going to be able to get out of there without expending too many other resources. A nice little pickup here for Timber, or actually Lion with the last hit, as Gyro in the mid lane here. Not quite level 6 yet. Zoning out, trying to hold on to this rune, but lots of numbers showing up. That's going to be another dead Gyro. Both and Shifu's going to find one. Can he find the second? No. Will eventually back up. Line will survive.
Couple of sports traded. I mean, I guess the sad part about all of that is the double damage got denied.
Yeah, at least, if I can't have it, nobody can.
Nobody can.
All right, but some new timings coming out. Yeezus on this Legion Commander is level 6. They don't have Finger yet. Might not for a little bit longer. Lion is level 5 and change. Would be nice if you could get this little last bit, because I think without Finger, you're not getting a secure duel win unless they're like at half HP when the duel starts. But oh, what a miscommunication! That is so unfortunate. They're still gonna have the damage. No, scratch that! Skyward gets out. Arms and Yeezus both pop their ults at the same time, canceling out a huge chunk of damage, ruining two different huge cooldowns. Oh, God.
Skyward with the voice lines may have been a mistake. Yeah, a little bit of an understatement. That should have been a freebie on a really high priority target. I mean, Skyward's just kind of laughing right now.
That is the best luck you could possibly hope for. There's the cornucopia you talked about coming in. He's well on his way to that Battle Fury. Not even if you might not need one. I mean, you could just sit around Magnus, but he's still going it. And man, that's one of those plays where you think you're lucky stars. It's not going to happen again.
Yeah, but that, you know what? That's anti-mage luck. If you play anti-mage and you pick anti-mage enough, that happens to you 100% of the time, every time.
All right, 10 minutes in, it's daytime, 9 kills to 6. Still just the 1k net worth lead as Lion finds one. Jakiro's going to follow up, and this time the duel will be enough. Finger utilized as Legion Commander finds this first +10 duel damage.
Would have liked to probably use that Finger duel on a different hero to start off with, but, With what
Yeah.
just happened, you kind of thank your stars that you could get one there.
Hey, it's infinite scaling. You got to start somewhere.
Yes, the ball begins to roll.
But the problem is you now have to deal with this pretty long cooldown. Lion going to be very useless for damage for the next minute and 50 seconds.
Prophet caught out a little bit here after just dying. If he dies now, we're going to have a real issue.
A lot of numbers, though, showing up.
Bottom side, Shifu running down Timbersaw. Chains away. Is Gyro just a little bit too deep? No, it looks like Chompix kind of just happy to back it off now. Muzi with the Blink Dagger, though, onto Lion. Into the high ground, the Skewer goes, right clicks, and he would be dead. So that's a nice pickup there. They'll continue to chase onto the mid lane. Jakiro, will he get out? Here comes Timbersaw. Oh my god, the combo onto Gyro. Jakiro will die in the process from the Torrent. And now the turn comes down onto Muzi. There enough damage from Usis backing him up. The RP hits onto 2, and here comes the combo. Oh my god.
The absolute
Skyward.
greed. At one point in time, Chompers, they all got out. Save the Lion, but fine. It's a position. 4 or 5 Lion. Who cares? But they
Did they
stick around.
think
They
that
keep
RP was
trying to
used?
play. Yeah, that was so greedy.
That was a Mana Void just for the additional stun. I mean, there was a lot of damage as well, but my god. And now the
there's
Skewer combo onto Jakiro.
I mean, he gets some
just
macro
TP'd
fire out,
back
but
in.
this is not the start you really want to be playing if you're the Chompers. I mean, you gave away the kill on AM, you overgreeded, and now what was pretty even, you've just put up 2,000 gold on a silver platter for the dinos. I mean, look at this AM. 1,600 gold up over Faceless Void.
Do not Google Faceless Void net worth. Do not Google.
This is
4,300.
a tough start.
Literally 3,000 gold. The entire net worth lead ahead of Arms.
Well, and now you've got Macropyre on cooldown for a while longer, but Faceless Void's got his ultimate up again. Like, Macropyre is maybe the best spell you have to put into the bubble right now, and they're just going to have to sit, burning even more time off the clock, giving AM, who, by the way, has or will have a sub 14-minute Battle Fury, just a better start than he already has been getting.
Yeah, this is you're feeling pretty happy if you're the Dinos lineup here.
I think a lot of weight is now going to get put onto Yeezus on this Legion Commander. Has a Blade Mail now, dual backup, arguably is having one of the better starts for his team. And I think they're really going to need to have him be making movements. He's 800 of the 2250 to get his Blink Dagger, which is his big kind of go timing as in the mid lane, or might be losing the tankiest Psycho, but perhaps once again an overstep.
Yeah, the call down seemed ambitious there. Onto the Timbersaw. I guess they thought that nobody was behind him, but Compic's pretty well laid out. The teams are sort of fearful of losing players. They've been sticking together for the last few minutes.
All right, well, now the question kind of becomes, who do we look to make this next movement? You know, do you want to start using Chronosphere, or do you fear that, you know, we can kind of feel this game slipping away from us? We need to save this for a big kind of turn play.
I mean, they need to kind of get aggressive on some of these characters, like Prophet just sort of farming. On the bottom side of the map seems like a good enough target, like these squishy supports. The Gyro's kind of sat up with Kunkka and Magnus the entire time, so it doesn't seem as free, but these side lane heroes are kind of farming on their own. This can be your primary targets.
I mean, maybe, but the map is really dark right now for the Chompers. This is, you know, two kind of blind smokes, and they might meet in this bottom jungle.
And it looks like Chompix is going to get kind of collapsed on in a bad way.
I mean, maybe, but once again, I think the key player, Yeezus, isn't here. He's their best lockdown, and he's on the other half of the world. They're not bringing him, and he's like the guy who wants to fight. Psycho's going to reveal onto 2, jumps on top of this gyrocopter. X marks the spot there. There's the solo RP onto the Void. Can he get the jump away? He will. Arms out to safety for now. Still has Chronosphere. They are able to bring down the Lion early. Does use the finger. Not able to find a kill with it, however. Now Yeezus is here, looking for a duel. Will try to run forward. Stuns out. There's the
That's
macro
smart.
pyre, but they already have Torrent Storm on Kunkka. Shifu doing
God.
way too much. The Rum keeping him healthy. They're gonna lose a second. Now Arms finds a nice Chronosphere into 2, but there's no damage.
Can't kill anybody.
Shifu might die, just barely. If he can get
okay,
Muzi,
they're
that would
turning.
be amazing. Still on the chase here. I think it's only a matter of time before this gyro falls. They're gonna try to give it to Arms, but no, Psycho will eventually scoop that one up, and that is a game-saving Chronosphere, honestly.
Yeah, that actually seemed like so good for Dinos going into it. I don't know where that kind of changed. The entire fight was so scrappy, and then you kill the Kunkka, and then all of a sudden, Dinos don't have a lot of things to answer. I think the finger was used on the AM, so he only was sitting on 200 or 300 HP. Didn't really want to sneak back into the fight at that point. And somehow, Chompix navigated that fight expertly, and like you said, saved the game for now.
It was such a huge play, and I think really the standout is this Timbersaw. You know, able to stay alive. I really like his first item choice of this Eternal Shroud. I mean, he's literally got Boots Eternal Shroud, and it worked. It kept him alive long enough through all this magic damage that that the Torrent Storm is pushing out, that the Rocket Barrage is using. Even, you know, if Anti-Mage wanted to Mana Void, like, there is so much damage being mitigated from this. It lets him stick around, and he's doing a lot of damage right now.
Worth noting, the Yeezus Blink Dagger is online.
That would be big. Wasn't able to, I think, find a really solid duel this last fight. 1, 4, and 6, not the strongest start. But I would really like to see him
pull off a fight like you just did. Then you've got some confidence going into this next one. I don't know if they want to make a smoke play to kind of do a blink reveal here off this hero, but it's see DGen kind of sitting behind their own jungle side pretty safely now. Both teams a little bit reserved after that engagement.
I saw both of them don't have great vision. After that fight, Chompers put out 2 decent wars to kind of cover entrances to their half of the map. But they're both playing defensive. The Dinos also really only have vision on their half of this map. Actually, a new ward just got dropped in the bot there. You can see that one ward kind of sneaking out towards that mid tower. But I think both teams right now are still pretty happy to play on their half of the map.
Well, we've got a nice game warming up. Net worths are kind of wild though for our Dino boys. Skyward 10k, Shifu 9k. In comparison, Arms on the Chrono on the Void 8,000, 8,300. So
maybe some Spidey
most of
sense
the
for
net worth
Skyward.
ownership onto Dino.
They're gonna walk. It's gonna be a smoke on smoke action potentially. The ones from the Chompers are about to end. Yeezus still hunting, looking.
Looks nice for Dino. They spot Shifu first. Where did they want to start this engagement?
Tough kill to get. He's invisible.
Faceless Void with the solo RP, but he's just going to walk out. Engagement changes. They focus on Shifu. Gets fingered, blown up. Next Muzi in line. He goes down. Pretty nice little rundown here. And a disjointed engagement from Dinos. They kind of got caught out of the smoke from the river. And they only lose Lion for 3, so that's a really good trade.
Exceptionally. That RP looked pretty good to start, but it only really captured, you know, one target, and almost instantly afterwards, he was locked up. There was some good CC placed upon him. That's why there was the RP, but no skewer afterwards. And it's, you know, I think it's really hard right now to fight, and they're actually going to Chronosphere top. Oh, but Lion just on the outside, but he gets the bash! Oh, what a lucky bash from Arms to keep him locked in long enough for the stun to get there.
17%?
I think Lion tried to TP right on the edge of that Chronosphere, but he was a little too close, and I think Anti-Mage was in the midst of blink animation when Arms rolled that fateful die.
That's awesome. That's really what you need. Like I said, these heroes just sort of sitting alone on the side lanes. That's going to be where you make your money.
Blink duel. There's the BKB, or the Blade Mail popped. And does he have the damage to solo him? He does. Wow.
Feeling good. 40 added damage right now. That's if you could solo kill supports with the duel, that's pretty value.
There's a lot of nice little things kind of coming through on that one. Not quite enough damage to burst down that Nature's Prophet, but Yeezus with his, Orb of Destruction adding on a little bit more damage, I think just made all the difference on that kill.
They found Faceless Void. Oh, he actually missed. He went for the jump a little bit too early, got X back. That's a dead Faceless Void.
Carry
Nice
for
spin.
carry and as many minutes. But 19 kills to 17 now. We've got a pretty good clip of violence between these two teams. And this net worth has been cut down. We are sitting at 5K for quite a while. But just last couple of kills alone, Chompers have brought this game back to be a very respectable difference apart. And now, I mean, the net worth of this Faceless Void, he's not fallen behind any further. He's consistently been this, 2K down. And if you can stay consistent against an anti-mage battle here, I mean, you're probably pretty good.
Got another smoke play coming in. They found the anti-mage. The duel comes out. There's going to be enough damage to the finger. There we go. All right, so here we go. Putting the foot down on the gas a little bit. Back-to-back deaths. I mean, they got the Faceless Void, but AM dying 2 times in a row. Looking pretty nice for Chompers. They have great vision control too.
It's good, but I'm gonna keep harping on Yeesus right now on this Legion Commander. He's the one setting the tempo. He's the one making calls. He's the one going for it. But they're gonna lose arms again on the top. Oh god! And I think that was the Orchid reveal too from Tony.
Okay, so game plan, run down the position ones.
I mean, it's working right now.
The ones dying in the last 4 minutes or so.
I mean, what's interesting about it is that it's bringing parity to all the other cores. Everybody right now is within about 2,200 gold of each other, at least from the top 6. And you don't have any one hero running away with this, so everybody's a really important kill target. As bottom jungle here, Yeesus is going to man up, actually pops the duel. This is a little bit risky.
Oh my God,
the Cleave is going to kill the Lion, and Skyward actually is going to end up with some plus permanent damage. 20. That is a huge judgment call error.
I think that they just thought it looked like a juicy lineup. They had no idea. I believe Chompix expected that Dinos didn't know that the Lion was coming in from behind to kind of make something out of that, but not realizing how strong AM is at this point. Bit of a misstep.
All right, well, let's take a look at some new items that are coming out here. Muzi opting to go. He's got a Hand of Midas. We've already mentioned the Orchid on Tony. Anti-Mage has his Manta completed. And Shifu, after completed his Rushed Aghanim Scepter, is going back for a Heaven's Halberd. Great for both Legion Commander and the Faceless.
You think maybe Muzi realized he needed a little bit more damage going Midas 3rd item?
Maybe. It could also be like this game wasn't kind of snowballing one way or the other, and it's a gut call of, what if this game does go another 40 minutes? What if this is an hour-long game? I mean, it's Anti-Mage after all, and we have good wave cut with Nature's Prophet. That can stretch the game a long ways.
Yeah, the way it's been going the last few minutes, just really devoid of team fighting, a lot of picks happening, so maybe that is the huge brain play. Like to see what he comes out with next. Like he's got the Octarine queued up, of course.
Of course. For what it's worth, Psycho has added a couple items to his inventory as well. I'm a big fan of this, Veil of Discord. I mean, it feels like any kind of tanky hero right now is rushing, or it's going to be picking up the Shiva's Guard at some point in time. It just does so much now with the recent reworks of 7.35, even with the minor nerfs. I lost 4 armor, I lost a little bit of all attributes. It's still a really efficient item. Cancels blinks, does some decent damage, increases magic damage taken, gives you a crap ton of armor and stats. Like, it does so much for you right now, and I think it's just going to really synergize. But a 5-man smoke from the Dinos, they're headed in the complete opposite direction of the Chomp, but it's all for Roche, switching the gates right now, and we could have some gate shenanigans come through as all of the Chompers teleport up. I think this is scouted out.
It looks to be the case. Dinos definitely wanted to go for that. They were smoking and on their way up, and then they kind of footsied around the lane and realized it could have been a little bit more dangerous than they were expecting.
This is
I think they wanted to just sneak in.
this is tense. All green lights available. Shifu's gonna move in first, gets the initial hex, arms in the trees, a nice stun to follow up. Macropire on top of the cliff. He's just trying to run away now. But Muzi, did he whiff the RP? I think he did. The first duel's gonna be in.
It.
And now Psycho's running back forward. Yeezus is going to take a lot of damage. The Torrent Storm's off, catching Jakiro in the mid while. Nice Ice Path's going to stun a little bit longer. And here comes Arms. Wait, holding. Still has Chronosphere, going to use it, but he's stuck. He doesn't have a Quelling Blade. A lot of that BKB Chrono's going to get wasted. Shifu, though, will probably still fall. Good damage from Psycho as Lion on the backside getting hunted down. Still on the side, it's going to be Skyward. He's fingered, but the magic resistance is just enough. Still living. So many people at low HP, but it's the Dinos losing 3, leaving so many stranded at so little life. They lose so much money. 2,500 switched over. Roche, I think, might be out of the question for the Chompers, but the victory is felt. Now within 2 kills of parity.
I just wanted to see what that fight would have looked like, but the RP came out so strangely. The re-engage is sort of happening here onto Nature's Prophet. A little bit caught out, but then Skyward sees the Lion, knows it's a free target. Psycho trying to make his way out of the trees. Tony in a little bit of trouble. Is he going to escape? No, Psycho decides that his time to get out, but he's got 0 mana left. The backup coming in. Dual victory against AM.
You have to respect those duels, and they're not. Jakiro taking a decent amount of damage. The rocket goes through with the shard. Still chasing. Jakiro's going to have to lift himself up with the Yules. The boat's there. And I think...
Psycho finds a kill on the backside as well. This is just a crazy turnaround. Are they still going to escape? Timber Chain's out. They know Jakiro's in the tree lines. Will they find him?
They might not. They completely missed him. I mean, the chase is still kind of on. At least Psycho's out for sure, and it looks like the dragon with a couple legs will be able to skedaddle away too.
Wow, so the team fight win, and then the kind of scuffle to re-engage there. Lose the Legion Commander, but get the Anti-Mage. I mean, that puts Chompix into such a power position here after that. They've really kind of solidified this mid-game right now.
And this is, it's all these little kills that are following. Like, you feel like you're still doing okay, then it's like you're still finding good boat combos, still good Torrent Storms. Like, these fights are still looking fine outside of 1 or 2 small mistakes. But it's the quality, as you mentioned, of kills that you're getting, pound for pound, that's benefiting it. And this Anti-Mage, who really needs to be an item or 2 ahead to be that kind of mega carry that he's known to be, he's tied up, but the smokes, and they don't want to let Roche fall for free. Running forward now, they don't have great vision, but the illusion's gonna pave the way, revealing Roche at about 2/3 HP. And the teams will split. Psycho, though, pretty in deep. BKB right before the skewer happens, now turning back and chasing. Gonna be using a lot of this, and he's in deep. He's a 1-on-5 right now. Yeezus is gonna come through, boat's gonna land. They've got everything dropping on the sky. I don't know if they actually still have the damage to kill him without committing a lot more, but here comes Muzi, and the Anti-Mage ult finds 2, but it's a 3-man chrono. There's the Macropire on top. The stuns are there. It's a little overlap, but nobody's dying except Arms. He can't blink away. The Torrent's on top. Lion to fall, and Chompix, having just won some team fights, will find 4 on the floor, and Skyward wants to make it 5. Pushed out into the open, the Jakiro has nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. It's an ultra kill for AM, and Roche is served up on a silver platter.
Oh my god. I mean, I must have jinxed it. I said that they should have been confident. They were. They positioned, and, you know, for what it's worth, it took a metric lifetime to kill Timbersaw, but this solo RP onto Faceless Void kind of stopped the entire fight in its tracks. Chompix did not have much of an answer after that, and like you said, Skyward with ultra kill in that fight finally kind of dipped and dived around, and that turned out quite nicely.
Well, we've now starting to see some of the problems, I think, with the draft from the Chomps. I mean, there was a Macropire, a level 2 Macropire, sitting on top of the Chronosphere, and their lives were not changing. They were not going down at all. And you also had, you know, the Faceless Void beating into him, but I mean, this is kind of like a bit of a 0 DPS Faceless Void. I mean, sure, it reads on paper that he's hitting for 250 some damage or so, but who is he, slamming into? All these heroes have a lot of armor and life, and they're just not dying. You need to have a lot harder scaling, a lot harder hitting Faceless Void or an Aghanim Scepter on this Jakiro, or, something else. I mean, in the past, the amount of damage coming through is from Timbersaw having a Chakram sitting on top of these heroes. We didn't have that because he died early on this fight. There just isn't damage to pump in, and if you're not killing inside of that window, you have these long cooldowns to contend with, which dinos just don't.
And after what seemed like the game was kind of turning into a really nice, even pace, we're now 7k up, 8k about for the dinos. All of a sudden, it's very scary to engage into this AM again. Kind of going quickly back and forth. They have the potential to kind of take over fights early, but getting a little
I'm
bit
worried
scary.
about this. I'm worried about this next item revealed on the map now. Anti-mage with a basher, and this is looking like an anti-mage of long ago. Blink in, Manta basher. It's tough to deal with. Nice Chronosphere onto 2, keeping his buddies on the sidelines. They get the duel, the finger kill as well, and they're even be able to save this Lion, who cliffs himself. And it looks like they're going to be able to pick these guys off one by one. Not before losing the Faceless Void, though. From the north side, it's Skyward and Shifu coming in, but it's going to be core and core battle. The BKB is going to be popped. Skyward blinking on top to get the Lion. He's going to be out of the harm's way for at least a little bit longer. Now coming in. Disarmed up, and buybacks are trying to come out. Lion first. There's still a couple sitting for the dinos, not going to use it. As finally, as the dust settles, dinos and chompers both lose 3 and 4. Scratch that. I think it's going to be a little bit more.
Yeah, they just don't have the damage in these long engaged fights. The AM just comes back in after, the initial engage, and then all of a sudden you're kind of looking around.
Is he sticking in here? He knows Psycho has no mana. He's man fighting. He's not doing a whole lot into all this armor and reactive stacks, but Skyward's not leaving. He's saying, I'm under your tier 4s. I live in your walls. He's going to die at tier 4s. I mean, it's still the Aegis, but
laughing.
Hilarious.
He's just having fun. He's having a fun Dota game. He's enjoying it.
Oh, that... we'll call that one calculated. That was on purpose. The Aegis was going to expire, right? Might as well get value.
Yeah, refilling his health pool,
12k now. We were hovering around 0 for the longest time, but the dinos have blown this one wide open, and Anti-Mage now kind of has that net worth lead that allows him to be so good. New item delivered. That's a Lincoln Sphere too. So that's right. No more dueling. No more getting, raw blinked hexed or stunned. It gives you a lot more opportunity to blink out of there, and it makes catching so much more difficult. I don't even think Lynch Commander has an ability to pop yet. He doesn't have like a halberd or anything of the sort.
It has been a fast last 3 minutes or so, and now it's looking really bad.
Most of these outer towers are getting taken now. A desperation smoke getting used by the chompers that are all grouping up, running in. Yeast is pretty far behind, but they're running into kind of like the stacked position. Look, on the high ground by the Tormentor, they're all hanging out. They're waiting. Muzi in the trees, Skyward as well, putting Shifu out in front, but the Shifu, not a target you want to go on. Not just the BKB, but also so much life.
Shifu is working on finishing his Shivas as well, so if it wasn't already bad, I mean, this guy's gonna really be tanky.
Not a whole lot of vision.
This is the exact position that Dinos kind of wants to sit in. I mean, they understand that Chompers are going to try to make a play at this point. I mean, they're welcoming it. Prophet just pushing lanes on the side. I mean, this is exactly their happy place at this point in the game.
This is nerve. I mean, eventually these illusions will bring this tower down. Unless they want to reveal Lion's positioning to instantly kill them with mana drain. I mean, this is permanent damage.
I think they're pretty happy to sacrifice anything that's outside of the base for now. It's a little bit too risky losing the line. Yet we already talked about them having damage problems, and imagine Finger just being off.
Raw blink forward. Macropyre's down onto 1, but this is, it's the damage problem already. BKB just to run away from the X marks alone. Macropyre tickling this anti-mage, and now they kind of have to run.
Void.
Sky's going in. He's going to pop the Chrono onto the Void, onto AM, trying to do damage. It's almost there. It's
There as
almost
well.
enough. Do they have it?
Oh,
The
they
duel.
get the
They
duel.
kill him. They bring him down. They're gonna lose Faceless Void and Aegis for it. It's on the rest of the crew. Psycho, a great stun coming up follows. Everybody else is gonna be able to TP away, and it's a 2-for-2 trade.
Even Gyro gets out. Wow. Okay. Fortunate, all things considered, but that, I mean, if you're Chompers, you're happy, right? I mean, the AM going down is the biggest deal in the game, and
That was
it has to
so
come in bursts, and
close.
it was really touch and go. But the duel coming out at the very, very end to secure the anti-mage kill, it could have been very, very, very bad if he blinked out.
That
But
was
they just got him.
I mean, it's a good play, but if that anti-mage does blink out, you know, has another couple hundred HP, has something, I mean, that is, you're losing a set of racks afterwards. And that was such an all-in, I almost want to call it a gamble of a play, because you know when you're blinking in like that and popping everything to get the kill, there's no getting out. This is a one-way ticket that both the Void and the LC signed up for.
Makes for pretty entertaining fights, eh?
It makes it very, it's almost like playing Rocket Tag. You know, the level of violence keeps increasing, and you're not going to be walking away from all these fights.
Yeah, it's gonna keep getting more interesting. Just I want to see a little bit more of a concerted effort to get picks in between these large team fights, because you're almost tempting fate, you know, to say we'll take these extended engagements or try to find our openings within, you know, going front to front, and it's playing with fire, but it has worked out a few times. But it's kind of the reason why this game has been so back and forth. AM the other one showing in lane right now, but entire teams are lined up against each other right now.
I think the next 10 minutes or so might be the most dangerous for the Chompers. I don't think there's a chance for necessarily them to easily win within the next 10, as unfortunately here, I think Jakira's going to get found out. Rocket chasing him already. Yules is going to keep it at bay for a little bit longer, but he falls pretty much immediately.
Well, all things being said, Chompers do have a nice control of their jungle's vision. They have space to play around, and they haven't lost anything on the high ground yet. I imagine at some point Prophet is going to come to kind of lead these sieges, or maybe they're just going to continue trying to drain him out by, you know, pushing two lanes at once.
Yeah, I mean, he
But-
does have, he's got level 20, so he's got Nature's Call, and actually just spotted the Roche respawn. That was lucky timing.
A very, very nice spot there, and they're perfect position to take it right away. How aware are Chompers about this?
They have
had
a good
vision in
lane
lane.
ward. Yeah.
Yeah.
They should know this is happening.
They don't have time to react, though. They don't have anything. Well, they have the outpost.
Roche is
gonna
falling,
get there
already
in
at half
time.
HP. Even if they hear the cry, I mean, Yeezus is coming, perfectly scanned out too. I don't know about this one. I don't think they're going to get there in time.
They've slowed down. It looks like Dinos are preparing for the fight here, leaving Anti-Mage to solo Roche. Are they waiting for Jakiro to engage here? Roche is just going to die in that time.
Skyward
There
picks
goes
up
the
everything.
Aegis.
Gives the cheese over to, I think, Muzi.
So yeah, I guess Chomper's just going to try to run this one out. Here comes the siege too. Lane is pushing up. Legion already trying to cut a little bit early. Engagement
I don't-
comes out onto AM. Sheeped. Is
Tough
there
kill
enough
to get.
follow-up?
Trying to run away now. Muzi still chasing, and it's a full-on retreat from the Chompers. Way in the back, there's a decent duel online. Not really killing yet, as
Kill him,
a
though.
four-man Chronosphere. Macropire on top. There's decent damage. There's no follow-up stun, though. They eventually lose one. Psycho getting pretty low. Muzi's going to be able to survive. AM actually living so far with the Aegis. Barely survives it, gets out.
But he's the
But
only
it's
one.
4 dead. He survived on like 20 HP before he got out. Did you see the Chronosphere?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. It was juicy. And this is the only occasion when we don't have to actually ask questions about whether they do or don't have damage. That's the combo.
Yeah.
That
I
is
mean,
the
but-
combo.
I mean, for as much damage as Jakiro's Macro Pyre did you see? Pull up that fight recap again. Look at how much Psycho did. He led at 6,000 damage throughout that entire engagement. And yeah, it's pure damage, but like he's pushing buttons.
Yeah. That's a fun time to be Timbersaw. Running a little bit free. Do they have a hard stun answer? Do they have a sheep yet on Dinos? All they have is the Abyssal. Engagement onto LC, dies immediately.
Oh, that's maybe a little too much. Skyward's going to be able to.
Onto AM.
He once again.
No, he's okay.
He's lived twice now on a few percent of HP.
He still's got the ages, but that would have been a nice pickup if they could have found the kill there. They just super overstepped somehow. Skyward just comes in and blasts Legion Commander, completely nullifying any kind of push that they might have tried on this mid tier 3.
Oh. 40 kills to 33 and a 10k net worth lead. I think anybody looking at this game might, think that, Dinos have a pretty good one, though. There's an Aegis and a Cheese, but the last couple of, I think, really big fights, when the cards are on the table and the chips are down, it's been Chompers finding these huge chrono macro combos. These heroes are able to hang around well, and if somebody needs to die for the cause, like Yeezus, they're willing to put their lives down.
Yeah, I mean that's his job. Yeezus and Lion, if they get a kill off of the combo, they'll presuming they find somebody important, then that's literally fight changing.
Said a couple minutes ago that the next 10 were going to be the most telling, the most troublesome for the Chompers, and so far they've been able to weather the storm quite well. The higher and higher these net worths climb, the less important they actually are. You're starting to cap out on items for this anti-mage. I mean, he can still consume his Aghanims, get a Moon Shard. He's, can replace these boots. I mean, he still has growth to go through. But eventually, what's the difference between 30 and 20k is a lot less than, 20 and 10.
Yeah, it's who finds the right opening. Muzi looking for something, gets instantly hexed. And now
Still
he's in
holding
a bit
on.
of trouble, gets dueled, and he is dead. That was an ambitious skewer.
They dropped the kitchen sink on that guy. I don't know if they can still chase, though. That's a lot. That's the Macro Pyre. That's everything. But the Blink Forward from AM, he's stuck up. He's going to be able to rehex out. Gets away barely.
Muzi bought back and RP'd onto Void. Now he's getting bashed down by Skyward. Not enough follow-up, though. He's just tanky enough at this point.
Skyward's kind of getting low on mana, too. The mana drain and the burn from Void, it's a lot. Good Yule's keeping him alive again. We're still waiting for this Chrono to get used. They've lost Yeezus, they've lost Psycho. This is a lot of the damage, and they don't have Macro Pyre back up. They're gonna lose another one here, but there's the Chrono! It's onto so many! He needs this damage! He's found one already, buyback instantly, but it's Skyward with a triple kill!
It was already too low. His entire team had no backup. He got 3, but he got 6, actually, because his own teammates were there.
Huge buybacks coming, and now it's the secret man, the 6th man on the roster. It's net worth 20k up. They are bearing Chompers under Brink's trucks, and they are going for Megas.
Hard to see how they're going to stop this at this point. They really need the Timbersaw to cause havoc. They're fighting against backdoor production as well.
But you've got the little treants as well pushing in damage. You've got the wave mid. Nobody can cut it here. F sitting around. Macro Pyre won't be up for another 25 seconds. Lion sitting here, but without Chronosphere, unless you can sell everything. I mean, Arms isn't even in the base. He knows that he's useless right now. They have to sell everything to have a chance at this game. Eventually he'll teleport back, but 2 full sets of racks are gone. Sorry, make it all 3. You can hear the Horn of the Megas sound over the din of battle. And a 3-man smoke running out. They want something. They need a consolation prize.
Yeah, they need something in return for this. You're going to find Shifu running away. And they even kill him with this many people. They go out for the duel. Here comes the finger back up. Prophet's TPing in to help, though. They
He's
don't
so
get the kill
tanky.
through the duel. He's way too tanky, but the entire team, BKBs, he's running away. Is he going to get out? No, Arms is there to clean him up. So they'll get Shifu. Prophet is running away. Do they know where he is? He's BKB'd. Invis running away, but Lion sniffs him out. Gets a nice hex. The team is trying
Skyward.
to turn on him, but here comes Skyward and the gang. Oh boy. This is a nice bait so far from Prophet. Lion dead instantly. They use the Mana Void, but RP could have collapsed. You have a pause at a very awkward time.
You can see the fate being written in the stars as clear as day. Arms is going to be RP'd here. Skyward has blink in less than a second, and F
What can
no
you do?
stun for 3 seconds. I don't know if Yeezus can even help.
Yep, this is tough. Timbersaw is running in from about a mile away.
I mean, you can hope that Arms lives. That's all you have. He does have the 20% backtrack talent. There's a chance.
AM blinking back in. Oh, he gets.
Yeezus with the save.
Gonna let his carry get out. He's gonna surely die for that, but that was amazing. Thank goodness. Muzi skewers onto the Jakiro. He's gonna be the sacrificial lamb. Wow, that
It
was
is a very tall task ahead now for the positions 1 and 2 of Chompers. All of the net worth they have, all 25,000 of it on both of them, it's a lot. They have Chronosphere, a Disperser as well for Faceless Void, no BKB for 35, and they're pushed back. Tier 4 is starting to get pressured, starting the damage to come in. There's so much for Timbersaw and for Faceless Void to do. I don't think they can do it. One tier 4 already down.
What do they have? There's just no buybacks on the table. Timber can fly in and try to sacrifice himself with a buyback, but Skyward's taking the game into his hand. Fly in with the Abyssal Blade. Void is stunned and dead. Timber saw at the last to go, but GG's are called. That's going to be game 1, going to the D-Gen Dinos in a really, really high tempo, high kill game.
Now that was tough to deal with. I mean, basically from the laning stage onward, despite the nice little victories that Chompers were able to find here and there, and good wins, don't get me wrong, it just wasn't enough. They just couldn't quite find those finishing touches. And for me, the MVP of this game, you have to give a lot of credit to Skyward. 21, 5, and 18 does 52,000 damage, almost twice that of anybody else on his team. I mean, he was able to get out on a couple of very crucial plays, able to find these, good kills, and made great decision making when it came to, manning up, blinking forward. We saw that not only in the laning stage, but also late into the game, going for throne.
How many times did he escape with, 200 HP?
For the Chompers, at least one too many. But it's only the first game of our series. We're going to toss it back over to our panel to break this one down and get ready for game number 2. Take it away, guys.
Thank you, guys. I think you guys might have had an issue there with the names on those casters, but Mox and Zen, thank you guys so much. Shout out to you guys for that. You guys, that was a stellar cast. A lot of big team fights. Samson, I don't know. I don't have a big brain in Dota, but I saw Faceless Void jump in, Faceless Void chrono, and then Faceless Void get stuck inside of Nature's Prophet sprout way too many times.
Yeah.
Talk me through it.
I was talking about how easy it was to just Quelling Blade out of that, and he did not do that. He did not do that enough. And yeah, that game was so back and forth. I did not know who was going to win at any point in that game. It was intense. It really started, I think, in the lane, the anti-mage not dying to the Chronosphere plus duel really started the pace of the game for me. Like, misexecuting that, it's supposed, like I said in the draft, it's you duel the anti-mage, it feels so bad as an anti-mage, but they misexecuted it. Anti-mage just hard carried.
It felt like at 20, 22 minutes into that game, Faceless Void's close in net worth with his anti-mage. You know, it's like
It was
2,000 net
impressive.
worth down. It was, got so close after Arms had like an incredibly rough start. I mean, we heard the casters talking about it. Like, where does Arms even go in this game? He catches himself back up, and the DGen Dinos, they just kind of take control of the game again. I mean, was it legitimately just Anti-Mage not dying, or like what was it that just propelled them into that late game the way they did?
Yeah, anti-mage not dying was a part of it because at the end of laning stage, I think Faceless was 1,000 down from anti-mage, which feels really bad. You pick the Legion last pick. It's supposed to counter the anti-mage really hard. And I just don't think they countered the anti-mage really hard. And that's kind of the struggle of last picking your offlaner. Especially against like Skyward's a pretty good player, Like
For sure.
it's not successfully winning your counter offlane feels really bad.
Absolutely. Do you have like any offlaners that maybe we can look for? If let's say they pick Anti-Mage again, like is there an offlaner you would have preferred in that matchup?
I mean, Legion is supposed to be pretty good, so
Right.
they'll just have to watch the replay or something. Hey, I like the lone druid personally. I love playing the lone druid. It should destroy anybody in lane really.
Right.
Just I don't know, something. I think it was execution. I think the Legion was a good pick. I like the Legion. Just need to win that lane harder.
I felt like both teams had a chance to win. I mean, I felt like the game was back and forth. We had these
Oh,
long team
yeah.
fights. It was almost like they win one team fight where Muzi misses that RP. He just kind of whiffs it out. It happens to all of us,
Yeah.
right? But you've got so much control from the Kunkka. You had so much control from this Chronosphere, Anti-Mage in the back line trying to kill everyone. But it just felt like these fights went for so long. It almost like felt like it was going one way, and then the other team would take the fight. It was back and forth from the beginning.
I really like the draft. Like the Magnus plus Kunkka, they both should win lane. Like maybe not every time, but they're pretty good laners. Magnus can really catch people off guard. Kunkka can make sure people don't run away. But they both have good AoE ultimates that let the supports do damage. And then you have a anti-mage, like the hardest carry in the game, one of the hardest carries in the game. So I really liked their draft. Um, I think the Legion did show though, like they did have a bit of a comeback. The Faceless, like it's Arms, he's gonna always have a game. He's a god tier carry.
Absolutely.
But yeah.
Yeah, I mean, and the Faceless Void for a short time, it did seem like they were going to be able to compete in that game. But let's highlight the team owner because they just got a Div 1 win for DGen Dinos with their team owner in the mix, playing the
Yeah.
Gyrocopter, I believe.
He was
Were
playing
you impressed?
Was it
Wait,
Tony?
no. It was 5-7. I'm pretty sure
Okay,
it was.
gotcha.
Yeah, I believe
The
it was the
gyrocopter.
Gyrocopter. Yeah,
Yeah.
what did you were you able to tune in and just kind of critique his play during that game? Did it look like he was just mixing in well with the big boys?
The gyro shard is the most annoying thing in the game. It has been the most annoying thing in the game for about a year and a half. Anybody can press W on somebody, throw a gyro shard at him. He did it successfully. He was getting people.
Yeah, yeah, I did see call downs in the mix. I mean, that's one of the benefit of having a Magnus RP. It's pretty nice to just throw the call down right where he's coming back, I think.
For
But
sure.
yeah, I mean, he did a good job. I mean, it seemed like he had the targets going. I'm interested to see if they're gonna be able to get the 2-0 on Chompers. I think that's a big deal, moving up into not having your full D1 squad. I'm not sure, but I think Chompers did have everyone. Um, but we'd have to look at the players. But either way,
I believe
impressive on
so,
both
yeah.
sides. And
So DGen Dino's now 4-1.
yep, moving to 4-1. Chompers was at where were they at? Were they at 2-2?
So they were at 1-3, so they're 1-4 now.
Oh, 1-3. Well, let's take a look at the standings from yesterday, and get a better look. Yeah, so DGen Dinos, like you said, they do move to 4-1. That does move the Chompers down to 1-4. But we've got another draft. Let's see if they can fix their woes from game one and try to take a game on this. DGen Dino sitting top of the standings. What do you want to see in this draft? Is there anything you just have to take out? You just can't get DGen Dinos going into this?
But I think the Kunkka, because it's already a flex pick, they gotta be more careful with that. I don't know if it's a must ban, but I wouldn't be surprised to see a first pick Kunkka again.
I do feel like DGen Dinos were kind of keen to something here as well. I mean, they get rid of that Timber Saw. I felt like Chompers were like, that was the hero that kept them in the game. That was the hero that allowed Faceless Void to get back into it.
For sure.
And they just remove it. Chompers gets rid of that Kunkka, another hero we saw that was really successful. And then we have the Wyvern. Just looks like people don't want to let Wyvern get through. You see anything with these heroes?
Big tanky boys
Big
are out.
tanky boys.
Yeah, and Ember can be surprisingly tanky with the Flame Guard and Mage Slayer. So
Yeah.
they're respecting the offlaners.
All right, we are back in. Okay, I can see the draft again. What you're going into this? You're the Chompers coach. You're the drafter. You're the captain. You're rallying the troops. Your guys, like, listen, guys, we're 1-4. We got nothing to lose. Let's put our best Dota out there. What kind of things are you trying to pick in this game after seeing the way that DJ and Dinos just played with the sub?
Yeah, I don't think you want to be in the back seat again after that game. I think they were doing really good with the Timber. I mean, they're not going to be able to do the Timber again, but being able to come back, they were getting some good kills. If they can do that just even earlier, that would be good. So maybe we saw Pugna a lot yesterday. Maybe they get the Nature's Prophet for themselves. Just something, some crazy support.
I mean, called it right on the button. Nature's Prophet getting picked right. Snap pick, didn't wait. It looks like both these teams not worried about banning it. They do take it first phase here. I think it gives them a lot. I think we saw it last game. Did opt for that Orchid, did do a lot with that Sprout. Like you said, Quelling Blade seems like a answer to this hero, but it sometimes you don't got room for it, I guess.
Easier said than done.
Easier said than done. And I assume we're going to see the Gyrocopter being played by the DGen Dinos owner, TV again. Maybe there's a little bit of flex, but if I'm moving up, I want to play something I'm comfortable with. You did go with it first game. Give it to me again. Just try not to be a liability.
Yep.
We'll have to see. They're back into the bans. Do you let a hero like Anti-Mage get back through?
Yeah. I don't think you can. You don't be scared of an anti-mage. You know, that kind of hero can always do that kind of thing, but there's as many games as he does that, he just feeds, you know?
Yeah, I think you're right. I think
Maybe
is it something maybe where you can remove the Magnus and then you dare him to pick the Anti-Mage?
I could see the Magnus being removed. It's been successful for a lot of people.
Yeah.
Yeah, good hero.
Yeah, and you got the displacement, you've got the RP, which, the skewer. I mean, it seems like that hero played well in good games. It just seems like it puts you where you never want to be. And if you walk one step too far forward, someone's gonna get you.
Oof.
What do we got? They got the win run ban, but they are moving right along. I mean, these guys, it seems like both teams know exactly what they want and what they want to remove. Not seeing anything really from last game being targeted. It feels like maybe they were happy with the way the general game went for Chompers. Maybe they felt like they just didn't execute, like you said.
Yeah. If they could have won that bottom lane a little bit more, game would have been way more even. They're banning the Meepo, Skyward, yeah, Skyward is a Meepo player for sure. He loves that hero.
Taking
The
out
Abaddon.
Abaddon.
Yeah, the Abaddon. Who wants to play against that guy? It's just
I love that.
you end up just not killing him because nobody really wants to. You know, maybe he misuses his ult and gives you an opportunity, but nobody wants to run at an Abaddon at any point in the game, really.
For sure. They go ahead and take the Hoodwink for themselves. Talk about maybe what Hoodwink adds to a game like this.
They're going just for high damage supports, which is respectable. You just want your supports to always lay down some damage, get your cores some stun heroes maybe to set up for them.
They take the Magnus for themselves. I mean, the heroes are out there to be a replay of last game, but they're just taking the heroes from the Gen Dinos that they thought were successful. They left the Magnus out there. They opted to go
Yeah.
for the Hoodwink, and they take the Magnus for themselves.
The Magnus Lion lane can be deceptively dangerous, I think. Because you just get out of place a little bit, boop, you're stunned, boop, you're skewered. It's super annoying. So they're gonna have to pick a carry that can deal with that, I think.
Now, this puts us in a position where we were last game. Is Magnus that hero where you should pick that carry that wants the Battle Fury, or we just, if it happens, it happens?
If it happens, it happens.
All right. So, what is the biggest benefit of Magnus, do you think, in the current patch?
The skewers, it's honestly his damage early game. I think he can just become such a right clicker. Maybe not in every game, but that's what sets him apart from like some other heroes.
Sure. So, is this a hero we could see move into one of that 1 or 2 role?
People have been experimenting with Magnus 1 for sure. You get the Daedalus late game, and you just RP a good 3 people, you kill 3 people with your crits.
I'm gonna be honest with you. If Arms after last game takes a Magnus 1
Ooh,
and just lays down business, like honestly, I'm here for it.
yeah, completely. Yeah.
I would be absolutely here for it. Lion's another hero. I feel like I don't know what the contest rate is, but it feels like they are prioritizing this hero a lot as we have 2 picks. Spectre.
Lion is third, right behind Nature's Prophet and Doom for contest rate. So yeah,
I
he's
felt that. I mean,
very much
it
up
seemed
there.
like that hero has been involved in every game we've seen. We've got the Centaur, we got the Spectre. I thought Spectre went away with the meta. Spectre still a hero we're picking?
It did go away in the meta for sure. It's not the most broken hero anymore. I think what made it a little worse is like Viper is really good. There's just some matchups for Spectre that are not really good. The hero
Yeah.
is just, the Haunt, the new ult is OP. But yeah, definitely some worse matchups in the meta for her.
And I'm actually a little bit surprised they snap picked the TA. I mean, it is good damage. But I feel like you kind of alluded to it with Viper. Like Spectre's this hero that I feel like innately you want a hero that's gonna get Silver Edge and have that break. I feel like maybe this lineup on Chompers is missing that.
Yeah, I could see that. The Lion does not do the most damage. He's really a stun. This TA is gonna have to do a lot of damage,
Right.
which a TA can do. A TA does
It can
not
do it.
mind that being the goal.
I feel like TAs go into the game thinking damage. But I don't know. I
Yeah,
mean,
yeah.
I don't see the Silver Edge carrier. I feel like I don't know how the new Spectre is. Like I said, I haven't seen much of it, but I know at some point it was like if you don't have Silver Edge, you don't kill this guy.
And
We'll have
the
to see
Centaur
where it
too.
goes.
Those are two very tanky, say on the island.
Yeah. The Centaur is great too, right? I mean, you have like the Stampede to de-initiate. You've got. I feel like he's pretty dominant in the lane. I don't feel like Centaur loses many lanes. He's hard to deal with all around.
And he is actually one of the best late game heroes. He can scale like crazy. His shard, if you get a few double edges off, you're 8k health or something. It's bonkers.
Absolutely. 8k
So
health sounds pretty insane, actually.
the Viper, oh, they're not even thinking about the Viper at all. They just go tiny. I don't
No
understand.
break. I don't understand. All right, so let's look at the lineup here. Let's talk Chompers. Give me the 1, 2, 3. Who do you have for the 1, 2, 3 positions in this?
I think it has to be a tiny mid.
Tiny mid. So that's relegating Magnus to 3, yeah?
and then TA1.
TA1. All right, yeah, I mean, it makes sense. It's all good. I mean, is
They're
there
just gonna
any
run.
like, is there any downside? Because that would Lion and either way, two supports or range. Is there any downside to two ranges in a lane?
Yeah, you can get run over. You can just they run at you. You don't have enough health to deal with their damage.
Right.
Okay,
Well,
so
with the
a Dragonite last
Dragonite,
pick.
mid is going to be the Dragon Knight.
Yeah,
Muzi
I'm
is the
kind of
Tor.
scared for Chompers because we were already talking about how they didn't have enough damage to kill the Centaur, didn't have enough damage to kill the Spectre, and now they have a Dragonite to deal with too. And they have a last pick Tiny to do more damage.
Yeah. They're all in on the burst, huh?
Let's this is an arms 1v9 game, I believe.
Okay. I love it, man. I love it. All right, give me the win condition for Chompers. It's just arms or nothing, huh?
Yeah, I think look, maybe Magnus has a good lane, maybe Tiny has a good lane too, and they can do some stuff early game, kill the supports off, you know. Come on, kill the enemy captain, or the enemy owner. Gotta get him.
Right. We got to start getting that guy. He can't keep getting away with this. This guy can't go 4-0 in his first Div 1, right?
Yeah, don't let him do that.
We can't do it, boys. The players have to unite on this one. But yeah, so that's it for the draft. We're going to pass it on to our casters. We do have Zen and Mox waiting. Good luck, guys. Take it on.
Hey, thank you guys so much, and we are back ready for game 2, and the question, is it going to be a 1-1 split series, or will the Dinos eke out a 2-0 win? And I gotta tell you, Mox, these people are putting a disservice on Psycho's Tiny. I mean, no Silver Edge builder? I mean, do we forget what Tiny Carry's done to our brains like a year and change ago? I mean, this guy can do a ton of damage.
It's the hero that like flies in and out of the meta under the radar most. What the second you stop seeing Tiny, get ready because he's in your next 100 games.
Yeah, last
yeah,
game,
you're right.
Psycho
He can-
on the Timber did a lot of damage, and the way that he plays so aggressive, I'm so excited to see what crazy Blink shenanigans he's already going to get up to.
He's gonna have to because Yodi and Samson were sort of talking about this question about damage again that we just had in the last game. If they could snowball, it's almost the same story, right? But in reverse, like this Chompers lineup has to like snowball quick. Otherwise, they're gonna wind up with 3 cores on the dinos that just have 8,000 HP each to deal
Well,
with.
they, unlike the last game, have very few cooldowns to consider. They have a lot of uptime on basically all of their cores. The only one with a noticeable cooldown is going to be the Lion, once again, as Arms is going to kind of walk in first, rockets on him, and Muzi, oh, look at this little wrap. He's going to find a nice one stomp, find everything with it, and this poor Lion is going to be first blood food. The owner of all people going to get it.
Yep. Will they get anything additionally? Pause.
Had a couple of those. So it does turn out to be 2 ruins apiece. Shifu and Muzi grabbing a couple of Yeesis up top, the sole person on that entire half of the map. So not the worst thing in the world. Some decent damage at least gets traded. But certainly a good start.
Did a nice job baiting them in there to find a kill. They left 2 heroes like deep into the river and just sort of waited.
Mm-hmm.
Lion was very out of position at that point.
Well, Lion's never in, I think, the right position. I think the only natural position for Lion is where he is right now, and that's dead. I mean, he's been to hell and back, and we've heard the memes, but God, this hero is like a stun on a stick, and after that, it's just a sad boy walking around at 285 move speed.
But man, is he a good stun.
It is a really good stun, though. You are right.
He might be a one-trick pony, but god damn it, he's got a good trick.
Yeah, that's true. I'll tell you, though, if this game does go late, man, the Dinos are going to have it in spades. I mean, not only is Spectre up there in terms of end-all be-all carries, but you also have, the Centaur, who both, Samson and Yodi were talking about how scales really well. But I think it's this Hoodwink that is the sleeper kind of pick here. You end up able to start clearing waves with like a Maelstrom and your Q very effectively. So you can be a very effective split pushing target, hiding in the trees. I mean, you don't have great, tree cutting outside of like Magnus Skewer. It might be hard to bring this guy down. He can get through sprouts. And he does a lot. Plus the magic amp damage that boomerang sends out as well. That's going to do a lot for these magic attacks that Dragon Knight is throwing out. And a lot of the magic damage that his buddy Gyrocopter's pushing out as well. I mean, it just all synergizes well. And remember that ultimate, one of the very few abilities in the whole game that has break stapled to it.
Yeah, we were just talking about break and Hoodwink just prepared, ready to go. It's been really nice drafting out of dinos.
It feels solid. And once again, you got to talk about the complexity of the game of Dota that's going to be played here. And dinos is just survive. It's just live. Have good lanes. Don't do anything crazy. Try to get a couple of good picks with Spectre Haunt going. It's very easy draft. Chompers, though, they have to be looking for these crazy teleports with natures. I think they're going to have a very tall task ahead of them, and a lot of the burden is going to be, once again, on some of these cores, especially, I think, Psycho this game.
Yeah, you say complexity, but, survive is kind of the easiest thing you can do with some of these heroes that they've drafted, Centaur, Dragon Knight. Like, you say survive, and they're like, yes, boss, I'm on it. See you in 50 minutes.
Let's talk about some of these lane matchups here. Lion versus Gyro for the supports on this top side, as Yeezus on the Magnus is going up against Skyward Spectre. And no Skewer really to deal with so far, with Yeezus having Shockwave, so it can play a little bit more aggressively. But talk to me. I mean, should Spectre have a pretty good time up here?
Yeah, I mean, it shouldn't be too hard. We have the same matchup again between Gyro and Lion, and they'll just dance around and it'll be whatever. But so the Magnus and the Spectre are just kind of fighting each other. I feel like it's okay. Spectre's pretty happy in that lane unless catastrophic happens.
Magnus with eventual Empower is going to start clicking harder. Right now, he already has about a 10 damage advantage, 71 versus 58. Quelling Blades versus no, but I mean, damn, Magnus is he hits hard, man.
Yeah, I want to see Yeezus really like play as a damage core this game. I want to see Chompers playing aggressive and fast.
Mm-hmm. I mean, they're gonna need that damage, and it might fall onto this Meg to build that break. He's not terrible with items like Spirit Blade, or sorry, excuse me. Oh my god, I don't know where that one came out of, Spirit Blade, but he's not bad with Silver Edge, excuse me.
Freudian slip perhaps.
If he gets a Spirit Vessel,
do you think that
I'm
Yeezus would prefer the Silver Edge over Tiny?
I mean, honestly, you can get both. It's good against Dragonite. It's good against Centaur. It's really good against the whole trio of them. So I think having multiple is not necessarily the end of the world. Additionally, the break, they did change it. It lasts a little bit longer. It is a more specific break item and less of a general purpose damage item, which it used to be. Even though it lasts, 4 or 5 seconds, these fights might last a lot longer. Having another having another go, especially with, Tiny Toss being on that combo being on like on a 10-15 second cooldown, having a second go could be very useful. As one of my favorite commercials said, por que no los dos.
Nice. Yeezus getting a skewer back onto Gyro 5716. Gonna die. It seems like he's gonna be quite all right there.
Shockwave's up in a second, actually connects through. Wow, what a snipe. It's a nice little chunk of change for Yeezus, starting off strong here. He is leading the net worth with that kill, 21-10, just over Dragon Knight middle, but it's still pretty even across the board. Skyward is going to be, I think, the lone struggler, but it's still way too early to tell. But let's head middle. We haven't talked about this one yet. Dragonite versus Tiny. Pretty tanky across the board from both of them.
A bit of a scuffle at the bottom. Somebody might be going down here. Looks like
I think a couple of somebody's.
Trade, yeah. There enough follow-up here too. Arms kind of manning up. Muzi's got the position on him. Oh, the wand. Is he gonna continue? No, they'll just sort of walk. Jeez.
We kind of saw this from Skyward last game. Really kind of pushing the early envelope, trying to eke out as much damage as possible. Both of them having a nice wand to stick. But Muzi, I mean, talk about some nice early farm. He's going to be having some regen getting shipped in here momentarily.
You think that this TA is going to have enough power to crush through the Dinos lineup? Let's just say everything goes perfectly. Well, you give Arms the perfect game. Is there still enough damage to get through them? Skyward goes down on the top side.
I'm
Arms
not
about to
sure.
go down as well.
Yeast is trying to soak up a lot of those missiles, not quite having it. They do kill the Spectre, which is a huge kill. I'll trade the Lion, which is something that I think Yeezus and the rest of the Chompers are happy to do any day of the week. But to your question, maybe. TA has some of the highest burst potential in the game and ability to shut down. Certainly could do it. The problem is BKB only lasts so many seconds, and you have to deal with you're gonna have to deal with a lot of potential disable. I think almost every single person on the Dinos has a pretty reliable stun.
I love stun Dota, and Dinos definitely have the answer.
Additionally, they have some good sources of multiple damage dots. The damage coming out from Bushwhack, actually, it's all in sequential ones, so that cuts through refractions as long as it does more than 30 damage or so. There's a minimum threshold. But Fireball damage on the ground from Dragonite, that does it in multiple successions. The Rocket Barrage does in multiple sections. So these refraction charges are not going to stick around long in these team fights, especially if Gyro gets another shard.
So what you're saying is it's going to be hard.
Yeah,
as a toss
very,
comes out.
very much so.
Hoodwink.
I don't believe this is going to be a game one on a 1v9. I honestly think that Psycho and Yeezus are going to have to carry a lot, as amplify damage is... Oh, close. Psycho once again playing around, and now Shifu's going to right-click man up against both supports, and through the Dragon form, through the Dragon's blood, I don't think they're going to have the damage.
Jeez. We're already seeing a similar story play out. Heroes just walking away with, a killable amount of HP, but they just don't have enough damage. So
give Lion a couple levels. He'll get a nice
Yeah.
finger. He'll blast him.
Yeah. Speaking of levels, the Dinos head of operations on this gyrocopter snuck back for that 7-minute wisdom rune. So I'm just a little sad he's missing out on some XP there.
There's
Nice little sneaky move.
Too. Losing that experience, I just talked about, giving him a couple levels. This Lion might not hit level 6 until 12, 13 minutes now. I mean, he's roaming a lot as is. If they can't let him sit in the lane somewhere and soak experience, we might not be seeing Finger for quite some time.
And it's a pretty big deal because similar to last game, that's going to be a key factor in securing some of these kills. Dragonite already 1500 HP.
It's
Muzi on the
tough
Centaur right behind him at 1200. You're already seeing these health bars stack up.
Oh, what an assassination coming out. Skyward's level 6 gets reached and then instantly goes bottom. Muzi with a nice setup stun, and well, the 4 of them are going to rotate to bring down this tower. This is such a good map movement, a nice reposition. They're right next to the gate to head back top if they want. It is going to get traded out, though. Top side, some decent damage being done by the supports. The tower sitting at half HP as Yeezus dragging these creep waves away.
Arms coming back in with no support behind him. No, that's just going to be a dead tower. Mid lane gets taken too. That's actually a really nice job for Shifu. So 2 towers here, and they defend their tier 1 top. That's a really nice rotation.
This is a good opportunity.
And this is, through the beginning of the leading stage, Chompers were up by about 1,000 golds. Kill parity aside, it's these last few seconds. The rotation from Spectre, the dedication to bringing down these towers, the willingness to trade 1 for 1, but actually not, because you have the benefit of Dragonite pressuring down this tower with his amazing dot. Tiny cannot contend with it. All of your damage is in the burst, and well, okay, you put out your burst, and then Dragonite's just going to regen all that life up. It is a tough matchup, and this Tiny, I don't think it's any surprise that he's on the bottom of the core leaderboard in terms of net worth. He's 1,000 back over Shifu.
Yeah, this is super, super tough. The tier ones in mid and safe lane both gone when your team really needs to not get behind. You know, if Dinos really want to just crush this game, they'll just sit in this bottom side jungle and own all the space. It'll feel so claustrophobic. Arrow getting partially caught out here. Psycho's running him down on the Tony. DC support's coming back in. Spectre, the Haunt is in as well. The Prophet's going to go down. The Gyro traded as well. That's a nice kill for Spectre. Oh, Spectre didn't get the last hit on that.
No, not quite.
Participation feels good.
Tiny, though, did get that, last-second throw, chased the gyrocopter way across the river, but was enough to get the last hit. He'll get the nice beneficiary of a couple hundred gold for that kill, which is really nice, honestly, because he needs the Splink Dagger, and he's pretty far from it.
Lion gonna get caught out here by the Gyro Hoodwink. There comes the snipe.
Oh, hold up.
He's in a
Arms
little
down
bit of
bottom.
trouble as well.
He's solo killing Muzi. What a chase!
Oof, not good.
Arms all the way through. I mean, this top skirmish is something, but that is a huge boon for your TA.
If you're still hanging around here, something's got to give. Here comes Skyward. Gets bounced around a little bit awkwardly to see. Now 2 heroes low, but only the Prophet is left inside of 4 from the Dinos. That's going to be 3 dead.
That was so close to being great. This Tiny was holding on to his toss combo for so long because he knew Spectre, Skyward, was about to haunt and relocate. He tosses him in. There's a skewer on top, and from full to like 10% HP, Spectre goes in the span of a second. I think one more spell could be used, and it could be over, but now Muzi is just having the worst of times.
So
Arm solo
bad
kills
now
him
for
once,
him.
almost a second, and look at Arms. 5,300 gold pressuring this bottom tier 1 tower. He has a Dragonlance, and this Desolator is getting close.
Oh,
I
good
mean, he's
news
still
for
pretty far
Chompers.
away.
I mean, you need this TA to be just terrifying. And if a Centaur can't run at her, you're doing your part at this point. There was a catastrophe on the top side, but
I
it's
don't
something
know.
to reclaim.
It's nice that Arms is doing well, but she's not gonna have a BKB for a long time, which means all these multi-damage dots, they're all magic. They're all still gonna shred through refractions. Her effective HP is maybe 1,400. Like, it's not that much more than 13,
Yeah,
and
and
the
here comes
smoke
the
play
gank.
coming in, yeah, they're gonna bring her down. Like a bag of bricks, she's gonna fall. Skyward gets the last kill here, and now minute-long haunt is getting put to perfect use.
Shifu with the Blink Dagger now as well. Kind of stunting on Tony a little bit.
Oh my god, this Lion still level 5. I said earlier that he's going to have a hard time getting 6. I didn't think it was going to be this bad. 13 minutes, I was hoping was a bit of a meme, but now, trying to get some more stacks out, I really hope they rotate somebody in here, clean up some of these, give him his level 6, because he's fallen behind hard and fast, and without Finger, some of these kills are going to be impossible. Unfortunately, though,
Engagement onto
Isis,
Isis.
yeah, I think he's going down.
Oh, the TP.
No way. No shot.
Yeah, he'll get out. He'll get out. Just tanky enough still. The game hasn't quite gotten away from them, although it has been feeling bad. But continuing about the line, you're 100% right. I didn't think it would have that much. I knew it would be bad, but this much of an impact feels really tough. He does hit 6 now, so fingers online.
13
They
minutes, 10
need-
seconds.
To start stacking it up because those health bars are getting bigger and bigger.
All right, well, we got a bit of a pause here. After laning stage, it's the Dinos. I think they decidedly came out on top. They have better map control, and they have more money. Those are like 2 very great metrics. I mean, even Gaben is giving him a 95%. Holy. Like, I know that he has a sick fixation with Spectre and like winning chances, but I think this draft is just very solid. It is going to
you
be
can
really
pretty much
hard to
ignore
crack.
the graph just because of the Spectre.
I mean, if you're the Dinos right now, I think you wait until you have your next Dragon form up, which is in 70 seconds. You know, you finish taking these outer towers, which Shifu's actually doing right now. You say, I don't care about this one poor little gyrocopter getting brought down. I want to get these towers. I want to have Chompers get more and more strangled on this map because they're a greedy team. Magnus needs to farm. TA needs to farm, and Tiny needs to farm, and they all cleave farm too. Bottom side, we're gonna lose Psycho again as well. He's trying to dodge as much as he can, but Tony
there's no way
way
he's
too
gonna walk away
good.
from that. It's really tough. And Lion, thank goodness he at least got a finger kill on the gyro a little bit earlier. Like that has to have. But as we say that, Arms getting caught out in between the Centaur and the Dragon Knight.
This
Okay for now. The turn is kind of crazy. Moosey's in a little bit of trouble. Stampede's out.
If there
Okay.
was one more person that could show up, if Nature's Prophet had ults, or I mean, teleport, baby ult, that could have been something, but they just don't have enough damage and you can't stop the runaway.
Yeah, they're just getting pressured on too many sides of the map, and like there's just no space for them to respond and do something alongside Arms.
Yeah, I really want to see them, I think, group up and, you know, try to catch a couple of these guys out. You know, see if you can bait the Spectre in. He's been using Haunt on cooldown. If you can find him in with a couple Lion Stuns and a finger, which is going to be up in, God, a minute. Jesus, it's so long. I mean, there is still, I think there's still enough damage right now because the health pools on the dinos, they're not that big either. Spectre's only got 1150. He's going greedy-ish. Blade Mail, Diffusal, and they're going to find the natures. The greed is working out for him.
Yeah, it's just it's weird to see it sort of paying off, but if it works, it works.
I don't think I've
Feel
ever seen
really
this
good
build.
about it.
Blade Mail, Diffusal into a Radiance. Not a single point of strength or HP in his first 3 items.
Yeah, the greed just continues. I mean, they feel like they're strong, and they're certainly acting like it. The only person that looks dangerous is Arms, but if you fly in with Haunt and Radiance is ticking on every other hero that just sort of dies already in seconds, I mean, what's Arms gonna do when he's surrounded by 5 heroes?
Struggle, perhaps.
Yeah, at the very least.
Top side here, Arms kind of waiting in the wings. He's got a lot of buddies with him. Lion, Natures, and Tiny are all up here looking around, trying to find somebody looking to defend this top tier 2 tower. Or maybe if Psycho could catch Skyward. I think he knows. He should know. He should have been able to see that camp, but he's not choosing to go.
It's still a little bit scary. I mean, they don't know exactly who is behind him or not.
Is this his
they're
blink reveal
hoping
too?
for a really clean trade, really. That like at this point Chompers needs perfect trades just to stabilize the game.
They might get. Look at this. Scanned. They got scanned out. They know that they're getting wrapped around. Look, they're all getting away. They're all facing. They're all waiting.
They're ready for this though. What are they gonna do off of it? The finger comes out onto Hoodwink. Is he gonna walk away? No, he does die. Shifu getting low. Arms is on the chase, but on the backside, the RP comes out onto just the gyro. It looks like Isis getting low, kind of walking away right now. Muzi on the chase, a skewer back in. Arms meanwhile still poking away at everybody in this fight, and Muzi now is in trouble. 4 heroes down on the dinos after that. The scan,
Perfect.
they were set up, and this is exactly what they needed after all that. It seems strange to wait that long and still come out with the right result of this fight, but a little sloppy by dinos entering there, thinking that they had the better of it.
Oh, that was just amazing heads up. The scan. So the dinos actually scanned that area before they took the gate over. And almost immediately after they started, they got counter scanned. So they 100% knew the state of the game, and they were able to blow up that Hoodwink so fast. This Hoodwink is outside of the Dragon Knight stun, the
Arms in
best range
trouble.
control that they have. But Arms, yeah, sticking around too long. Waited a long time on that refraction, still trying to run. But he's bleeding to death. Slowly but surely, Shifu gets the kill.
Yeah. Okay, so a little bit of the same tendencies from last game. You kind of get a big win and then throw away a little bit of an advantage. Guess they
Yeah.
felt strong enough there, but I
Sticking
knew I'd
around
like to
too
walk away without
long.
losing TA, especially.
This is interesting. Let's take a look at Magnus for a second, though. Blink Dagger plus the Echo Saber. He's looking for the whole, he's looking for the whole combo. I mean, I remember when the upgrade to this item came out, it was just so brutal because you couldn't stop the harpoon from comboing into this skewer with you. This is a really big tool. If Isis can farm it up, it's a long ways off. Don't get me wrong. He's barely got enough money for the diadem now, and then there's still another 1,000 gold recipe. But this could be that one item that Meg gets that really kind of breaks this game open. If you can separate, a Dragon Knight or something else, you'll force Dinos to use Stampede to reset the fight. And that's not what you want to be using Stampede for.
Yeah, it's a nice spot. I kind of like where Chompers are right now, especially after that fight win. Do they think that they can sneak this Roshan? It looks like they might get away with it. I wonder if they know that scan was used likely in the last engagement. Dino's not really making any move on this. This is going to be a free Rosh. This is a really nice change of pace for the Chompers team here.
Yeah, with the Desolator as well, plus the other minus armor they have, the Sky drops pretty fast, and I don't think that the Dinos are ready for it. Didn't see anybody moving in. Nowhere to get information from, and just very well played. And now I think there's a tempo. I think there's a chance to start making some moves, because I think there's a lot of teams at this point in the game that would struggle to pressure objectives, but if you have a TA on your team with a Desolator, look at just how much damage he does to these buildings and how fast he can clear these waves.
The path has been paved a little bit. Like they've got the burst damage between, Magnus, TA, and Lion. So they just need to make sure that they position the start of these engagements very well, because if they do get an early kill, they've got tempo on the fight. I mean, it could really change this mid game.
They've got 4 minutes on this Aegis to kind of make some play. They're trying to reset, push out these waves. Tiny teleported mid, Nature's Prophet teleported bottom to help push things out, and the whole of the Dinos are inside of Radiant's jungle, looking to find something here as a baby smoke comes out. Lion, Tiny, might be meeting up with TA nearby. As Psycho
They do
on
need
this
to
Tiny...
keep using this finger. You can't wait too long to get these stacks up. But how much do you risk?
Solo kill pickoff, though. Trying to get a little cheeky with that experience rune. I think Nature's Prophet does get it, but at what cost, classically?
He's created, right?
Yeah,
That's
that
what they
does
say.
suck out the Haunt, though, from Spectre. Which means
That's
that their
pretty high
fight for the
value.
next minute is a lot weaker. Oh
Yeah,
my God.
I really, all things considered, like how Chompers is sort of laying this one out. Stick the TA in front. Make Dinos do something. You've got the Aegis, you've got the finger. Make Dinos make a mistake. And it
Here
seems
comes
like
the
that's
Haunt
going to be
in.
their
They're
plan.
instantly going to blow up the Lion, looking for more, but Yeezus and crew, they're already out. Teleport from him away. And Arm's going to try to hide in the copse of trees. It's a long TP, but it's instantly canceled. A little greedy once again, the blink away, but I think the missile's already on. She's hiding, but detection's going to be coming.
Oh
The
my
dust is
gosh.
there, and one by one, they'll all claim their piece. That's not just one kill, that's the Aegis as well. A huge blunder from Chompers, and it feels like this happened last game too.
The Tony Bushwhack. Holy. Completely just got Aegis and the TA kill off of that. That's insane. Yeah, same thing as last game, right? 2 steps forward, 1 step back, something like that.
Problem is, though, that what just happened is not going to be an isolated incident. If Lion ever steps out into vision for a brief moment until he has, an ethereal or something, he's just going to be food. Same thing with the Nature's Prophet. We've already seen that happen. And I mean, even Yeezus, gets jumped on here by the Spectre, he loses quite a lot of power just from having to run away. Because remember, this Spectre was greedy. And now the greed is paid off. He has the Diffusal Blade, the slow from the Spectral Dagger as
Woof.
well. It's hard to get away. You lose mana and you're
Woof.
burning the whole way through from this Radiance. I love this build from him. The only thing I wish was different is that he had a...
Find Gear onto the Centaur Finger, instantly dead. Now Gyro to follow. Okay. Something nice there.
2 good kills, but I'll tell you, it's not their top 2 farmers. It's no Dragonite and it's no Spectre.
Yeah, you're 100% right about the Spectre. Extremely scary. It's going Manta next, but outside of that, it's just damage and relentless at that. The Haunt back in. Onto Psycho's Tony. They
There's the
will
RP onto
too.
2.
The Hoodwink is going to die. But the turnaround is going to come. Dragonite fighting into 4 heroes. TA is here to support the fight.
Yeah, I was
Oh,
just
nice
gonna say is
kill there.
they don't have the damage. We were just talking about that, and I had to, do a little counter on the screen and realize, oh yeah, Arms isn't here yet. He blinks in. Oh my god, he's a specialist array as well. One of the best items you can ask for on TA. Oh my god, he does a lot of damage right now. And despite his, couple of deaths, 4 of them, he has just as much farm as the Spectre, who has only died once and has basically twice as many kills. Scratch that, he's got more farm now. 4, 4, and 5 has more farm than 7, 1, and 8. That is how fast Arms is playing right now.
Yeah, TA is Arms doing an incredible job. He's really. I asked you. I said if he's got a perfect game, then how much damage can he do? And turns out a lot, a lot.
I kind of like the idea of going for more damage. He had the option of choosing to buy a BKB. Instead, he goes for a Chrysalis right now. Still looking like he might get Daedalus before he goes back. And I think that's the answer. I think you have to rely on the rest of your team, which all has decent, reliable lockdown to hold them in place while you clean up and you kind of skirt on the edge of these fights. I think if you try to man up with a BKB, you're just not going to do enough damage because these people are still tanky despite your Desolator.
It's making for fun Dota. 2 super greedy core builds, and it's gonna continue to be back and forth. I haven't even stopped for a moment to look in at Tiny's build. We see a Silver Edge anywhere? Well, not even yet. We don't even care about it, honestly. Barely.
Yeah, Chrysalis into Conda is what this Tiny is going to be going for. I would expect to see an Aghanim Scepter for that Tree Volley eventually, but I think he's got the name of the game, and I gotta go.
Profit a bit of a free kill there. TP'd in to try to defend the lane.
They're committing a lot more for it. Psycho's in too, does absolutely no damage to Shifu. He's now in a tough spot, but it's a 3-man RP. Lion's there as well, doesn't have the stun follow-up just yet, but now Spectre showing up. Nobody's dead quite yet. Arms finally going to be getting into the fray, starting to put out damage. There's one big meld strike here. Muzi going down pretty low. It's a 3 for 1 trade so far, but the Spectre falls. That's the big one. Psycho's getting chased down. Maybe gets away. Nah, Shifu's not going to have any of it. A 4 for 1, but it's a big one. And Arms, the one that stays alive, is also a big one, but still sticking
you can
around.
See the Arms effect. He TP'd into lane and got 4 heroes to just sort of walk backwards for just long enough to get something out of that.
It's scary right now, and he decided to opt into the BKB after all. I think maybe right before that fight started, he bought it and then came north with it, but just a little too late. I think if he's there from a little bit more on the start, he's in a good position. He needs time to do damage because the rest of his team doesn't. I mean, you see Psycho on the Tiny jump in, he tickles.
Yeah. Yep. And conversely, Centaur took 5 auto attacks from Arms, and TA crushed his health bar. Like you said, if he's there earlier in the fight, which it's tough to kind of say that he could have ever been, but in a perfect world, he's there early and dishing the whole time, and could see how the health bars will actually melt from dinos.
Mm-hmm.
Timing will be everything.
I mean, despite the kills kind of going one way, the gold lead is under 100 right now. It is dead even, and a lot of it right now is on Arms. 2K advantage over Skylar on the Spectre. Excuse me, Skyward on the Spectre. But if this TA ever drops, Chompers, they just instantly lose the fight. Like, this is the
Another
biggest 4P
fast
one I've ever
Roche
seen.
timer. This could really kind of dictate the rest of the game here with 0 response from Dinos. Nobody's even thinking about it, it looks like.
Caught twice. Maybe it's more of the, we don't want to take this, straight up brawl. We know that all these big spells are still available, like RP.
Yeah, maybe the threat is too scary, or maybe they think that they can kill every other hero and then deal with the TA after. That is sort of what
She's
just
in
happened.
1v5 land. She's got the Aegis. Mass teleports need to start coming out. There's 2 of them already, but they're not going to be here in time. She's got BKB. She's going to be forced to use it. The cooldown's coming. A nice stun on the backside. The ult is going to be completely whiff, except Moosie's going in, but Jesus whiffs. Not a good start. Lions to fall. Arms is about to go down too. Chop down aside, and look at the bushwhack stun. They catch 2. Yeesus with another charge back, but he's slowly falling. 1 by 1, the Chompers lose everybody, and Dinos are cleaning up. Great positioning from them, hovering around the fights, not letting them know. And Arms, once again, tries to do too much and gets caught out and loses the Aegis twice before his team can do anything about it. That's the same mistake on both sides of the map.
Did he think nobody was there? That's so unfortunate. I mean, after basically carrying the last 10 minutes, it's sad to see a play like that happen. That was just disastrous.
Maybe the only saving grace right now is that the building hitting potential of the Dinos is not that high. They barely get through the ranged racks before backdoor protection comes in, and it gives plenty of time for the Chomps to respawn in. But oh, yeah, you can't be making that mistake. It's gonna be a freebie. That is a spawn to death.
Talked a little bit about complexity and execution early on in the draft, and you're just sort of seeing like Dinos can afford to not have to worry about a ton of things, like
Oh,
just
they
give up
spotted
Roche.
Lion
Who
too.
cares? Yeah,
Not
gonna get taken out after just TPing in, and now Arms. This is super dangerous if he gets caught here. The stun, BKB turnaround.
they're gonna have to fight this one out.
RP yet. The Skewer pulls Dragonite over the hill, but the turnaround Stampede Tiny going to be the next to fall. We're jumping into the base. Arms does TP away, but then the follow-up pawn from Spectre, and Arms is dead.
Yeah, I think
70
this is game.
seconds.
They'll have buybacks to use for a couple, but no RP is... RP now, but it's too little too late, and I don't know what Nature's is doing there. That's, yeah, that's the GG. It's just too much, and that was a... There was a moment where I thought, you know what? Maybe Arms can do it. And that got shut down really quick.
Yeah, I was just saying that the execution is so simple for Dinos. They gave up the Roche, and they didn't even care. They just come back and look like, there wasn't even Aegis to begin with. It's pretty wild that even felt like Chompers were in a sort of power position for a few minutes, but Dinos just with really easy execution.
Yeah, I gotta definitely give credit this game, not just to, the trio 12, 2, and 14. Yeah, it looks amazing. But actually, I think Tony on this Hoodwink, 3, 5, and 20 coming in alongside Gyrocopter 4, 5, and 21. Both of these guys, supporting on what is, I think, a difficult game with just a lot of aggression and jump from Tiny, TA, and Magnus, did a great job of canceling TPs, putting out good damage, and just controlling this fight, letting Centaur, Spectre, and Dragonite, put in the damage and focus Arms when it mattered most. Huge props to them.
Yeah, I mean, it was a fun series. It didn't feel like it was that one-sided, but I mean, Dinos somehow in the end just like make it very convincing, despite how back and forth a lot of the fights tended to be.
Yeah. Well, that's going to do it for our first series here. The Dinos have it 2-0. To break down this series and get us set for the next one, we're going to head back over to Samson and Yodi Brody. See you guys in a bit.
Thank you guys. Another wonderful cast, man. Mox and Zen, I appreciate you guys. We do have to start this by saying I gotta give credit to Samson. You know, Zen had a little bit to say about the analysis, but man, I think Samson, it did go 1-9. So great call on that, brother. Sounds like we have an interview on the way though. Looks like Skyward's going to be joining us in a minute. So, yeah, talk to me about that draft, man. I felt you were a little bit closer than they gave you credit for going into that game.
Yeah, Degen Dinos, they have so much tank, they have so much front line. You can see at the end of the game, I think, after I mean, they got the Aegis, and they just stayed. They just stayed on the enemy side because they have Spectre, DK, Centaur. Those guys, every one of those guys wants to be in the late game. Every one of them wants to just be tanking up spells, tanking up anything. The Templar was not able to become the carry she needed to be, and probably needed a rapier or something at that point. It was too hard for the TA.
Yeah, I mean, it got tough. I mean, they were running them down. It looked like TA wasn't there in time. They didn't have the damage. TA shows up. They finally start just getting the fight, you know, more in their direction. But tough all around, man. Tough all around. Degen Dino's just, I think that puts them at what, 4, 5, and 1, 5 and 1. All right, we have our interview.
5-1, yeah.
Skyward, welcome to the broadcast.
Oh shit, how we doing? I haven't done one of these in a while. It's been like a whole season for me.
Yeah, welcome back, man. I wasn't really keen to when you were here before, but I know you made your mark. Everyone was excited, and they were kind of upset that you weren't involved last season. So it's good to see you back, man.
Yeah. It's I mean, it's nice to be back. You know, I took a season off. You know, kind of had a lot of school stuff going on. Want to do a lot of pub grinding. You know, and you know, it was like my Michael Jordan baseball year, right? I took my year off. I'm coming back, and you know, dominance follows as I rejoin the league. So yeah.
I mean, I love that you said dominance follows, man, because these two games, I mean, they were absolutely insane. Like it just seemed like you couldn't be touched. Didn't really matter, I don't think, what heroes you're on. Is Spectre still a hero for you in this meta, or just felt good with the draft?
I think it has its games. I think I look at this team and I see them. They pick Lion Nature's Prophet, and you know, I'm like, yeah, talking in our draft, I'm like, I can pick Spectre and I'll just farm them the whole game, and that's kind of what happened. You know, I buy Earn, Blade Mail, Diff, and I just chase these guys. And so they just gave me a great Spectre game. So I mean, that's kind of the nice part.
Absolutely.
You know, I have my Siggies, but at the same time, you know, I'll pull out the best hero in the game if needed. So.
Yeah, for sure. No, I mean, you were dominant. Let's talk about your owner of the team kind of stepping in. Was he a liability? Were you guys yelling at him in the comms, or was he holding it down?
Like, I'm not trying to start any beef, be inflammatory, but like, if we just didn't have B9, we might be 6-0. Our owner
Oh
stepped
my
up.
God.
He put in the work. We lost
Yeah.
the game with B9. He's currently undefeated on the squad. You guys can read from that what you want. But
I'm not
in all
hearing it.
seriousness, he played great. You know, we were panicking a little bit, being B9 one of the core parts of our team. But
100%.
he stepped up, and I think he showed that. Honestly, if he wanted to play in Div 1, I 100% think he would belong. Like, he, without a doubt, like, looked solid in those games.
Yeah, so I mean, it's going to be interesting. Is it a gyro pick all night for you guys? I don't want to leak strats. Is that his go-to?
Well, I mean, we have B9 for the next series, so that's
Oh,
you know,
he'll be back.
yeah. So apparently Div 2 was kind of in shambles without him, so they
Yeah.
had to call him back down. They were like, "Yo, we need you to smurf on these guys." And we're like, "All right, fine."
I love
So
it. I
to
love
take
it.
B9 back.
So
yeah.
he's just gonna leave at 2-0. That's
Yeah,
it. He just left his
100% win
mark.
rate, Div 1, yeah.
That is insane.
Yeah.
That's insane. Well, I mean, like you mentioned already, you guys dropped the one game, but you guys are 5-1. Like, what is it about this team that's just working so well?
I mean, I think when we went through the draft initially, we all kind of know each other from playing pubs, and we got value players. I think you know, I'm a fairly value player. You know, between our cores, we're all around rank 300, but I think we've all had experience playing at a higher level. And so, we weren't that expensive of a team when it comes to the bidding. And, a lot of these guys are just showing up and, Muzi's playing great. Shifu's 1v9ing half these games, and our supports are really holding down the fort and giving us games. So we're a well-rounded team. I'm gonna be honest, I was kind of a little disappointed. PPD put us at a bottom 3 team. So,
Oh,
but
got the chip on his shoulder. Let's go.
I mean, I don't know. It felt a little bit irrelevant. We looked at these rankings and we kind of laughed at it. And I guess we'll just keep proving it wrong until he starts bumping
That's
us
all you
up.
can do. That's all you can do. We'll see the updated rankings next week, I believe, PPD. Samson, do you have anything for Skyward?
Yeah. So yesterday was Bloody Nine doing the drafting. Were you doing it today, or how's that happening?
Yeah. So yesterday B9 was drafting. I mean, I have experience with drafting and captaining on all the teams I played on. So when he was like, "Yo, we need someone to draft," I was like, "I'll step in." And we kind of just picked everyone the heroes they wanted. Like, that's the nice part, is everyone's confident enough and in their own heroes that if we just pick our our comfort and just execute a basic game plan, the games seem to go pretty well for us.
Yeah, I
In
mean, it
game
seems seamless.
It was a little back and forth game 1. Were you scared? What were you talking about in game 1?
I mean, the back and forth nature of game 1 was simply like I had bad deaths. I'd I'd get called like once or twice. So I don't think I was ever scared. I have enough confidence in my own ability that we were going to be able to pull that one out, and my team was going to be able to pick me up when I had a bad death or two. So eventually we knew that we would win that game if we drew it late enough and just like executed our team fight properly, and it only took 1 or 2 for that to really swing the game in our favor.
Gotcha.
Absolutely. So you guys have pronouns coming up next. The Pingu Shaggy stack. Any thoughts going into that series?
It should be interesting to see Pingu playing a different role. I mean,
Yeah.
I've seen this guy bounce between, I think at this point now, every single role. So it should be a fun series. I guess it kind of makes us harder to prep for them because we don't really know what he's gonna pick, being that safe lane isn't his comfort. But
Sure.
we're gonna take every series the same way. It's all gonna be serious, and we're hoping to come out with another 2-0 victory, keep the streak alive.
Awesome, man. Well, that's it for me. Samson, you got anything else for him?
Good.
All right, so that's it for the panel. Skyward, thank you for joining us, man. Great way to start the season, 5-1, and good luck to you guys further, man.
All right, thanks. Have a good one, guys.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, brother. All right. All right, that was smooth. That's a confident man, Samson.
For sure. His name is Skyward because he's going up. He's going up.
He's headed to the sky. I mean, I love it though. I'm really interested in the PPD rankings because this is not the first time
Yeah.
I've heard it. People have really taken notice to how PPD ranked these teams, and it does seem like they are motivated to prove them wrong. If you were down at the bottom, we heard astronauts talk about it. If you were down at the bottom, these teams are really trying to excel, and it's cool to see the motivation. I mean, they're top of the brackets. Actually, let's see if we can get the standings while we're waiting for this next lobby. Because that puts DJ and Dinos at 5-1. We don't really have visibility on how some of these other games went, but
I can tell you. Sporkface also 5-1 now, so they won both
Okay.
their games against THV. Since THV is
oh,
0-6 now, that's kind of
THV
rough.
0-6, and they have
Yeah.
Bullish on gaming coming up.
And then we got Pronouns they're 4-2. So
Okay.
Pronouns went 1-1 versus Astronauts. Continuum,
Okay.
Little Nouns, they went 1-1.
Wow.
So yeah, we watched a 2-0, and the only other 2-0 was Sporkface versus THV.
Okay. Nice. How did the Nexus boys do?
Yeah, 1-1 versus the Fry Boys.
1-1 versus the Fry Boys. All right. So I mean, we're 3-3. Fry Boys 3-3. Astronaut continues to be 3-3. I
Mhm.
mean, there's a big grouping starting in the middle of the standings. People are really grouping towards that 50% win rate.
Yeah.
But DJ and Dino is one of those teams that are just kind of rising to the top. Like you said, they're headed towards the sky. I don't know. It's good to see, man. I mean, honestly, that game, it did feel like Skyward had control. Even in that anti-mage game, we did note that, Faceless Void was coming back. It felt like the game was close. But I don't know. It always felt like something could go wrong for Chompers.
Yeah, even when they were losing, they were just getting ahead of themselves, really. They
Yeah.
they had the late game carry in both games, they could carry both games. They just accidentally were winning the early game too, and they
Yeah.
got a little overconfident maybe. That's what happens. You win too hard, maybe you start losing a little bit at some point. But yeah, they were always going to win those games, I think.
There's something to be said about just like a team that gels so well early on too. I think, and I said this when we interviewed Brennan yesterday, but the owner of Sporkface, but I didn't feel like that team became what they were until the end. Like they put so much work and prep, and I have so much respect for what that team did. So I'm not trying to curse them, but hopefully that confidence doesn't come back to hurt them in the end. Hopefully they can keep it together and keep improving. Because you want to be those teams that kind of you're peaking towards the tournament, not towards the group stage.
Yeah, you don't want to burn out too early. But hey, I mean, these guys, they maybe in these games, they burned out a little early, but they were always had the late game anyway, right? These guys, maybe they will burn out a little at some point or something. They'll make a mistake, but yeah, I mean, they trust their late game. They trust their carry.
I think we do have a draft coming up here in a moment. It is going to be the Honor Vanguard against Bullish on Gaming. And let's talk about that matchup. We did say THV was 0-6. You got to win a game eventually. But Bullish on Gaming is one of those teams. Did you get the stats on their first?
Their stats have not shown up. I don't think they must have been the last teams to play. Their game's
they
not up
were
yet.
1-3. So I'm actually curious how they panned out because, like you said earlier, that team seems like it should be one of the best teams in the league, and they just have not been performing yet.
Lil Nick Double King, come on! These guys are young. They're hungry.
It's true, man. You gotta hope. But at the same token, I mean, if you're THV, you got this team Bullish on Game that's kind of struggling. Let's try to get our win here, boys.
Yeah, they got Old White. Old White. It's old. This is the young guys versus the old guys, I believe. I mean, last game was really too. Skyward is 20 versus Arms, who's like 27, I believe.
Oh God, 27
These
is
are
old.
both old versus young.
Boomers and chat are in shambles. Absolutely fragile egos in the chat right now. But
sorry, chat.
Listen, I hear you. 20 is young. I'm not gonna say 27 is old. That was Samson, but we're here for all of us. All
for
of
a
you
carry
guys
player. You
That's
can't
true.
click buttons fast anymore. Come on.
Dang, guys, we gotta have an old group getting together. Whoever needs to join the senior league with me, let me know. We're gonna have to crush Samson's young squad here, 5v5. But no, I mean I hear you. I mean I think that like all sports, you've got that point where things all come together. I think esports is one of the only ones that I know of where people just prioritize super young. I think like in other sports, there's a point where your mental meets your physical, and that's where you really are at your peak. In most sports, 27 would be at your peak. But in Dota, 20 years old, according to Samson. Here we go.
I mean, yeah, Skyward just came back from retirement, he says.
Oh my God.
He's
He
only
called it his
20.
Jordan year.
Yeah, he's 20.
I mean, I love it, though. I love that confidence. I'm a big fan, man. I think there's something to just speaking things into existence. And so when he said that, I didn't take that, as anything but just pure confidence, man. I love to hear it. So, but yeah, you talked about you got Old White. We got past the old people versus young people thing. We got Old White. You got KK, Bray, Gaki, who is this kind of up and coming carry. He's like gained a bunch of MMR recently, and they got Door. I mean, THV has a solid squad, but they're sitting at 0-6.
I don't know how it happened, man. Okay, so they went against some strong teams. They went against Dinos, who are top of the charts right now. They went against Spork, who are top of the charts. So they've gone against probably the best two teams in the league, or at least it seems like it right now. So we'll see how they do against BOG, who probably middle of the pack.
Yeah. Who was this? And then they played next too. That's right. That's who they played. Yesterday.
No, they 0-2'd.
Yeah, they 0-2'd. Yeah, I mean, they're sitting at 0-6. But going even further with that, I mean, this squad has to get it together. If there was any of these teams, I'm looking at the lineups here, I feel like this is the lineup that has the most potential to grow with chemistry. I feel like like you said, Old White's been around. He's done this for a while. KK, super extremely talented player. Gaki, we talked about this guy, maybe up and coming. Bray, I don't know too much about, but I heard he's a pretty talented guy.
Yeah, I've heard some things about Bray.
Yeah, hopefully good. And then we've got we've got Door, who I can tell you, I really enjoyed having Door on the team last season. He felt like somebody that brought a little bit of some funny, like fun times to the group. You know, he's always keeping it light, and then just an amazing drafter, right? Somebody who really thinks about the game and is just trying to give you the best position you can be in to win the game. So I know this team's gonna figure it out. But bullish on gaming, man. Double King, Little Nick. We still don't know what their record is today, but they started the day at 1-3. So this is an uphill battle, I would say.
Thinking about the draft.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm thinking about the draft. You're thinking about what they're gonna pick.
Okay. Talk to me.
You know, Double King likes his carries, of course. His troll. We saw his troll game yesterday. I believe that's maybe the only game he won. Yeah, I believe that's the only game he won. Oh, let me see. Oh yeah. Troll yesterday versus Continuum was his only win. He played Faceless and Abaddon yesterday. I really think if you have Double King and you have Lil Nick, you're gonna try to win your side lanes as hard as possible. You're gonna have a mid that comes and ganks.
Yeah. No, for sure. I mean, Lil Nick alone is this guy that, you know, that I've heard could just carry the game. He's one of a few players in the league that, you know, he could just take control of the game and just win it. The thing is he's got Double King, who is the guy that you just let go into the jungle, do his thing, comes back. He's just got all these items. They're shining. You fight the game, or you fight the fight, and then you win. I mean, this guy farms extremely fast and extremely well. And you would think with Little Nick running around the map that it would just make the game easier for these two.
Yeah, and yet they're 1-3. I mean, they have Xeriscape. Xeriscape's well known in the league. He's well respected, but maybe he is on the lower end of MMR. Sorry, Xeriscape. He is on the lower MMR scale. I don't know. I don't know what's going wrong for them.
Yeah, we'll have to see going into it. I think we might have a draft coming up here,
Oh.
actually. It looks like. Yep, we do. So we have a draft coming up here soon. So everyone is finalizing getting into that lobby, and we'll get a first peek at kind of what these teams have been doing. I haven't had much visibility, but let's take a look. What do we got? All right, we're back. These two actually prioritize Nature's Prophet, and you've
Of
got
course.
the Timber Saw on the other side being removed. So these guys are a little bit more of what we were seeing on day one, taking out the heroes that seem to be a little bit strong, to say the least. I'm back in. All right, you might have to tell me if you know any of these guys and heroes that they play. 'Cause, Enchantress is gone and Puck is gone. Those feel like they might be a little bit more targeted.
Well, I know Xeriscape plays those heroes, but they're the guys that are banning right now.
Yeah.
Um,
They follow up with the Doom as well, another hero. That's that I feel like we've done nothing but talk about the last 2 days.
the Timbersaw is definitely for Lil Nick. His Timbersaw is crazy.
Yeah, I mean that's actually a really good point too, because are you gonna put Little Nick in that off lane that he's generally playing, or is he gonna have to take one of the other roles that really you could carry the game with?
Yeah,
We've seen
you
Fade
could-
have a lot of good games playing his off lane, but he does have Babatich mid. So I'm not sure who on this team can play the mid.
Yeah, their mid is Turtle. I think
Okay.
he's pretty well known in the community. If I think I've played a few unranked pubs with him, and he's rank 290.
Oh yeah. Okay. These guys are solid.
Yeah,
I mean, you tell me that. I mean, I don't know how these guys are having any issue. Like I think this game is going to be incredibly interesting. I'm still on kind of this narrative that the Honored Vanguard, if they want to win, it seems like it's the perfect time to try to pick one up on Bullish on Gaming.
yeah. If Bullish on Gaming is having they just feel bad for some reason. Sometimes it's not even about the Dota, it's just about the mental. If they're in a better mental space, they can win.
All right, they take the clockwork. We do see the Wyvern get banned out again. Wyvern for me today, we've seen in every single game get banned out contested. But this clockwork, talk to me about what clockwork gives you for the game, what positions we might be looking at.
The Clock is kind of random. Clock is always a hero that you can just say, "Hey, pick me Clockwork," because he just goes at people, right? He's a support that goes at people, which is always nice to have. But at the same time, I think you can get something more out of it. It's your first pick. Like, there's better heroes than Clockwork right now, and you can even, block somebody else from picking Clockwork or picking a good hero themselves. So I think the Clock is a little bit of it's comfort, but I'm scared they're not getting enough value out of the first pick.
Yeah, the Faceless Void is going to be the band they follow up with. What about this Bat Rider? I feel like at one point I was even hearing Bat Rider being played in some non-mid roles. Where is
Yeah,
Bat Rider being played at now?
I would say I have not seen a mid bat in a while. I don't really ever see bat anyway, but
Yeah.
it's always a pause for, he's super annoying if you have a centaur and you just throw your grenade and knock him back into the centaur or something like that. And then the lasso is a BKB piercing, like drag back spell. It's always nice to have some relocate and some BKB piercing stun. So I think I prefer the Bat Rider first pick, even though it's or yeah, ending up with the Bat Rider. He's way more of a identity of a pick, I guess.
Sure. Yeah, so we get the Troll Warlord ban. I think it's just one of those heroes that Double King excels well on. I think it's like this hero that he always has a good game, it seems. But other than that, it's a bit of a waiting game. These guys are really thinking about this. Both these teams, depending on how Bullish on Gaming did today, both of these teams are, maybe not doing as well as they thought they would be, and they're taking the draft incredibly serious. Centaur banned out, so we won't see that. And the next to pick will be Bullish on Gaming. Anything you're really looking for based on, I guess, what we've seen prioritized? Is there anything you want to see these two teams kind of go after?
I think like we already see the Doom ban, we already see the Centaur ban, and the Timber ban. I'm looking at, kind of a hero that defined the last game we watched, with like a tanky frontliner that scales, like the DK or, the Centaur, right? But just one of those heroes that can just be out in front.
It's kind of wild for me how polarizing a hero like DK can be. Like, we watched the game with Annihilate, and they take DK mid, and then it's just like, everyone's in shambles. They're like, you can't pick DK, and then we see DK get picked up on some of these different team comps depending on the players, and you're just like, I'm so happy they have DK. Like it's so much about the players and how they play too, and I think that's just such a cool dynamic of Dota.
Yeah, DK is one of those heroes that just seems so boring, but every once in a while he'll do some crazy stuff that you have to respect the hero.
Absolutely. I mean, I don't see anything really out of the ordinary. Out of all these four heroes here, I think Vengeful and Hoodwink is something that people seem to be picking, having relative success. Like you said, the Clockwork and the Bat, they're a little bit out there for me, but we get an Ember Spirit through. We talked about the Mage Slayer. We talked about what Ember Spirit brings to the game. I really didn't expect it to get through.
Yeah, if you have to ban the Little Nick Centaur, you have to ban the Winter Wyvern, you have to ban the Doom. I guess the Ember gets through. I will say Yeah, I guess it's a good Ember game. Yeah, you don't want to you don't want to have to lasso an Ember. You don't I guess you can, but you don't want to have to do that. You don't want to have to get your hoodwink stun on the Ember. It's hard to catch him. Oh, okay, so we see the Pudge. Huh.
Yeah, yeah.
Ooh.
What's your thoughts on Pudge?
I mean, it's the most picked hero in Dota. It's a fun hero. Um, although I don't know what position this is gonna be. I'm not sure of the positions right now. It's gotta be a monkey carry. Maybe let's see if Turtle likes Pudge. Um, he doesn't have a lot of Pudge games. Hmm. So maybe this could even be a Lil Nick Hoodwink, because the Hoodwink offlane has been kind of popular.
Okay.
I'm just not seeing. I don't think a Pudge core. I would be surprised, but maybe I'm completely wrong.
Yeah, what is it about Pudge Core that kind of gives you something in the game? I mean, I feel like that for me is something that's so odd to see.
Yeah, I will say Pudge core has been a lot more popular recently because of the Shivas and the Eternal Shroud. There's really good items you can buy on him. Maybe you want to buy the Eternal Shroud against this Ember, and they have two swap supports. They have like Clockwork, Venge. You know the supports are going to be able to get on you. So maybe even the Pudge gives a little bit of save against those guys too.
True. And it's a hero that ends up with like an insane amount of HP, right? You talked about Centaur and the way that he does, but I feel like Pudge is in a similar boat with that. As they
Yeah, it
return
feels
with Mars.
very good to be a Pudge and have 20 kills in the early game and just be an absolute tank.
Absolutely. They do return with Mars. I don't know. The way that I view Mars is like Mars +1. Mars traps somebody, and then you have something. Ember is kind of this hero that you spam spells a little bit away from them before you commit. Do you see synergy here with the Mars?
No, I totally agree with what you're saying. Like the Mars, he sets up for somebody. I don't think they've picked it yet, though. I think all of these heroes, I mean, the Venge, the Clock, the Mars, all of these heroes are setting up for whatever pause one they want to pick.
Yeah, we do see the Lunagon, we see the Troll and the Faceless Void. I mean, the Honor Vanguard got busy early, getting rid of some pause ones. Um, what do you see that sticks out for either team? Are you seeing this Monkey King as their pause one?
Well,
Because
they
they don't
banned the
seem very
Luna,
convinced. Yeah,
so I could definitely see maybe a turtle mid monkey. Oh yeah, it's a monkey because they picked the monkey into the Ember, so they're gonna try to win lane with that. So definitely both teams are looking for a carry.
well, they do. They get rid of the Morphling. They get rid of the Morphling. We're down to the last ban for THV. What kind of holes do you see in these drafts?
Um, for THV, I wouldn't even say a hole necessarily, but they are just setting up really big for this carry pick. So this carry pick has to be good. That's their hole really, is this has to be a good pick.
Sure.
Bullish,
Do we have anything for THV you think that kind of fits, the
mm,
trajectory of what you're looking for? A lot of
I
people are
wouldn't even
banned, man.
mind a ranged hero. I mean, maybe a ranged hero against a bat is too bad, but they have so much save. Um, Running out of time almost. A
Yeah,
Blood Seeker.
they take the Bloodseeker. You do not seem happy about that. Talk me through it.
I like Bloodseeker. I like the hero. It's just not super popular, and they're gonna have to win lane. They're gonna have to tempo for sure. I mean, yeah, actually, I like the Bloodseeker more. We're thinking about how much it sets up more. That is kind of how. I think Bloodseeker sucks. A Wraith King though is trouble for the Bloodseeker, I think, because you cannot ult him. Okay, so
Eh,
Little Nick Pudge. So the 3 Pudge.
So we might see this gigantic Pudge running around getting those 20 kills that you talked about.
Yes, especially with Little Nick playing it. I think this Bloodseeker Pudge lane is pretty important. I could totally see the Bloodseeker winning, but I think a storyline that's been pretty relevant in all the games we've watched is counter picks not working because the other player is just better. And Little Nick, he is very good.
Yeah, absolutely. I do notice something here that I thought I saw yesterday, but I didn't think it was going to hold true. Door is actually looks like he's playing their pause 1 on THV.
Mm-hmm.
9K support player. I am fully confident in his ability to play carry, but I do not think that's what he primarily plays. So, and that might speak to where maybe THV has had some of their woes. Maybe that's the issue. I'm not
Change is
sure.
good.
I'm not sure what happened, if he was drafted as a carry or what, but I'm here for it, man. I want to see the support carry this game. Give me your favorite in this before they close out.
I gotta say, Bullish on gaming. They look tanky. Yeah, they look too tanky.
Yeah, I have to go with you. I do think this pudge is gonna be a little bit scary. I think it just seems so hard for me to see how THV even gets over to the Bullish on gaming side. But that's it for this. We are going into game 1 of Bullish on Gaming versus THV. We've got Zen and Mox. Take it away, guys.
Hey, thanks so much. But I do have to add on, there is one other possibility that we could talk about. And that's, what if it's a position 5 Bloodseeker and a position 1 Clockwork? Can we consider the thought there, Mox? What would a position 1 Clockwork get? Is it ever a possibility? Can a boy dream? Okay, yeah, okay. Jokes aside, it will be interesting to see our pause 5 player take on the role of carry. And as a support player myself, I'm sure it's easy, right? They just right click, creeps.
Can I just say before we get too far away from it, I would love to see Clockwork position 1 for literally no reason but just to see it, right? That would be amazing.
It would be great, but maybe in another game and another patch. Here, it's the start of the brand new series. And as our esteemed hosts mentioned, it's still the Honored Vanguards. They're still attempting to get on the board. They're still looking for that first win, and they've drafted themselves into a very peculiar position. In our previous series, we talked about complexity and how easy a draft is to play. And I gotta say, once again, this looks to be an interesting draft. You have some fun combos. You have some force movement with both Venge and Clockwork. With Rupture, it's hilarious. Plus Spear, if I forgot to mention that, as they're hiding behind some trees here. But it's a gimmick, right? I mean, you're gonna do all that pure damage through 2 lives of Wraith King, through all the health of Pudge, through the healing of Monkey King. It just seems unrealistic.
Yeah, it seems like the plan could be that your ego kind of carries you. Like, we can surely pull this combo off enough to kind of snowball the game to a point where it doesn't even matter, what the follow-up is. That will just be the end all be all. But we'll see if they can pull it off. Our hosts were remarking at how surprised they were that this Honored Vanguard team is 0-4 currently. I kind of agree with them. Like, maybe they need some silly combos and stuff to like bring the confidence up. Like, this could be a game like that for both of these teams, that just say, we're gonna exert the things that we know how to do, and you just sort of start building from there.
I think that makes a lot of sense. And sometimes you just need to kind of like, shake it off. Let those let the muscles kind of just like relax a little bit. And yeah, a funny draft could be exactly what the doctor ordered, but they're still gonna have to play it well. And Little Nick already losing his courier, not the best start from him. So maybe some wind and overclocks and the rest of the Honor Vanguard sales. Let's talk about this top lane though while we're up here. Pudge v Bloodseeker. I got to imagine Bloodseeker should be doing a fine job in this lane. He's able to heal through every bit of damage Pudge can do and then some, right?
Yeah, it seems like a pretty happy place, and you can kind of see them getting bullied out already as it is. They are double melee, which could lead to a couple of places where they kind of stub their toe, but this should really be a pretty free lane for Bloodseeker.
8-0 versus 5-1, so a decent start already. as some hooks and some cogs get traded, but we've got other lanes to go through. Let's head middle, and we can look at this counter pick Monkey King and how he's doing so far against the Ember Spirit. 10-4. I mean, 4 denies. That's head and shoulders above all the rest, and seems to be doing a great job.
Yeah. Do we see a lot of Ember being picked these days? I know a good friend of mine laments the fall of this hero, but it just seems like a tough time.
Definitely has some good play. I think with the Mage Slayer and how that item interacts with Sleight of Fist, it applies to every single hero that you hit on a 6-second cooldown, which corresponds perfectly at max level to Slight's cooldown. So it feels like that item is designed, and it does a lot of work right now. It's a lot of DOT damage, and it prevents a lot of damage as well. So I think the hero does have some place in the meta at the moment, but good lord, every time he walks up, Monkey King just gets another stack of Jingu, and this just feels
just tough in that lane.
You can't even bully him out. He doesn't even care about your Flame Guard.
I suppose, you know, taking tower shots equalizes things, but I mean, even then, holy smokes.
That's tough.
It's tough.
Last but not least, let's head bottom before anybody dies top. And we can see Double King on the Wraith King. There's a lot of kings there. As Mars, piloted by KK, seems to be doing actually pretty good. 17-2 versus 12-1. So a substantial advantage right now for the God of War.
Yeah, I mean, as he should. Wraith King kind of slow goings in the very beginning, so this is a pretty nice lane for Mars to kind of sit around and assert himself. Venge getting a little bit low.
Nice little dodge there by Xeriscape. Forcing Mars to come back, though, giving some breathing room to Double King. But 4 minutes in, and nobody getting close to being first blooded. And I feel like whenever the games start to kind of get to the 4 or 5 minute mark, it's almost like this, you really, really don't want to be the first person to die. Like, if you die, like, you know, 0 to 1 minute in, whatever, it happens, right?
Yeah,
you can't be
you're
the
gonna see
first
it
one to die
coming.
now.
There's something is going to break soon. I mean, Ember is just perpetually low in this lane. This bot sign is super volatile, even though it hasn't really amounted to much yet. I can foresee first blood happening here more than the top side, because the top side probably just going to play safe against the Bloodseeker. As I say that, here comes the engagement. It looks like we target Venge, but actually they trade fairly well. Batrider goes down first. Is she going to burn out? Oh, she's okay with her tangos. There you go. First blood against the Batrider.
I was so close to being a trade kill there, and I think any trade kill at the moment helps Double King a little bit more than it helps Mars. As back towards mid
lane.
stun. Oh, he waits it out. Old White barely holds on to life, but damn, Turtle knows. He knows that this Ember is waiting, trying to dodge it with a nice Sleight of Fist. But there's levels of this game, man, and Turtle is on one right now.
He did not dodge it, but he lived with, like, it must have been 20 HP. It must have.
But you were right. Something is going to have to give. And this mid lane, I think, is the first point of contention. I think this Ember Spirit has got to leave. I mean, he's gotten 3 last hits in the last 3 minutes. He's not moving anywhere, and this Monkey King is rolling. 17 denies for the Monkey King is more last hits than Ember has. This is getting out of hand. Just look at the experience differential. 6 now for the Monkey King. Ember is the 5.5. That is a big discrepancy.
Yeah. Well, the only good side is that you've created this monster who's going to roam to other lanes and, you know, have his will early on. That's going to be your time to catch up. So there's that positive going. Xeriscape kind of running at this Mars Venge lane. They're creating a lot more space than I expected. This Batrider is really strong. Stun onto KK. He's going to get the Lotus and be okay and walk away.
You know what's surprised me so far? It's actually this Mars. Little Nick, 33-12 against 22-3. We thought this...
Oh, the blood grenade!
Smart. Very smart there from Xeriscape to secure that kill.
Mid lane, is Turtle going to be in a little bit of trouble? No.
He is A-okay.
Yeah,
Top side, though,
spending
Little Nick
resources to protect.
actually taking some damage. Hook back in. We'll find the kill. And Door actually going to man up. I don't think you win that man up. Not with Hoodwink around.
So a nice job. Nice job with Little Nick finding some kills there in that lane. They
Oh,
scanned out Xeriscape stealing this Wisdom Rune. He's surely going to be dead here, right?
I think this is such a good death, though. If you end up dying here, you've taken 2 people off the map to get you. You got the Wisdom Rune. You're kind of like low-ish to begin with. You've got stuff in your stash you want to pick up. That's so worth it in my book. And once
High
again,
value death.
yeah, getting both Wisdom Runes, it's going to be, look at this Venge, look at this Clock, and see how they struggle to get level 6. Both of their ultimates incredibly important. If they can't get it, it's bad. And now this Bloodseeker might die.
Yeah, he's in a little bit of trouble here.
Oh, he
Nick, the stunners.
barely gets away.
Here comes the turn. Does Clock have enough damage? He should be, right? Certainly. Now, Hoodwink running away. Oh my god, right into the middle.
And
Bloodbath,
yoink.
the final hit from Door. Yep.
That's such
That's
a
nice
huge
little pass
turn.
overkill.
Oh, is he going? Ember, he's got nothing left. He's got 2 remnants. He doesn't have the mana to use them though.
Here comes Venge saving the day. They are doing a whole lot to keep this Ember Spirit just barely into this game, and I mean just barely. Like this is scraping the bottom of staying in it.
He is 700 gold below the next closest core. He is over 1,500 behind Monkey King. That's tough, but Little Nick is going to get ruptured. The kills that Door picked up helping out, but standing in place and fighting. This Pudge is big. He'll get 1 kill, tries to get a second, but Mars shows up. Xeriscape with blood on the ground, with fire everywhere, but Door mans up, gets the heal before, and that's a couple kills in a few minutes for this Bloodseeker.
Oh no, we missed the bushwhack. KK is going to walk out too with no HP.
Couple of very, very small plays going the way of Vanguard's favor, and this Bloodseeker might be big enough to contend with this Monkey King in terms of cores getting out of hand. 3 kills now for Bloodseeker, level 7, up against Little Nick's 5, and we thought this Pudge was actually doing good. He is now struggling a little bit.
Yeah, there's been a lot of scuffling in the lane, so what can you say? Multiple heroes TPing and rotating. This Venge has basically been out of lane for the last 4 minutes.
Yeah, and look at her levels. She's nowhere close to swap. Still a half bit away, and Xeriscape just hits level 6, so has Lasso. Guess what? This Clockwork doesn't. Guess who else has level 6? I'm just telling you, those Wisdom Rune steals made all the difference, and Little Nick is going to get a Dismember off. He's going to get another +1, and you got to start the snowball, as you said it earlier. I mean, that's more flesh heap.
Big deal. Big deal.
This
These Wisdom Runes are pretty strong, huh?
Very, and I'm kind of, now that laning stage is kind of falling apart now, we haven't seen any big, tower pushes yet, but this Pudge plus Batrider is a very efficient ganking core. And when you can add on the Hoodwink snipe from a very long way away, and it's a free hit because they're dismembered, it's just very hard for anybody to survive. And you're pretty much completely reliant on Venge being in range to swap you to save. Like, that's their only answer.
And she's not 6, so there's your answer. Not quite there yet.
She's close. She's soaking experience.
She's got it now. All right, so we've got some playmaking that can be made, but Bullish kind of in a really good spot so far.
Look at this rat from Xeriscape, trying to hunt down. No mana on the bench, pulled back in. Turtle, though, being very cagey. Sees the Ember around, knows that there's more help coming, but Little Nick and Clockwork both kind of hanging by the wayside. The hook's gonna whiff, resetting the fight, fortification used.
I think Little Nick was a human ward there. Turtle didn't want to go in because he was standing there. He kind of had a strong idea that Clock was, right behind with the follow-up. So it seemed really, really tempting from our perspective, but perhaps they were keen that, it wasn't as safe as it seemed.
There's a respect, I think is the word I would like to use to describe it. There's a lot of respect right now between these two teams, keeping the tension on the map, not forcing the issue, understanding it's not too bad, but a swap back in. Xeriscape is in deep, trying to run. Clockwork might be the best bet they have, but they're going to just drop the arena, Mars is going to get a nice little kill there, and Xeriscape will go down.
Pretty valuable to keep the Bat Raider down. The longer this hero is low leveled and low HP, then the better it's gonna be for the Vanguard. You don't want Pudge and Bat Rider running away with this mid game, especially with your Monkey King already so far ahead from lane.
Yeah, and we haven't even really talked about Double King yet. Creeping up to number 2 on the net worth leaderboard.
Yeah.
He is very much, battled right now by the Bloodseeker and honestly the Mars and Loki the Pudge. They are all within 150 gold, 200 gold of each other. It is a very, very tight race, and this Monkey King is kind of fallen off a little bit just in terms of his lead over everybody else. He's opted to go for this more battle frenzy or battle build with, rushing Diffusal. I think there's a lot of people that would have, seen their start and maybe tried to go a little greedy. I like this. Having this early Diffusal build is going to be very good at locking down these other heroes, and this team that Loki will kind of struggle a little bit for control. They have Bat Rider and a few questionable stuns. I think this Diffusal is a great pickup.
Yeah, I mean, outside of Vanguard kind of setting tempo on fights and, leaping in, I mean, what's the status on KK's Blink Dagger? It's only 800 gold and it's queued up, so that's a long ways away. Like, unless they're setting the tempo with Arena and Spear, it's going to be a little bit go of it.
Swap in, though. Turtle's going to be able to get down the Jingu fight. Clockwork's not going to be able to survive this one. Stuns up as well, and the hook just off the mark. Wasn't quite able to get there in time, but the pullback is there. The break's there too. And look at how slow that Ember Remnant is moving. No chance at survival. And Turtle's found door. He's chasing. He's got pings up with the rest of his team. Nowhere to be found. He slowed him up.
There's no way.
That was way too aggressive. A good fight, though. A very good fight from Bullish on Gaming.
It's sad to see Ember just sort of get casually lassoed like that. Maybe he thought the skill was down somewhere in the chaos of the fight, but no Blink Dagger. Just walk up, lasso, into your death.
And now we have to start looking at what's a little bit beyond the surface, which is a 4K net worth lead.
Yeah, and it's 3 Radiant cores on top, followed by 3 Dire cores, and Ember Spirit 4,700 net worth.
Turtle, though, in a rough spot here. Great blast bat from Xeriscape, but there's just simply too many numbers, and the big man on top will fall down. Xeriscape running. Ember trying to use a lot. Gets the chain inside of a creep wave. That is impressive. Xeriscape able to run pretty damn far, but it's not far enough. Soul with the wave getting the kill credit.
Did they see Turtle jump there? Because they don't have vision. They must have just barely spotted it from somewhere and just, pounce on the opportunity. Really great job there.
But I think that was Turtle with what we like to call strongman syndrome. Thinks he's a little bit bigger than he actually is when he's only 100 gold up over his competitors. Now, a couple 100 gold down.
This is actually just the greatest bait by Honored Vanguard. They said, all right, we're gonna put Ember in mid, and Monkey King's gonna feel like the strong man on campus, and he's gonna walk into his own death. That's what this is all about. This is next level drafting at its finest.
It's 4D chess.
Too smart for me.
15 and a half minutes in, we're about to get daylight. We're just entering nighttime, excuse me. And I still actually like to see how aggressively positioned they are. I mean, but the Honored Vanguard, I think, are doing a great job of understanding that individually they are weak right now. People like Monkey King, like Pudge, they're able to find these pickoffs and convert on kills a lot more efficiently. But as a unit, the Vanguard are still very strong. So I like that it's, 4 or 3 of them roaming together at any given point in time. And I think Bullish is being kind of inefficient because of it.
The arena to make space, though. Hoodrat in a little bit of trouble. Goes down.
Turtle.
Command. Turtle's in behind enemy lines. How does he get out here? The swap comes through. There's the stun.
He's going to try to dodge.
Right? The hook! The hook! Nope.
Not enough, though.
The slide shades. Thank goodness. That was almost amazing.
But Double is here. He hasn't really fought yet so far. Has the relic and the armlet, but no radiance yet.
Oh, if he's just having a time. 8,300 net worth. Almost no contesting until now when he decided he was showing up to a fight.
I think there's some problems though, because 2 times in as many minutes, this Monkey King now falling and without doing a whole lot extra, and he's getting shut down by Mars, top of the net worth, and is, has been in all these fights. 3, 1, and 7, so 10 of the 12 kills so far. Looks like
Only
he'll
gonna die, no escape there.
Somebody had to.
Yeah, I feel like I see this happen a lot with Monkey Kings, where they dominate lane and then they come out and they sit in trees and get caught somewhere.
Mm-hmm. It's almost reminds me a little bit of like a life stealer sitting infested a little bit too long. Like you could be farming and his items haven't really moved, but he's found KK out. Turtles is gonna get speared back, not actually lashed on, but Xeriscape is gonna lasso, hold him in. Turtles will get his Jingu out, the ultimate, and look at the hook.
Oh, the
Nick
hook.
finally finds one. The shot's there as well. Mars to fall. Turtle still hanging around, half HP. Xeriscape still flirting as a great little bushwhack comes through. Turtle looking for the opportunity. Might go in deep, hunting down these supports. Double kills for a couple of them. But Ember Spirit's in now. The hook shot's going to land. Actually, is going to get onto Turtle, who's going to stay in and fight. Needs to get these jingles out. No, look at the lifesteal. He's surviving. Great stun over, but it's going to come back
around him.
Ember Spirit's going to get in. Little Nick is going to die too, and they just brought more numbers. Xeriscape does not have the sustained DPS. Well, he gets one more at the end. Hilarious, but at the end of all things,
interaction. Oh my goodness!
He
bopped himself into the cogs. Accidentally killed him there. It's a funny trade at the very end of that, but my goodness.
Door though, he's gonna get burned out. The Radiance was been completed. Got a little greedy and Double King. I think he's gonna have the last say. Actually, after all.
Okay, a lot to digest there. Kind of crazy. Jingu stacks. I mean, Monkey King lives just long enough to continue to cause chaos. I feel like that fight turned out pretty well for our Ember Spirit player.
KK just barely gets that blink out. He's waiting. He's holding. He's got support in the back. As Hoodwink is going to have to use his ult to kind of get away, but Clockwork's chasing him down, has the jetpack. But the whole of the Vanguard are now in hot retreat.
Yeah, Bullish were really well prepared to take an engagement there. Well, we just don't get to talk about Double King because he's just off in his own little world, but Radiance armlet done, 2,000 gold in pocket. This hero is going to start showing up to fights, and it's going to be really scary. Meanwhile, the arena goes onto the Monkey King, just gets blasted. Again, this exuberance, the hook just barely missing.
Yeah, and as soon as that hook misses, it's out. It's a nice,
that's pretty
three-man
nice.
shackle. They're all going to get silenced up as well. Punch, and it's a double spear too. One by one, they fall. It's the first life. Door, though, with the BKB is going to be able to get on top of the Hoodwink, who's trying to run. It's decent damage from the Wraith King, but it's just not enough. And now the Clockwork hook shot. They're going to find pretty much everybody. The swap away. Double King's not getting out of there. You cannot armlet toggle anything. And 4 on the floor. The Honored Vanguard have their good chance at their first win of this season.
KK, like, mid-game MVP right now. I mean, very liberally dropping the arena, and the spear onto 2 into that corner there was just filth. Actual filth. The fight was lost there.
There was
Escape was looking for the Wisdom Rune, but KK knew what was coming. I believe he did get the Wisdom Rune. Now Xeriscape in trouble here. Only has Lasso and a Dream. Here comes Clockwork flying in alongside of him.
I mean, this is, you can call it space created, but KK, once he sees a kill, he's not letting that one go. Once again, putting a stamp 4, 2, and 11 now. And he is, I mean, not only does he have the second most last hits in the game, he's 3rd overall in net worth. And this is the offlaner right now. And he's He's doing so much lifting. These spears have been immaculate. The catches have been great. The arena's superb. And this is not a hero that I think a lot of people, I don't want to say gave up on, but kind of left by the wayside. His arena got nerfed from 60 seconds to 90 for a cooldown quite a few patches ago. And people just stopped playing it because one of the strengths of Mars was his high uptime for an offlaner. And now he has to start contending with the likes of Centaur and others, but I think this just shows how strong he still is as a hero.
Turtle caught out again? What's happening? What are the decisions? A total freebie. A total freebie.
Not a great look. And to kind of move over to Bloodseeker here, who is now big man on top, I actually am a huge fan of this Rush BKB. He has a lot of damage on his team from, Ember, despite the slow start, but it's really the Mars. And these supports with the minus armor as well, they're doing a lot of work. So he can kind of go a little bit more defensive as Xeriscape falls once again, the unlucky recipient of yet another smoke gank.
Last time we checked in on the net worth, there was the 3 Radiant heroes on top and 3 Dire heroes falling behind, and now it's changed quite a bit. Monkey King 9,400. He's only gained 1,000 gold in what seems like the last 4 minutes.
But at least he's got his Mage Slayer completed now.
Yeah, thank goodness. The consolation, if anything, really after the start that he had, you'd like to see a little bit more.
It's crazy that the Ember Spirit is up over 2,000 gold on him.
I hadn't even looked, and I still don't believe that that's true. I'm actually closing it because I can't even fathom how that's happened.
Nice scan out from the Dire, able to know that this is happening. I don't think that they're in position to contest it, though. This is a pretty slow Roche attempt.
They'll trade towers for it. After the last few minutes have gone, I guess you call it bad positioning, I guess. They should have been there to think about that sooner, but...
Maybe you do get some nice control on the map with it, some good farm. Whenever you're taking Roche, you're not farming, obviously, and I think a lot of people are pretty close to, items, and it wasn't a good position, and it's more along the lines of let's get as much out of the map as we possibly can while this is happening. There's a silver lining here somewhere, and we just have to find it.
Speaking of, Spear got caught out by Little Nick.
Look at the move speed. He just can't escape. Good swap back.
Swapped around, but into Double King. He's buying time. Is he going to get away? No way. TPing from the high ground. Somebody sees him. Nil Nick on top of it with the hook.
At the last second, Nick finds it. Insane hook. And that might have been blind. No, you know what it was? It was the power shot. It was the snipe from Hoodwink.
Oh.
I think it gave vision. It missed. But the sharpshooter shot gives vision around it and actually, I think, let Nick know where that TP was coming from.
Oh, KK caught out a little bit. No, BKB is going to walk out.
That's such a big catch. And now look at Xeriscape. Invisible. He's got him. Pulled in the Dismembers there as well. Double King's going to feast. That's another flush up stack. And take a look for a hot second here at Hoodwink. How the heck does this position 4 have like a Leipnir?
Leipnir, yeah. I thought I saw it come out. I was like, oh, wait, what? Baffling. But yeah, where does money even come from? He bought nothing. That's what happened. He bought literally nothing.
He's printing money, but it's greedy because he goes Maelstrom first. He's allowed to kind of clear these waves out. But look at the team. You definitely have you have this Wraith King farming and kind of this pudge, but we've seen Monkey King looking for all these kills. Somebody's got to sweep up this farm, and it's a great recipient. Hoodwink's one of the best scaling supports in the game.
So you give up Roche or whatever. I feel like they needed to make something a little bit better happen.
Double King's gonna lose both of his lives here. The first one's gone. Turtles around. I don't know if they can really fight this. Wait, they're going for it. Turtles in. They've already lost him. Not a great look.
Was stuck inside arena there.
But that is the Aegis. They do get one kill on the flip side here. The silence is going to be there immediately. The spear as well onto Xeriscape. The BKB from KK. gonna be running out shortly. Little Nick is still chasing. Xeriscape, he wants more, but he still has his ultimate too. But now Door's showing up.
They're gonna go for it.
I think Xeriscape's gonna be dead here. Silenced up for so long. And now Nick has the Shivas. Gonna try to turn Turtles around here. It's a nice three-man stun. It's some great damage. Door's still gonna fall. Clockwork is barely gonna get away. What a man up from Nick with the Shiva's guard.
Huge. Huge. We're coming back in. They might contest this and go for the Monkey King.
Oh, nice hook again. This is a mistake. And look at Ember Spirit's used a lot of his remnants too. He's got one left. If he can't get out, okay. Lucky, I think, that he gets out.
A little chaotic. The last 7 minutes have been kind of wild. The game of throws, and as is with North American Dota. Wow.
I was so surprised to see Monkey King jump in after Double King was. I mean, he was in the ground for several seconds before that Monkey King jumped in. I'll say it worked out
sooner, right?
I mean, maybe he wanted to wait, because he had the Aegis. Maybe he was trying to bait out all these spells and says, "Look, Double King, you're already dead. There's no way you're living again, but maybe the rest of us can."
I respect the vision. I just think that the timing was off.
Still close. Nary 1,000 gold splits these two teams. A new shard will go over to Venge, one of the best shards in the game, the double stun. Even with a reduced amount of damage and range, it is fantastic.
Pretty wild, the gold differential off of just an 8-kill lead. Gold's pretty well spread around between the cores. The only one who's fallen behind through all of this is the Monkey King.
Ember Spirit not able to get out. They're going to have the control as well.
Dismember. Oh, the swap out. Is he going to survive?
The last second. Oh, look back in. He still has one more Revenant. Still able to survive a little bit longer, but Xeriscape is chasing. Doesn't have the damage to bring him down. No. But in the midst of things, Door goes in and dies.
Oh my god. Look, Ember survived. Okay, that's the win out of all that fucking craziness, but jeez.
That was an insane swap, a better hook, and then still had the presence to get another Remnant out to safety. Huge props, I think, to Mars for, putting himself on the line, getting there as Clockwork's in, able to quickly delete the Hoodwink. But this
just
might
sort of
be
standing in front of everybody. Here comes Double King. Let's see how much damage he can do.
Mars is going to die.
And he's dead. And now Ember Spirit dismembered again. Do they have enough follow-up? Here comes the Monkey King, the Remnant, just to get to the high ground. And he's going to be okay. Bad Rider already onto the high ground. And the swap to put Pudge up top.
Nick is forced to eat.
It's Venge killed the Pudge trade. But now you're looking at Ember Spirit. Does he have Remnants? He's got his last one to escape. Double King? All right, well, he's going to lose his Reincarnate. Pretty value.
I think Turk needs to get out of there quick. I love the TP call to get out. Door still chasing. Xeriscape? One hit bash. No, not going to be there in time.
It would have happened.
The gods were definitely going to be smiling. But Door, last couple fights, has gone in, tried to man up. Just hasn't been able to. Does a metric crap ton of damage. Don't get me wrong, but it's just not quite enough. But he's got the build for it. I love going for this Swift Blink too. I think having a little bit more catch, especially with people like Clockwork and Ember on his team, he's a little slow despite having that high move speed. Just being able to get there a little quicker, putting in that damage, and you can't man fight long-term a Monkey King, right? But if you can burst him with that burst of attack speed, it might be enough.
You've seen that burst as well. The start of every fight feels like 1 second of total chaos and damage just spewing out everywhere. And then somehow one team walks away like -3 heroes, and then somebody else is, 100 HP walking out. So it's really, really touch and go.
Xeriscape, nice hook shot though, catches him out. Little Nick is around, but the flame ability will get him over the cogs and out. KK though with the 2-man, will able to shut down this Hoodwink quickly. Little Nick standing his ground. There's the BKB. Turtle coming in, has a nice Wukong's command, putting in some damage. It's a 1-for-1 trade so far. Ember Spirit and Dor are on the retreat. Xeriscape's coming right back though. He's got the lasso. They need a lot more lockdown though. The Remnants are out, but you have some bashes coming through. Turtle still chasing on. It's a nice 4-on-4 brawl. Another to fall. That's the Wraith. No revive from him. Little Nick still alive. Will eventually tick out. So another core for core.
That's just really, really nice fighting. It was really, really impressive.
A very solid pick. I love the go call on this Hoodwink. I feel like this Hoodwink, despite only having 10k net worth, less than your Clockwork, has been putting out an inordinate amount of damage and control. I mean, she's built for it, but is squishy as possible.
The only person you would want to jump more than the Hoodwink is the Bat Rider. Yeah, like maybe Monkey King since he's been in the dirt the last 10 minutes or so, but getting rid of these heroes that, like Bushwhack has so much power over a lot of these team fights where there's just heroes stacked on top of each other.
Mm-hmm. I'm not actually too sure if you want Xeriscape. This Bat Rider has felt very underwhelming in these team fights. Like, usually gets a lasso out and he's trying to bring it back to the Pudge, but it is such a tall task of, okay, what if I lasso for 3 seconds and then you dismember for 3 seconds and then we have a Wraith Fire Blast ready for 2 seconds? That's an infinite amount of time. We can kill anybody. But
Really
in practice, it's just not working.
It's out just in time.
– 33 minutes.
BKB done. Still not opting for Shard. Guess he doesn't have a lot of fear of mana drain from the other side. Where do we go next? Roche is up. Vanguard earn position.
I don't think the I don't think Bullish is going to be able to make it here on time, even though this Roche isn't falling the fastest. But actually, oh, there's the BKB on Monkey King, already trying to man up. Clockwork's trying to get away. There's a nice hook or a thing back. Gonna pop the Wukong's command.
The turn.
Fighting. BKB is
gonna
fade.
Oh my god, the man fighting out of Monkey King.
Did you see the rupture? It just leads him. Has buyback available if he wants it, but it's KK. Standing big tall. There's the arena. Double kill's gonna lose his first life. Little Nick on the back side of things here. Trying to get in there to put in some damage, but he's just not being successful. Here's the BKB. He's got Dismember. They're putting the damage onto Door. They need a little bit more, and it's gonna be
on the backside. The lasso, grab Venge.
Just enough damage, and now it's just this lone Ember left. Putting in a buyback is well worth it for Turtle. They're all gonna take the portal heading north, and Roche is gonna be the big prize that they get for winning that team fight.
I thought the Vanguard were so well set up. I was looking at them front to back, and they were just primed to just sort of take the fight long and steady. And Turtle TP's back in onto Outpost, and all of a sudden the re-engage from Bullish and just sort of wiped the floor with a couple of plays, a lasso deep onto some of the supports from Vanguard, and all of a sudden Turtle bought enough time. I don't know if you saw how much he was healing off of the Jingu stacks, but he lived about 5 seconds longer than he should have. And
oh yeah, and that cost a lot. They had to use not only Hookshot on it, but also Rupture. Once those two spells are down, you have no control for anybody else. You've got no go. And as soon as that's gone, it's like, well, okay, I can just buy back here. And despite the buyback, look at the net worth lead. All of a sudden, it balloons up to 11k. We weren't anywhere past like 2 or 3k before that, and it's just off the deep end. It's almost a wall straight up. It is ridiculous. They're going to take away a 2-3 tower. They'll be able to take down this topside barracks as well. There's no way, even with all 5 up, that the Vanguard hold this. Look at all the creeps hitting.
Yeah. This is.
Wait, did they double fort?
I do not know.
I think they double forted actually.
Cooldown. Swap onto Little Nick. This might be a nice quick prize, but he's hard to kill. He's
It's
BKB
onto
and the
the-
Wukong's command is turned around. 4 heroes are caught inside of it. Little Nick is still living. How? Finally, KK takes him down, but the Mars Arena is just a run away. Gets Monkey King into the wall.
You can see
We're
the
just sort of walking away right now. Ember Spirit flying back in. First life down. So here comes the Aegis. 5 heroes surround. And Bullish have left. This is going to be a dead Monkey King. Okay.
It is hard to
all
cut
right.
your losses to understand when it is an unwinnable fight, but it is a boon that they at least get a couple out. The cheese is maintained despite the Aegis falling, and that was a little over aggressive.
That was a great win, finding Little Nick. I thought that was a terrible move. It took forever to kill that Pudge. But they saved at least one set of racks up top, and they get the Monkey King plus Aegis. That's a really big hold for Vanguard there. Maybe overzealous, but they started that fight by getting Little Nick out of position.
Yeah, and not having those like magical hooks, not having a great dismember, it turns out that that's a pretty important part of the fight. And that 12k net worth lead that we saw shredded down to 5k, basically an even game for it being 38 minutes in. Kills as well, 35-31. I mean, a little bit of money is nice, but 5k spread over 5 heroes. I mean, I would be willing to bet a lot of it's just sitting in unspent gold funds.
That was a lot to take in. That was a lot to take in.
All right, bit of a pause here. Let's go over some items that we haven't seen yet. Mars has a Lincoln Sphere. We're getting, I think Venge is working towards her Aghanim Scepter.
Yeah, it looks like.
She actually has it if she wants it. That's the second life, which is a very nice spell to have, especially since she's been focused down so much. Pudge, for what it's worth on his side of things, has, he's tanked up a lot. 24 Flesh Heap stacks. He's got 5,000 HP with Cloak of Flames, plus the Rot, plus the Shiva's Guard. Like, he's doing a lot of AoE damage, especially with the Aghanim Scepter. But the problem is, he's getting controlled. Even with the BKB, he's stuck, it feels like, half the time.
Yeah, I mean, it's difficult to kill this Pudge. They had a perfect scenario defending their high ground there, where they got him so far away that they had enough time to spare on the front side, but they didn't have to deal with everybody else collapsing at the same time. That's the dream scenario, because otherwise, this Pudge deals so much damage, offers so much control, causes so much problems.
He's actually almost level 25 as well. That's crazy for it only being, 39 minutes in. I mean, I guess Wraith King's there as well. Maybe it's a little bit further along than I thought. But, Bloodseeker's 22. Yeah, no, he's got a lot of experience.
Did he just get given cheese, or did he forget to use cheese, or was he controlled and he couldn't use cheese last fight? Because that seems like they would have kind of won the game if he just cheesed that life.
I don't know. I thought he actually still had the cheese. Oh, Pudge has it now. Okay. Hooks out. They're going to find Vengeful Spirit here. Clockwork's able to get out. Nice arena from KK. And already bought back on Zero Escape. Doors in and swinging, but he's going to get dismembered. Instant swap away. Trying to fight. BKB's abound. They're going to bring down this Bloodseeker. So low, he's gone. 85 seconds, no buyback, and now Turtle is chasing. They have the stun up. They're looking for it, but a good spear. Hoodwink, though, still around. They need a second source of stun, but KK is putting everything on the line to get him away. Nick and crew trying to get in. A hook's out, going to completely whiff, and our two teams will separate.
Man,
The
if
first
it's
life-
if it's not for KK's Mars in a lot of these fights, it is scary.
Oh,
It
yeah.
is scary because it feels like they don't even need the Monkey King in half of the things that I'm outside of the Wukong's command, which that nothing to scoff at there. But KK is just saving people left and right from a team that is not for lack of damage.
And it just feels like you don't want to focus the Mars, but you almost feel like you have to now. I mean, he goes and drops the arena, and he's tanky. He's got a Martyr's Plate, a Lincoln's, the BKB. Like, it's hard to bring this guy down. 3,500 HP over the top, and I mean, he's got almost a refresher saved up. He's got 4.7k in the bank. And this guy is going to be a priority target, which sucks because this team, it feels like they've been struggling to put in enough damage outside of like dismember combos.
On the flip side, you're hoping that Ember Spirit and Bloodseeker can do enough damage in the time that, you know, KK creates enough space versus Wraith King, Monkey King, Pudge.
Yeah, and
Battlehacker,
this Ember
and a
has-
Hoodwink who's getting stronger every second too.
This Ember feels like, you know, just now picking up the Eye of Scotty has not been doing all that much damage. You know, is reducing a lot of magic damage with the Mage Slayer, some lightning with the Maelstrom, but has 2 defensive items in Shiva's and Lincoln's, and just isn't really clicking all that hard, despite being the most farmed person on his team.
To see where the
But hold
Vanguard
on.
want to take a fight. They just smoked on top of another smoke coming in.
Yep, Nick is there. Hook's gonna whiff to start things off. Turtle in the fray of things. They want to bring down this Clockwork if they can, but the invisibility from the Glimmer Cape is just enough to get them out, and no harm, no foul. Honored Vanguard are going to be able to live to see another day.
That's a wasted smoke on both sides almost, because Bullish get nothing out of that, and Vanguard actually smoked like a fraction of a second before Bullish engaged.
Oh,
and here
Xeriscape's there, the
comes
answered
in.
arena almost instantly. Little Nick in the fray of things. You can see the Shiva's Guard putting in work, and now Turtle on the backside. He still hasn't used the Wukong's. Or sorry, this Wukong's is barely holding. He's on the edge of things, getting the Jingu stacks right back up. Clockwork is gonna fall, and the slow Ember's trying to get out. But KK once again with the spear. The broke sharpshooters there as well, and Ember's out for at least a second here. Little Nick is chasing. Eventually will fall. Another bushwhack comes in. He just keeps having the control with these Gleipnirs. They can't stop him. Puncher's going to try to have another hook out here. They want KK. The swap back is going to get him to safety. Venge is going to die for it, but he gets hooked. A little green,
He's
but the
got-
spear
he's got
back.
the
He
spear.
keeps
He's got the spear.
hitting the spears.
This Hoodwink is an incredible problem that I did not foresee being such an issue.
Uh-oh.
He's just chaos. He's just
Mox-
chaos. Like, what do they
Mox-
do if they don't kill him?
There are no buybacks left, and the tier 4s are falling. Double King is hitting through and has an Assault Cuirass to cut
They
through
have
some
to
of the
know.
armor.
They have to know that there are no buybacks.
They're going for it. They're saying, like, look,
Yeah.
you have to buy back. It's on to Mars.
KK is trying to cut, but it's pointless. He's fighting into 2 heroes, and Double King is, you know, going for the throne. So
You'll have a hook shot in 5. I don't think it's going to be fast enough. And
No.
now he can't teleport back because Bushwhack's there. It's over.
that's it.
Bullish on gaming dash the hopes of the Honored Vanguard one more time. And damn, I think we can both 100% agree on, though, MVP of this game, despite losing, is KK on this Mars. Good lord.
Yeah, it's tough to call him the MVP, but he I think the reason the game gets to this point is because he's holding out for his team so much. But I would venture to say that this Hoodwink is really like an unsung hero. I mean, let's give props where it's due, right? Like Little Nick really kind of controlled majority of these fights.
Yeah, I think everybody from Bullish does a pretty good job, but I think we'll let our panelists kind of break this one down and get us ready for game number 2, which will be starting shortly. See you guys in a few.
Appreciate that, Zen and Mox. Another great cast from you guys, and another great game. Samson, we talked about the Pudge going into it, but I mean, I think we kind of got to see THV's downfall a bit. What did you see in that game?
First off, I gotta agree with the casters. The Mars was insane. The Mars was
Absolutely.
awesome. Like, he kept that team together. People pick Mars, and I don't think Mars does that in most of the games he's played. But that's why you pick Mars. That's why you pick Mars. It's for a game like that. And the Bloodseeker, you know, I think he won his lane against Little Nick. I was very impressed by THV despite their loss.
Yeah, for me, I mean, we saw Door. It seemed like he got a lot out of the game. A lot of that, like the caster said, was on that Mars being able to do what they could. They had the rupture into the spear that was doing some early damage. But the game just got to this point where it felt like Bloodseeker really couldn't do much. I mean, he was right clicking these heroes, but he just didn't seem like much more than just tapping them. Because that Pudge
Yeah,
was too much HP, and that Wraith King, when he showed up, it seemed like there was nothing they can do.
the Bloodseeker versus Pudge matchup is kind of weird because once you get the Ags on Pudge, the Bloodseeker is very fast, but if you get in the range of the Pudge a little bit, you can feel awkward. Like you can get the Pudge low health, but then the Bloodseeker is low health, so you're kind of running really fast trying to get a last hit on somebody to get your health back. But we saw the Pudge was way too big. Yeah, it reminds me of last game where you just have two strength heroes that just get too big. I mean,
Sure.
the Bloodseeker cannot. He can't go like my favorite build on Bloodseeker. I like to go the level 25, get refresher, get the 4 ruptures, the quad ruptures, and just
Okay.
throw them out on anybody. But
Sure,
but
sure.
really against the Wraith King, it's kind of doesn't feel as good against the Pudgy. It just there was no path for the Bloodseeker to totally do what he wanted to do. They got too big.
We also heard some mention, about the supports, and I think I'm a big proprietor for supports. I think supports are the unsung heroes. What was some of the things that Hoodwink was able to accomplish in that game that kind of, helped them to just snowball the way they did?
Yeah, he was getting a lot of farm. Got the Gleipnir very fast, and just the solid stuns. Hoodwink, I think you gotta play the Hoodwink character to really get all your spells on target. But he was landing them. And the Bat Rider was pretty good too. He would glimmer into fights to get the lasso, which was awesome to me. Just
Absolutely.
there was one time where he caught the Mars mid, I think, with the glimmer, and that was the glimmer on the Vat was very nice. I was impressed by that.
Yeah, I think the positioning overall was super impressive. I even saw the Bat Rider went and got a lasso. Clockwork hook shots him in. Mars follows up with the arena. I mean, people just seemed like they were right on point with exactly what they were trying to do. It just Bullish, like you said, they just had 2 heroes. It was hard to kill both of them, man. What do you see going into this next match that THV can kind of do to address some of the problems they had?
HP, yeah. It's gonna be tough. It is weird with a non-1 player playing 1. I don't wanna blame it on the Bloodseeker pick. I really I understood once the game started, what they were trying to do with it, but it's something maybe a different carry, maybe a different carry.
All right, I'm here. We do have a draft. The draft is up. Um, they're already started. These are bands that we're used to seeing, Samson. I feel like it's we come in here, we see the same bands. It's almost not even worth getting here early at times. Faces
Yeah, the
Void's
Nature's
gone.
Prophet,
Nature's
100%
Prophet,
contest rate still.
100%. Timbersaw is out again. The Centaur seems like something that people are starting to prioritize more often. But
I love playing Centaur. It's kind of the same thing as playing Doom. You're a late game tanky guy. Something that I really feel like last game we experienced was, early game you farm gold, but late game, if you don't die, you get big XP from team fights, and you can become a level 25 Pudge, you can get a level 25 Wraith King if you just survive the fights. That's all you need to do.
yeah,
And Centaur survives fights.
absolutely. It did sound like maybe you weren't super happy with the Wraith King in that last draft,
Uh,
or were you because they picked the Bloodseeker?
yeah, I mean Wraith King is not like the most fun hero. He got nerfed a bit last patch because he was too OP last patch, but it's Double King, so I know he's a Wraith King player, and
Okay.
if you want to just make the Bloodseeker ult a little less relevant, I think it's a pretty good pick. Yeah, I'll never doubt a Double King playing any hero, really. I know he has a different view than I do.
Absolutely. Absolutely. They do go and take the Lion. No, I mean, a hero we saw, I think, more on day one. You've got 2 stuns. Essentially, you've got the Hex, you've got the Earth Spike. He does a little bit of damage with the ult. But why is Lion being prioritized so highly?
Yeah, I wouldn't even say Lion is the most OP hero. Like he's just such a fundamental hero. You want stuns. It makes the
Mhm.
game easier if you can lock people down. and Lion's the most classic stunner in the game. And
He
the
had
new
that.
build,
He had
sorry.
that change with the shard as well, right? Isn't he
Yeah,
doing damage?
yeah, the shard is super annoying. Oh, as a support, you gotta have something annoying about you. Lion has late game stuns, which are super annoying, and then the early game, you just get sucked and you just lose all your mana.
You just get sucked. What can you do? They get the hoodwink, and this will be on the other side of it. This will be THV picking up the hoodwink for himself. They take the silencer. What does the silencer really block out? I know there's a couple heroes that it's just hard counters with the ult, but what does silencer really provide as a first pick?
Gotta say, I'm a little surprised by the silencer. I like the hero though. Um, he your global ultimate really allows you to control when fights start. So it'll buff up Honor Vanguard's initiation. So like if one of their guys goes in, the Lion is not going to instantly hex. Their Lion is not going to instantly ult. So it really opens up for the offlaner. Which hey, after KK's last game, I would say you get a guy to help you set up for your initiator because his initiations were beautiful.
Absolutely. And speaking of things that happened last game, they give the Pudge back to Bullish on Gaming. Is there any flex in this, or do you think it's just going back to Little Nick?
There's always a little bit of flex, but I would suspect Little Nick just wants to play fun hero, and Pudge is fun.
I mean, we're seeing a lot. I mean, we got the Mars return pick. We've got the Oracle. I mean, I feel like the Oracle saving the Pudge is that cheese that the casters alluded to last game. I mean, if this Pudge gets to the same point that he did, how do you ever take this guy down?
Oh, for sure. And Xeriscape is a pretty good Oracle. It's one of his most played heroes, I think. Um, so yeah, he will be making saves, and you get the Dispel, so Silencer does even less damage, makes the Pudge even tankier. It's an interesting Oracle pick. Fun hero. Very
Fun.
high win rate, but not picked a ton in competitive.
All right, and we got the Wind Ranger. So this is I mean, we're not going to see a core silencer, right? This Wind Ranger's got to go somewhere important, I think.
Yeah, last game, Bullish banned the Wind Ranger, but this game they banned the Ember instead. So, Honored Vanguard definitely have a Wind Ranger player.
Okay. Could be alluding to maybe that old white in the mid lane.
I wouldn't be surprised if their carry wants to play it as well. It's a very popular carry, and if you're a support player playing carry, I think Wind Ranger is a fun option.
Absolutely. They return with the Pango. Another interesting hero for me. I think like we talked about earlier, it's just like the classic mid hero. Um, does it pose any problems when you have the arena on the other side, kind of limiting where Pango might be able to go?
No, I think you actually really like the arena because you can go. Did they change that so you can't go through it anymore, or can you?
I have no idea. Can this man
Um,
jump the arena?
I Pango does not care about Mars, I believe. I mean,
Pango
the
does not
worst
care
part,
about Mars.
yeah, it's like if you're getting out of roll and you get arena'd, that sucks. But he Pango likes to roll into fights, and yeah, so he won't really care about the Mars too much.
I love it. I love it actually. Yeah, no, so if Pango's able to just completely take away the arena, I mean, I feel like that's a huge pick here.
Yeah,
Because
and
KK really controlled a lot of the way those fights kind of happen. You talked about the Glimmer Cape on the Batrider, but I feel like Mars was really the person on THV that was able to create the most for them.
oh, for sure. And I think the Pango's kind of with a silencer in mind as well. He can just roll, and he doesn't care about getting global that much.
We'll have to see what they have for the last pick. They've got some interesting bans. They banned the Ricky and the Troll. They have to take the Phantom Lancer for Double King, and it's a snap pick Puck.
Hmm.
So we do have KK back on the Mars. It's going to be Door on the Wind Ranger. We've got Old White on the Puck. So this is going to be a pause one Wind Ranger, is what it looks like for
Okay,
THV.
yeah, I gotta say I like that more than the Bloodseeker. Just you know, I think they're equally strong laners almost. Bloodseeker and Wind Ranger, they're both really strong laners, but Ranger, you can just do whatever you want to. You know, you can go solo kill people. So yeah, I want to see what Door does on the Wind Ranger. But the Double King PL does make me scared because yeah, PL will carry any game.
Yeah, right. All right, so looking at this, did they address it enough? Or is this just going to be a runaway bullish on gaming 2-0? What are you feeling?
I like their draft more, THV, and we saw the KK Mars pop off last game really hard. I don't think it's as easy. But I mean, yeah, I honestly believe in the KK Mars.
I like it. I like it. Well, we hopefully will see THV 1-1 this series. I think they got a lot more tools this game than they did last. Obviously, Bullish on Gaming's got a lot going for them. But we are ready to jump into this game. So we've got Bullish on Gaming THV game 2. We've got Mox and Zen waiting for you guys. Go ahead and take it on, guys.
All right, welcome to the final game of the evening, and it is up for debate. 0-6 or 1-5, the only two possibilities for THV. And I have to agree, I like this KK Mars, and I think they do have more tools. But man, they look squishy, Mox. They look so squishy.
Yeah, against Pudge PL, it's not a ton of huge health bars, but they're really problematic health bars to deal with. So, can KK fend off this, aggressive front of Bullish?
I don't know.
Last game is kind of an indicator of yes for me.
I think as long as they continue to play aggressive and they keep trying to like take the fights, abuse their very low kind of cooldowns that they have to deal with, they're going to be in a good position here. And I think there's always going to be good answers for this PL with the puck, with the silencer, hell, even with the Wind Ranger, whose focus fire never gets, dispelled off of the real one. You're going to have decent answers and illusion clear. I like their odds. I really do. I'm just worried if, Little Nick on this Pudge blinks in with a Shiva's Guard, cancels a couple of blinks, gets all the attention here, and then the Pangolier and this PL just get to run amok, bringing down the Silencer and the Hoodwink, who might not have any good escapes.
Both teams are well equipped with a lot of tools to take care of and answer each other. So it's going to be a really interesting game, I think. I'm really looking at this puck. If this puck falls flat, you're going to have a pretty problematic game.
Oh, yeah. Well, let's talk about this matchup. Puck versus Pango. I think conventional wisdom says that it's air quote even. I think you can have some nice, skill-based dodges with the phase shift here. With the shield crash, you might be able to sustain through some of the damage that puck gives. But, better player is going to win out, I think.
Hello, I'm Gabe Newell.
But
Missing
get the
first blood.
T2ers in chat. Little Nick probably landed a nice hook there. It'll be unfortunate as the infinite scaling lane is going to go the way not of the Vanguard here. First blood on Pudge is scary too. That's a faster Helm of the Iron Will. That is like the item of the off lane, I feel like, this patch.
Just assume that Lil Nick was sick nasty with it, and there you go, first blood.
And now Puck's getting awfully low here early on too, burning through a lot of region. Will be forced to use another Pango plus branch, and
more.
Plays
Would've
that
been
one
enough.
awfully close to the chest.
I think with the fairy fire too, like he's tempting fate here. Yeah, it's testy. It's testy.
Man, that is ballsy if I've ever seen it. But we have one last lane to go over. It's PL down bot with support from Xeriscape on the Oracle here. One of the best saves in the game. He might need to buy something to get rid of a silence, but if he does, that false promise is going to give a lot of survivability to this PL later on.
Pretty fun matchup so far. Are we looking in the last hits section? Wind Ranger doing fairly well. And 0 right now. Is position 1 Wind Ranger strong enough?
You know,
deal
I
with the
gotta
Pudge
level with
PL?
you here. I don't think I mean I should say is I think it's actually quite good. I like the way that Door played last game on that Bloodseeker. You know, he manned up a couple of times. It just didn't quite work out. But I think he had the feel for it. And I think this Wind Ranger, with the extra survivability from these wind runs, eventually an Aghanim Scepter, it's going to be pretty difficult for him to, you know, kind of get hunted down. I really like the pick in this game.
I'm interested to see how it pans out. I haven't seen it quite enough to really even know what it's
God.
going to look like.
I was just about to ask, who do you think is going to be winning this lane? And I don't even know if I have to ask. Mars, 14-2 over the 10-1 PL. Oh, what a hook top! Slow the silencer down. I think this line is going to fall by the wayside as well. I don't think silencer has the scaling, the glaive skilled up yet, so does not steal any intelligence, but did get the experience for getting the kill first. Nice blood grenade to help trade out that lion.
Yeah, nice job so far. That's probably going to be where most of the kills are going to come from. I suspect this PL and Oracle lane is going to be fairly quiet.
Nice teleport middle, helping refill the bottle. As mid lane, it is indeed even 18 versus 20-3. This puck gonna find another bottle refill on the bounty rune. Heading back to mid lane, and these two cats in the middle. I mean, they're meowing.
Yeah, not too much going on. A little bit of a skirmish down bottom. Going to be enough.
Might be a bit
bushwhack
more
into a spear. Yeah, that's actually going to wind up being a kill there. So nice job on this hoodwink again, causing problems early.
Oh man, these hooks from Little Nick are so close to finding the mark. He has mana plus extra health in the form of both sticks and Lotus.
It's so unsuspecting sometimes. He just throws it. I would never think like I think I would have to be a little bit more clever to land a hook, and Little Nick's just like, no, you kind of just aim and hit him and you win games like that.
Yeah, you just click. You don't even need the line to set you up.
No.
5 minutes in, and it's Pudge on top of the net worth leaderboard, followed by Pangolier, but it's still in flux. There's a lot going back and forth, and I think it's interesting that this puck is actually, 150 gold down under this Pango. It's close, but I think that edge is starting to get shown. That Pangolier is edging him out slowly but surely.
Could have been a pretty nice shot at a kill up top side, but Nick decided to hold on to his stick charges instead of refilling for a hook there.
I actually think bottom might be in a bit of concern. The burst from Mars is pretty high, and both well, I guess, more recently than not, Xeriscape and Double King were both sitting at about 2/3 HP. But yeah, now this Q spam from Double King is getting KK pretty low. 2 points in the spear from Phantom Lancer. KK, they'll salves up. Still has an 11 stick charge wand. Will be fighting for this Lotus.
It would be enough to push him off, but it has been.
Shield rune.
I
Nice.
saw.
I love that pre-stun.
Yeah,
very good pre-stun.
What it doesn't hurt Lion at all. You just walk over and
yeah.
Well, I guess he'll give his mana away, but he'll get it back from somewhere else.
Door up top. Let's check in with him. He's sitting middle of the pack right now. 2,900 net worth. 400 under this Pudge though. Almost level 6. Though Pudge is pretty good at tanking Windrunner. Having the ability to reduce all incoming damage just with that Flesh Heap active is a pretty strong ability. And being level 6, he's going to be able to go through Windruns as well if he's, quick enough on the draw. I kind of think that this Windrunner might start getting bullied out of lane here pretty soon. Soon as level 6 arises.
What does he go? First item is probably Maelstrom, right? What do you follow up with after that?
Oh, yeah,
Dagger, I
definitely
imagine.
Maelstrom first. I think there's a lot of arguments been made for anything from like you could try to get the full like Gleipnir, you could go for like a Force Staff, maybe even an Orchid for some nice lockdown on the PL. There is a lot of good items for Winter in this game, and I mean she can choose to go whatever she wants because she has the benefit of being a universal hero.
There's a big wrap on the bottom side.
Nice stun on the line to start things off. Silenced up as well. Won't really have too much extra play, but Pudge is going to hook one under the tower. Going to be immediately stunned by the puck, not doing a whole lot. KK is going to show up to disarm for a moment here. No level 6 yet, but the Oracle will die. Finally, though, the Rolling Thunder comes out, and the level 6 actually is available after all for Mars. Little Nick is so low, Puck is eventually going to clean
There is
him
enough
up
damage
using
during
their
the turbo.
combo. KK still running. Turtle wants more, wants to chase. Is able to find, but Double Booking doesn't really have all that much left in the tank, and actually might need to be kind of careful.
Yeah, PL with full HP or full mana, excuse me. Nothing additional. That was a really good wrap from the Vanguard to get well behind. And as I say that,
Oh, Puck
in the
middle.
mid lane in big time trouble.
Invisible, though. What a good rune to get. Turtle still chasing, but guesses wrong. All said and done from that fight, though, the Honored Vanguard do walk away with about 700 gold of advantage from it, so the kill's definitely in their favor, but Puck greedy! Stuck around a little too long.
Yeah, where did that happen from? He seemed well away from that, and all of a sudden...
Those creeps, man, they've got too much money for Puck to stay away.
Mid-player mentality. I get one more creep.
It'll make a difference. PL, though, is now the one on the bottom, but this is such an even game. 400 gold splits from the lowest core to the best. Everybody is just about the same, and the overall net worth less than 1,000. The kills 5 apiece. At this 10-minute mark, I don't think we could be more even than we want it to be, and the Honored Vanguard are looking fine. I think there's a real shot that they find that first win here. If I can get away all the caster cursing. I promise, I'm not trying to.
Oh, you nailed the coffin there. I'm very hopeful that they've put in some good games today, and I like how this one is developing for them. Tango caught in a coil, man's up against the hoodwink, but doesn't have enough backup.
It's not quite enough to get out. Good effort. You know that if you break the tether, you're going to be dead anyway, so might as well try to get the trade out. But I gotta tell you, I want to see this Pudge take this top tower, which it looks like Little Nick is trying to do. He's got the Veil looking for an Aghanim Scepter. I want to see this guy start to roam. 1,500 HP at 10 minutes. That's a tall order to get through. And it was achieved earlier, but it took a lot of spells. Door's going to try to hold this tower up top, but I want to see some rotations happen. I want to see either Nick get out of here or people to come up to free him by taking this tower.
Really just on the onus of on the Pudge and the Pango to kind of make these plays coming up, because Oracle's just going to sit behind the core and Lion's going to back them up.
And there's some juicy stacks here. Well done. Couldn't get the hard camp, but at least the Ancients were stacked. And I think the trifecta of Oracle, Lion, and Pudge will take this one down, hopefully giving Lion 6, which it does, 11-11 on in. That's a decent time for the Finger. We've seen some of these supports struggle for experience, and so I am a huge fan of having this whole team kind of come over to finish this up. Spread the wealth, share the love.
Yeah. Pudge gets plus 400 gold off of those two camps. And everybody's sitting pretty on XP now.
Yeah, and I love this instant smoke out, wanting to put this Lion ult on cooldown. Because once again, it's another great tool of dealing with Windrunner, who decides to get the heck out of Dodge, and I cannot blame her. Not a great place to be. She is 400 away from her Maelstrom, already has the Javelin, and decided to get the full treads as well. So doing pretty solid. Lowest on her team for the core's net worth, but still beating out her counterpart PL and Pangolier.
How many games in a row are we going to be looking around for, the Lion Finger cooldown checker.
That's a good spell. Top side here, Rolling Thunder's out. They only have vision on this poor old Silencer, and they're actually not going to use the finger. Understanding that the cooldown is not worth it. But mid side, they are going to turn and burn. Might be one support for another. False Promise already used.
Oracle's living long enough.
Trying to hold on. A nice stun. Nick is going to
Dismember.
show up. Oh, and that is why you save finger. Able to find one. Oracle heals through it all. And now KK wasn't not able to get out. Has a spear left over. Will use it on the Pudge. And might be able to walk out of here.
Away.
The ult from Silencer is doing so much. Pangolier is going to fall. Door gets the last kill. And Pudge actually is stuck with the rod on. He might pick. It'll be close-ish. Nah, not with Oracle, though.
Wow.
So a decent turn.
Yeah.
Gives the Vanguard a little bit of counterplay.
Way bigger brains than me. You know, that Silencer looked like a juicy finger, but that's why I play in dirt tier.
No, I think without the finger, that Puck stays alive, gets even more spells off. I mean, this Puck is going to be problematic as far as locking down goes. Same, too, with both, I think, the Hoodwink and the Wind Ranger. I mean, it's pretty much just on Pudge, Dismember, and Lion to set these people up. And so when you got to do it, you have to make those count. Bottom tower, great spear to secure it, making sure no deny as a possibility here. Does have to maybe walk away, but Silencer, he wants the brain juice. He needs it. He's still looking for his first. Oh, he still doesn't even have Glaive skilled.
Hook Dismember onto Hoodwink, saved from the spear, but the turnaround burst is pretty wacky. In comes Door, though. Nice cleanup on the backside. They have enough to kill Nick. This is a big health bar to chew through. Bushwhack does go down.
Until he gets a BKB, getting silenced or getting slowed up, it's pretty much a death sentence. If you can just get slowly right-click.
Caught as well inside of an arena. Puck buying time. The spear gets the kill.
What was the last 2 minutes from Bullish? That was very, very sloppy from them. That was a save your buddy syndrome that's going in well after the fight's over. A nice 2K swing for them. Good experience, good damage pushed out. And, I mean, Vanguard went from a very even early game to, you know, there's a decided edge in this mid game now.
Ours goes Vlad's. Soul Ring queued up next. Blink Dagger pretty far away from any of it, though. Just sort of getting tanky before he has to worry about engaging in fights. Probably pretty content to just sit back. Almost like baiting these heroes on Bullish to kind of jump into them.
Well, I think it's high time for Vanguard to group up. We're gonna have some good cooldowns coming off. Oh, but not if KK can't survive. Great silence out. It's gonna lead to a kill and a save, and KK's walking back for it. He's got 10 seconds on the arena. He could stand and fight. And they're going to.
I think they'll stick around longer. They got the Oracle for free. This is kind of money in the bank right now.
The iron is hot. It is ready to be struck. You just need to group up and find an objective to take. I don't know if they're strong enough yet to take down Roche, even with Wind Ranger's Focus Fire, even with the Maelstrom. But you got to take some tower right now. You know that you're very strong. And what are they going to do? They're going to Rolling Thunder you? If that's all that you have to worry about, I mean, that's not too shabby.
Yes. The Oracle has a lot of stall potential. Ags is done on PL. But, yeah, you've got such a good point. I mean...
It looks like Bullish, though, is going to take the initiative. A full 5-man smoke. There's no global for another minute. And walking up, it's going to be the Silencer that's found out. It's a pretty good find if you are...
Oh, Dismember got interrupted.
And the Rolling Thunder's there, too. Hoodwink is so low, but the focus fight from Door shreds down the ball. And now standing and fighting. He just is missing the plate mail to complete the meme, but it doesn't matter. KK tips the Lion as he's dying, but Little Neck is going to show up. He's trying to put in some decent damage. Dismember, not
Yo,
quite available yet.
turnaround.
Hook is completely
Slowly
off
but
the
surely,
mark, but
KK.
look at these illusions start to put in work. Double King finds 2. And the
Looking,
puck
just
getting away.
Walking in casually on the back end. Somehow, after all of that, Bullish, pretty cozy, pretty comfy.
That was also the Aghanim Scepter reveal for Phantom Lancer. That is the extra bounce, but they're gonna find this puck
Get
here,
the
and
dismember onto the puck. Wow, that hurts so bad.
this damage is just so much. I mean, you factored in for, you know, dismember damage, there's Lion Finger, like, you know that you're gonna have to deal with this, but now these fragile health pools on the Vanguard have to deal with spam, and that is the unfortunate reality of Phantom Lancer, Aghanim Scepter. But look at the
onto
hook from
door.
Nick.
Nice bushwhack to make some space and save his carry here.
Oh, I'm feeling worried. I am feeling worried for the Vanguard right now because they have not been looking great. I'd love to see Bullish pick up like a Lotus Orb, you know, something to get rid of the silence, or a Yule, something like that. Just so Oracle has like a guarantee. Oh, he finds another hook. How does Little Nick keep doing this?
And there's a kill on the bottom side. I mean, they trade for Turtle. I guess that's a pretty valuable trade, but
They're gonna
now
find
the collapse
Silencer
coming in
though
from
too.
the backside.
Oh, puck goes in, instant hex. Finger stuns up there, but there's no follow-up. Scratch that, there is. The supports do it by themselves. Little Nick continues to go in a little bit further, continues to find hooks. It's KK and Little Nick, the 2 big position 3 offlaners, and now Wind Ranger's stuck. Little Nick doesn't have a hook to connect, but no mana on door. He can't run. KK's going in, but that was a
Around
mistake.
arena. Oh no. Oh.
Oh,
Does he have enough?
consolation. He gets 1. And actually lead to 2, but
Getting
it's just the 2
something out of it.
supports. Soul able to get out, I guess, but overall, that definitely was in favor of Bullish.
Yeah, KK kind of talking about it in chat. That was a bit ambitious.
Oh, I just saw the all chat between KK and and Liz Lion. That's a little funny.
Just looking for doors damage. Not there. Only person who did less was Silencer.
Yeah, Silencer is a dicey pick right now. You know, one of my most played heroes of all time. I can tell you, it's very fun to drain away all the intelligence from other people, but this hero feels very, very situational right now, and this might not have been the game for it. I mean, it's hard to know when the draft starts how it's going to end up, but the Silencer doesn't really feel like he's been doing all that much, but down bottom, Pudge getting focus fired. He's tanky. He's already using one. The Dismember is going to absorb the rest of it, but a nice bushwhack interrupts, but it's just not enough. Oh my god, the snipe. Just off the mark. Could have been a nice trade, but now Hoodwink running out of evasion into the trees. He might fall. Another bushwhack's there, but Turtle's not going to let him go. Drains him of mana, getting pretty close on life. Actually, it's going to force the Rolling Thunder. Good lord.
I was just asking the question, wasn't I? Where's the Wind Ranger damage? It's just, that was tough. On the other side, Oil
Oh my god.
comes out onto PL, but he gets a kill for his time.
He mans up through it. I mean, it's just the Silencer, but that shows you just how much this PL can do. And that's with 2 items.
Oh, Nick. Woof.
Oh, this
We're gonna
Manta
have to
cannot
start
come.
talking about the respect bans on Pudge here. Anytime you play against Nick.
It's good. I mean, the casters mentioned, or sorry, the panelists mentioned that he is the most popular hero in all of Dota, and that's not just because he's fun, but he's pretty good too. I think a lot of people remember him as, you know, this like very niche support that got brought into this random role of carry for a while, and now he's kind of relegated back again. But he can really run the gamut. He's got such a nice utility of spells from saves to lockdown. And he can be a real raid boss if you want him to. Oh, Lion.
Super deep. Is he gonna
Oracle.
die? The Oracle's keeping him up. This is a huge bait right now. KK
KK
running into
caught
2
out.
heroes, gets dismembered. Into the finger, he's gone. Everybody on Vanguard is now running for the high ground, but here comes Turtle
Oh,
finding
no.
Wind Ranger, the hook.
That
No
is
dismember follow-up,
not.
but Door's still gonna die.
That is not the one person you want caught away. They all split to the 5 wins, but it's Doors found out. More alt chat coming in through, and what was a slight edge has turned into a deficit. Bullish on gaming up 4 kills and 5k, and it's it's starting to fall apart a little bit. Once again, it's the complexity of these drafts, and it's easy, I think, for Bullish on gaming. You put your big boys up front, you let supports cook from behind, and importantly, you just have Illusion start doing work. But Vanguard, they have to, it's the meme of the math equations flying at this befuddled woman. It couldn't be more true. Like right now, they have to solve so many different problems. It's how do we make sure that we get locked down onto some of these difficult heroes? What if what if BKB start coming out and they're going to start canceling Silencer, which they're going to as well, or Mantas or any other kind of dispels? You're playing a stun down. It's tough, and you can't put all the work onto your Mars and Hoodwink.
I mentioned it earlier, but a lot of this game was going to hinge on the Puck, and where has Puck been in these fights? Outside of, 3v1ing a Phantom Lancer, finding a kill that way, it's been a huge question mark.
It's not for lack of farm. This Puck is the highest net worth on their team, has some decent items, is choosing to go this right-click build, looking to complete it with the Aghanim Scepter and Shard next. But you're right. These heroes that you're ulting, they don't need to move. Pudge likes to stand still. He's like, I bring you to me. I ain't walking. I'll be ulted by you. I don't care. And if you ult this this PL, he just throws spears at you. He doesn't have to walk around. His illusions do the work.
Tough place to be. And Vanguard looked really good in game 1, so this is for it to collapse here in the last 6 to 8 minutes has been pretty unfortunate.
They're going to start losing a lot of these objectives as well. The tier 3 tower bottom side falls. That's going to lead to this Tormentor. I got news for you. This this Shard of it is going to go over to Oracle, and that's the Rain. You talk about people just standing in one spot, needing to survive. Rain is a very underutilized spell that has a lot of potential, especially when you're dealing with Puck Coil. You just stand there, and Oracle's like, cool, I know nobody's going to move, this is going to be a very high value heal.
Accidentally the smartest pick in the game. I'm sure
it's
they
good.
foresaw that exact interaction.
Even for the siege, it's 40 HP per second.
Yeah.
That's a lot. If somebody right now had 40 HPS, we'd be talking about just how ridiculous that is. Pudge only has 27.
So we're sieging tier 3s now. Aegis, how long do we have on this guy? 3 minutes still. So.
I think
Counter-Smoke coming from Vanguard, they're looking for a wrap, trying to find something.
They have Global Silence.
Turtle, by the way.
They've got everything up, but the tier 3 towers fall. Look at these supports. They're going to get wrapped on the backside of things. The ultimate, the arena, it's on to 3. The supports have just completely been obliterated. Both Lion and Oracle down. Rolling Thunder barely gets off in time, but the cavalry has arrived. But maybe not in time. Double King has to man up and has to fight. And with a great dismember, they bring down Door on the Wind Ranger. Turtle still going back in. Might die for it. Stuck on the force field. But Little Nick and crew, they want a little bit more. Trying to split focus here. It's a great effort. But KK might be once again the only person to get back. Aegis the Immortal is reclaimed. And Double King is left to hit the buildings. The only saving grace is that neither Pudge nor PL hit buildings particularly effectively, and Silencer will be up in another second.
Yeah, but with all the space they've been afforded, the Hoodwink buyback, so they're going to try to contest this. They know they got to make a play, so here it goes. The turn, dismember onto KK, but do they have enough damage? The pause.
They did force already the Manta from PL. They're gonna run this one through. PL hooked up. He's gonna doppelgang away. He's going back in. He wants blood. He's gonna find it. He's still sitting at 10% HP. It's not gonna be enough to get out. Little Nick will be the one person left alive. All 4,000 HP of him. He doesn't have a blade mail to return this damage. He knows he's not getting out. This is as space created as you possibly can. He's got Dismember if he can use it. But no, death by 1,000 cuts is the way he'll fall. 1,500 gold go over for his death.
Yeah. That's a nice pickup. That's money in the pocket, but that was a lot expended.
A couple buybacks. They do get the ranged barrack, so there'll be a slight advantage in this bottom lane, but not the melee one.
I mean, that was best case scenario engagement. That was, the arena was perfect onto the 3 heroes and the two supports, and they got those kills, and that was about it.
Yeah, and just look at how ineffective Door was at pushing damage. Like, Door manned up, got the focus fire on the correct PL, but one Dismember completely ruined her, and her team can't save her right now. They're putting all of it to try to just blow up this backline, and that's tough. Oracle might get found out here. They do have a Sentry Ward on this Hoodwink, able to scout her out. That's a nice kill.
I'm still left asking the question, because this Wind Ranger Door is queuing up a Lincoln Sphere next. Like, at what point do we realize that we just need more damage? Like, what's the answer? Engagement onto Nick. They dropped the arena for him. I feel like it's more defensive than anything.
They're not even hitting him. That's how much life this Pudge has. That's how
no,
tanky
they drop a
he
coil on him too. Oh Christ!
He is a magnet. With 25 HP regen and an Oracle behind him, this guy is more than happy to take everything that they have to give. He's even got a little extra mobility with that Ogre Seal Totem as well, and they're pushing for more. Blinks up, and he's going to spot the Silencer.
Lil Nick walked forward and took 120 seconds worth of cooldowns between the coil and the arena.
He's going for more.
Out, the Dismember onto Door, and he is gone. As well, the Silencer just as quickly.
I hate to say it, but I feel like the hopes and dreams of the Vanguard are falling by the minute. It's an interesting draft concept, but huge props have to go to Bullish on Gaming and how they've maneuvered this Wind Ranger, this Puck. The Silencer have felt so ineffective. It doesn't matter how good KK is playing on this Mars. He's just one man. He can't do it all.
Yeah, Door had a good game one, but this hero is just falling flat. I'm not sure there's too much more that he could do to sort of save.
I think he's been playing. He's been playing great. The problem is, it's just they're struggling right now, and it's not going to get easier to kill this PL as the game goes on. Right? PL now has an answer for the silence and decided to go Eternal Shroud. Gives him a little bit more mana for spamming, but it's so hard to kill him through it. 25% magic resistance and a huge barrier, 300 spell damage.
Are they going to try something on Nick again? Arena catches the 2 supports. Again, this is a really good start to this fight. Will they get anything off of it? The Lion and the Oracle are down early. They've found Pango. They've coiled him, but he's flying away. They've got enough damage to actually kill him here.
3 for nothing, 3 for 1 so far. Another good hook. And he's going to find a second. So it takes a while to equalize, but they do bring it out. And despite the numbers, you're trading supports for a position 1.
Yeah, again, like, you're talking about best case scenario engagements that they find, and like Finger on cooldown, or not on cooldown, Oracle, both ults not used.
Yep. I gotta say, I think there's a lot of players that would see their backline and their mid get just trucked. That's happened 2 fights now in a row where both supports and the Pangolier are kind of down for the count before anything else happens. And then both Pudge and PL look at each other and they're like, you know what? Let's do this. They fist bump and they just wade into combat. It's a 2v5 and they won.
Bash Bros. Mighty Ducks can't stand up.
I mean, it's just one of these problems is if you're not killing this PL now, it's going to be impossible for you to later. This Pudge is only scaling harder and harder. Eventually, he'll kind of top out, but he's going to get items like an overwhelming blink eventually, or hearts or other things. He's going to start clicking at a pretty absurd rate where you're not going to be able to ignore him. I mean, it's already hitting for 250. If he gets like an Assault Cuirass or something, he's going to be hitting buildings.
So Doors opted for the Glepnir. So that's something instead of going the Lincolns.
I like it a lot more. The more control, more answers for this PL. Fight breaks out. Once again, a nice two-man arena on both supports. How he keeps finding both of them, how he keeps lining both of them up will be studied for ages to come. But it still doesn't feel like it's enough because they're still alive. Buyback already on the Oracle. Might be a dieback, honestly. But on the other side of things, they're still losing. Xeriscape trying to survive
Nick.
a little bit longer, but now Turtle, he wasn't hurt this time. He's on the door. The Dismember is there. The damage is through.
Jeez.
They trade not well.
I mean, how many times are we going to say the same exact thing? Like, picture perfect engagement. KK finds the opening that you have to have. And it's just not enough.
And here's the problem. If anybody's in chat saying like, oh, he should just jump PL instead, get Pudge instead, what do you think the Oracle's gonna do? The Oracle has casted 0 spells in these last like 4 fights, and they are still losing. Like, you cannot ask your offlaner to do more. Seriously, it's been a double spear every single time on both supports. I don't understand. You can draw a line between any 2 points in a plane. Always. That's math. The ability to do it, though, is skill, and KK has a lot of it, clearly. It's just not enough.
Yeah, it's pretty wild that it's coming so frequently, and it still amounts to nothing. Door almost had Oracle killed, and what happens? And Nick walks up. And what do you do? What do you do? You walk away. You try to get away downhill, and that's that. And somehow, oh my God, Nick!
Little Nick, give him a little break, why don't you? Oh, and the turnaround too. Once again, KK finds something, and this time it's big. He does get it, and Oracle wasn't able to save. So maybe chat's right after all. Maybe it is just ult the PL and blow him up. But now it's Nick 1v5 raid boss around. Xeriscape is going to give all the spells he can before, he falls to a couple of long-range bolts. Lion sitting nearby, his blink's going to get canceled. He's going to put out some mana drains, but the Pudge, he just can't survive. And Silencer gets a couple of stolen brain cells. I think 24 picked up his shard in a recent fight, and now has 6 deaths near him already. So, not too shabby.
Nick worth 1,500 gold. Turtle worth, like 1,300 gold. Double King worth 1,400 gold. So, that
was a 6,000 gold swing from that fight alone. The rubber band mechanics are huge, but they do lose 2 full sets of racks for it. It was not in vain.
What do you do with that 6,000 gold that takes you back? Like, is that sustainable? Do you Mars Arena the PL again? Like, is it gonna work like that every time?
I'll tell you, you gotta buy out. I'm seeing a decent amount of gold both on Wind Ranger and Puck. Arguably the 2 most important people after the start of the fight once Arena's dropped. You gotta put that money into something, and I can see Puck with a special item queued up. He has this right-click build. Dream Coil will do rapid fire damage. I think that's the Aghanim Scepter. So he's got good right-clicks. He just needs to get a good coil and having a little bit more damage. Honestly,
Roche is a good start.
You don't have a lot to lose.
Block yourself effectively, 3 to 4 minutes. So what can you manage in that time?
Aghanim Scepter, sorry, not the Aghanim Scepter. get a Divine Rapier on Puck. I think that's a great item choice.
He's got it queued up. He's looking for it. Might as well go all out. I mean, sitting at 0-5 currently, barrel of the gun against 0-6. I mean, this is really go time. I think Door, maybe not buying out because you're really worried about having buyback with your Ancients so exposed, but swinging for the fences at this point is.
I think you need to spend.
Not a bad idea.
I don't think a buyback is worth it. If you end up going down, like you probably have lost everything else. There's the coil already, putting out a ton of damage, forcing the ultimate from Oracle to keep him alive. Good arena, though, keeps 2 of them at bay. Turtle likely to go down here. I don't think there's enough healing. Will eventually pop. They're actually going to find Little Nick as well. And the Vanguard, just like that, they're up. They have Bullish on Gaming on their toes in a hot retreat. And they're going to start hitting the high ground.
This is pedal to the metal moment. Like if you're going to make your opening, if you're going to start to chains around your season, this is where it happens.
Yeah, I think maybe you can't afford Divine Rapier right now. Get a Chrysalis. Get something. You have an opportunity. You have 60 seconds to put damage on the board.
After the last 2 fights, you look at Rapier as maybe a little bit too dangerous to buy, right? But you're 100% right. Like a Daedalus would go a long ass way right now.
We have another somewhat new item though from this Puck. Had it for a while. The Parasma adds quite a lot of damage. This is the upgrade of Witchblade, so it's doing quite a lot, and it's doing intelligence damage. And Puck has 191 intelligence right now, so the dot from Parasma is pretty good. That's 800 damage as a dot. Ish. Not factoring in any other, sources of mitigation or anything, of course, but you can't snuff that away. That is an obscene amount.
We've seen what I am fearing right now, which is a potential overstep, and I really hope that Vanguard play this right currently, because they've made an opening for themselves. And worst case scenario is they, get picked somewhere and lose an Aegis or lose a Puck or lose a KK for nothing.
Mm-hmm.
And then this window that you've opened is rapidly slammed shut. So I really hope that they kind of stick together and make plays off of this. They've found the Pango for free. It's a great start.
At how much damage this Puck is doing right now with Parasma. He has 7,000 gold.
He can buy. He didn't go for it. I was watching. He didn't go for it.
Maybe these last couple of fights have turned him away, but the Global Silence is out. The arena, the first one to miss in a hot second, but Little Nick is caught on the wrong side of the railroad tracks, and he is dead. 2 cores gone, no buyback, 50 seconds. And this Puck, now with a little bit more survivability, might feel like they can play a little bit more aggressive. Not only having Lincoln Sphere, but buyback and 300 gold. This Puck is playing it safe. Not following my advice might be what leads him to a victory. Who would trust me after all? But this is the opportunity that they have.
We're sniffing it out. Door on the Wind Ranger, queuing up the Daedalus, Puck opting for damage items, like it's happening.
Door has no mana. He got completely drained.
Trouble?
The Aegis got reclaimed from a couple of spears.
I just talked about losing that Aegis for nothing. I mean,
they get a set of racks, or at least an opening for it. Finger's gonna be out though, putting a ton of damage. This Puck's so low, they're not gonna have the control. He needs to get out. He's so low, he's gone. Oh my god, 2,000 gold for this Puck after a couple of kills. He is worth a lot.
Yikes! That's what the last few minutes have done. But
they've got more. They have gotten more. The silencer couldn't get out. Slow as can be.
I jinxed it. Why did I say anything?
It
was going so well. It was going so well. I was so hopeful. It can't end like this. They're running out right now.
I mean, Puck with their better item choice does have buyback for this, plus coil, everything that you could want. She's got at the ready, but will have to use it if she wants to hold out to these buildings, or it's a risk. Can you sit a minute down 3 to 5? Oh, maybe look at the
They
wrap
have
once
to
more.
force it.
It's coming from the backside. KK instant hex, but gets the arena off. Oracle's already gone. Lion now sitting, sucking, putting out good damage, good stuns. Soul is gonna fall. That's the support has the buyback. 2 used so far for the Honored Vanguard. Little Nick in the fray of things, eating a ton of damage from Door. But only the Oracle died, has already bought back, already rejoined the fight. And Lion has the air disc popping. Little Nick's gonna come in. They have the damage. They want the dieback. They're gonna have it. That's no more bushwhack in. Now Mars completely stuck without mana. Drained from multiple sources, but Door's going in. Might have the Lion saved at the last possible second. Xeriscape on this Oracle, playing a Brinksman-like game, and this might be lights out. Another buyback comes in, 2 actually, both the Mars and the Wind Ranger. They keep focusing the wrong targets. Lion so low, Little Nick up in front, so is Double King, putting in plenty of damage, plenty of work, and this puck needs to get out. This puck is so low. This puck barely is going to get back to heal, but now before Silencer dies, the last buyback for them, all 5 from the Vanguard used over the course, but the Ancient's exposed. It's a 4-on-5. They have to put up a fight. They don't want to start the season 0-6, but it's Little Nick in the fray of things, putting Door down at Death's Door. And now KK, but the Ancient, it's getting hit. They pop Fortification to keep the creeps alive a little bit longer. The healing rain's out, keeping them all up. The Finger sends 1 to the grave, sends 2, sends 3, and I think that's going to be it. They pause out, and I think there's some salt from the Honored Vanguard. As their Ancient falls, so too does their season 0-6. As Bullish on Gaming walk a tightrope to bring this game back from what seemed to be the brink. Maybe, just maybe, Divine Rapier was right after all.
I think decision making was right after all. I talked about it very briefly, but just like losing heroes for nothing, they had the space. The vision was there, the path was clear, and you just sort of like trip on your own feet on the way to the finish line, and it's just sort of sad to see it go that way because they look better than 0-6. I want to say that they look better than 0-6.
Yeah. Once again, for what it's worth, I think I have to give MVP to Mars, despite losing. How many times did we see both supports just deleted? I'm serious. I don't think you can ask for a better offlane performance, but unfortunately,
I don't know where he found it.
It is a team game, and Bullish on Gaming, they just stacked up a little bit stronger than the Honored Vanguard. But to wrap up our evening, we're going to toss it back to our panelists once again. I hope you've enjoyed the cast today. I've been Zen. That's been Mox. You can find our Twitters and whatnot somewhere on the internet. It's been a pleasure being here. Have a good rest of your night. We'll see you later.
Good night.
All right, guys. Thank you for that wonderful cast. The ending of the game, man, that was insanity. Samson, I saw Lil Nick put G end, and then all of a sudden the game completely flipped. They're running down mid, going for the dub.
It's a bait. Come on. If you're not saying GG, he's in it still. And did you notice that there was a rapier in that game bot? The Mars ended up having a rapier at the very end of the game when he went on to Oracle. That's how he just bursted the Oracle down. And then he, I guess the Phantom Lancer picked up the rapier. But yeah, insane ending.
Yeah, no, I mean, what a game, right? And Zen and Mox just really highlighting all the action going on right in front of the Ancient. I mean, that was a fun game to watch, man. That was a fun series, honestly. I think THV, like they alluded to, they're not an 0-6 team. This team's going to find wins. They just need to figure out a little bit of what makes them good, I think. I think next week they might be a dangerous one to follow. For
sure. Having your best player maybe being your offlaner, you'll always be competitive, but sometimes the wins might just be a little harder to really grab.
Yeah, absolutely. But we don't have any interview, so that's going to be it for the NADCL broadcast for today. From Samson, Zen, Mox, and myself, Yodi, thank you guys for tuning in, and have a great rest of your weekend, guys. We'll see you next week. See you guys.
Thank you.